Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Today we bring you special coverage of rising tensions after Israel's latest attacks on Iran. Israel has launched Operation Rising Lion, striking deep into Iran's nuclear and military sites in what has been described as an unprecedented move. The operation, aimed at disrupting Iran's nuclear program, reportedly killed top military officials and key scientists working on Iran's nuclear program. So what's next for the region? Stay with us for ongoing updates and in-depth analysis. Now, soon after Israel strikes, Iran launched around 100 drones targeting Israeli sites, which the Israeli Defense Forces said they were actively intercepting. Israel is now under a state of emergency. While Washington denies involvement, President Donald Trump says he knew about the strikes ahead of time. For more on this, Al Arabiya English military and security expert Riyadh Kawaji joins me now in the studio. Riyadh, great to have you on the show. You'll be here with me throughout today's coverage of the story. I just want you to react to some breaking news we've been getting through. Israel has launched a fresh wave of strikes on Iran after hitting nuclear and military sites overnight. Is this a surprise that more attacks have come?
No, what we saw so far, that the Israelis first started off with special ops, sort of intelligence forward elements that took out the air defenses. Then we saw this followed by decapitation strikes targeting the top command. And then, ever since that moment, we've been seeing waves of airstrikes that took out several nuclear facilities. And most important, we saw preemptive strikes against bases, air bases that harbor or contain the ballistic missile launchers for the Iranians. That's the ballistic missiles are the main offensive weapon for Iran that is capable of reaching Israel, and if launched in big numbers, they can penetrate the formidable Israeli multi-layered air defenses. So this is what we've been seeing. These extra waves are basically launching preemptive strikes to reduce Iran's capacity and capability of striking deep into Israel using ballistic missiles.
And you know, Riyadh, what I think a lot of people are going to be asking is the IDF says it carried out strikes on nuclear sites, as you said, and says the Revolutionary Guard chief and other commanders have been killed in these strikes. How does Israel just have such precise intelligence inside Iran? These strikes were very accurate and very, very measured. Long time in the works.
It's been quite a surprise to many to see the magnitude of the Israeli intelligence breach deep into Iran, as well as Iran's proxies chain of command. We saw this first in Lebanon against Hezbollah, and they still are able to pinpointly target Hezbollah field commanders, Hezbollah assets, whatever left of it in Lebanon. And in Iran, we've seen over the past few years several very successful intelligence-style assassinations and operations that took out the head of the nuclear program. It took out a number of Iranian nuclear scientists, and we saw them successfully assassinate the Hamas leader in the heart of Tehran. So the Israeli intelligence capabilities, their breach of Iran, is not new, but we saw it today display itself in a very magnificent and strong way. This is Israel having this advantage. It's no surprise we're seeing that the Israelis now enjoy a complete air superiority and able to just to reach whatever target they within their reach inside all over Iran.
Riyad Kawaji, stay with us. Absolutely fascinating insights there. But joining us now from New York is Len Khodorkovsky, who is the former senior advisor to the U.S. envoy for Iran and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. Len, thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, a fast-moving, developing story that we are focusing on today. But why has Israel chosen to strike now as the U.S. is trying to form diplomatic relations with Iran?
Thanks for having me back, Leigh Ann. I think we have to take a look at take a few steps back and see why the situation became so urgent. First and foremost, the regime has been accumulating enough uranium to build 10 nuclear bombs. In recent weeks and months, it's been busy accumulating the ability to assemble these nuclear warheads, and at the same time developing ballistic missiles that can reach Israel and, frankly, that can reach Europe as well, if not United States. So the window was closing gradually, and President Trump very generously gave the regime about 60 days to peacefully dismantle this weaponized program. The regime refused, so Israel is doing it for them.
Len, Iranian state TV says 78 people were killed and 329 injured during Israel's strikes on areas of Tehran. We're just getting reports now from Tehran that another wave of strikes and blasts have been heard. But, you know, what comes next from Iran, and how deadly is this for civilians in the country?
I expect that some of the numbers you're going to hear from the regime have the same credibility as the numbers coming from Hamas or Hezbollah about casualties there. The regime does not separate between civilians and militants and its military. So I think we should be cautious in terms of taking their numbers as is and use an enormous grain of salt for those numbers. In terms of what danger exists, well, I think the regime, again, hasn't hesitated in 46 years of being in power of putting its citizens in danger. This game of brinksmanship that the regime has played since the revolution has only been used to create its empire of proxies. It has filled the pockets of the regime officials, starting with IRGC, that controls the economy in Iran. And very few of those resources have been put toward benefiting the Iranian people themselves, which is why what you're starting to see from some reports is Iranian people actually expressing happiness that the regime has been hurt. And, you know, they're just a matter of time before there are whispers of regime change on the ground. You know, it's been a constant source of internal pressure for the regime that the people have recognized that this government has no legitimacy and it only exists to perpetuate its own power. And it's just a matter of time before you see the people take advantage of the obvious vulnerability that the regime is experiencing. After all, Israel's decimated its proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah. It's decimated its air defenses. It has pinpointed, you know, as Riyadh has mentioned, it has decapitated its military leadership. So the regime is in the weakest point since 1979. It's just a matter of time before the frustrations of the population explode.
So what you're explaining to me there is frustrations of the population, Len, exploding, happiness, the regime has been hurt is also what you've said to me. So what can we expect from the Iranian people? And also, what can we expect for the future of Iran if there is a regime change in the country? And is that likely to take years to actually happen? Because we know right now things are pretty established.
Well, when you say things are established, that was before Iran's work over the last 46 years of establishing its regional power projection, establishing this ring of fire of its proxies, has been gradually decimated. Not to mention the Syrian Bashar al-Assad regime that's been overthrown. So the regime is extremely vulnerable. Now, no one outside of Iran can tell for sure what's going to happen next. But we've seen pangs of frustration from the population with every incremental step. And certainly over the last year and a half since October 7th, you've seen, signs of support inside of Iran for Israel. You've seen Iranian flags and Israeli flags displayed. You've seen people, to the extent that they can, post videos of support for anyone, including Israel, that is able to damage their oppressor. So, we can't definitively say what's going to happen next hour, tomorrow, or next year, but we do know the trajectory is in the direction of the people taking back their country. And, eventually, whether it's next week or next year or 5 years from now, the regime is destined for the ash heap of history. It's been proven over and over again with much bigger authoritarian regimes, like the Soviet Union, for example, of crumbling. And I think it's inevitable for this regime.
And Len, just before I let you go, Donald Trump has actually warned Iran today worse is coming if it didn't make a deal with the US. So despite this, Donald Trump still negotiating. We know he wants to get a deal. We know he's the man who wants to be seen to be the deal maker. But what does this actually mean? Is there any way the US and Iran can now strike a deal following the Israeli attacks, or is that now completely redundant?
I don't know that it's redundant. I think President Trump would always err on the side of a peace deal. As you said, he's a deal maker. He was extremely patient with the regime for the last couple of months, giving it an opportunity to negotiate directly, to take steps to dismantle its weaponized nuclear program. Remember, the regime's weaponization of uranium up to 60% is just, there's no credible reason to do that if your intention is to use it for peaceful purposes. For civilian use, you only need to enrich uranium between 3 and 5%. Countries like France have nuclear programs that are for peaceful purposes, and they certainly don't enrich the 60%. So, what we've seen over the last few years is factual progression of the regime toward a military weapons-grade nuclear program. And President Trump has been saying from the beginning that that is not acceptable, and he's not willing to live with that. So the regime had that choice over the last couple of months to take those steps back, but it chose to be obstinate and overplay its cards. And I think all things being equal, I think President Trump will want to walk this back somehow and resolve it peacefully. But over the decades, the regime has proven that A, it can't be trusted. It's going to cheat when it comes to the nuclear program. And it just can't help itself because, after all, the Islamic Republic of Iran is more of a cause than a country. Its reason for existence is to project its dominance over its neighbors, and it has an extremist strain of its DNA that's created it from the beginning. So would I bet on the regime all of a sudden changing its nature? I would not.
Thank you so much, Len Khodorkovsky, who is the former senior advisor to the U.S. envoy for Iran and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show. I really appreciate your insights. Riyad Kawaji, you're back with me in the studio. There we are, the conversation I just had with Len there. He is adamant that the regime in Iran is basically now on its last legs in some respects. He doesn't think that it can withstand what it's going to face. Would you agree with that analysis and that sentiment? Is the regime in Iran now in real deep trouble of survival?
There are observers out there who argue that the actual objective of the Israeli operation now is regime change more than just destroying nuclear sites. The decapitation strike, it is a strike that's aimed at causing an imbalance to shake the foundation of the regime and to try to spread some sort of a chaos. And the continued waves of airstrikes that's now targeting the military infrastructure, and we are waiting, we're anticipating to see a prolonged wave of strikes over the next few days, that where the targets are gonna expand and will likely start including some civilian infrastructure. And this is all gonna undermine the rhetoric of the regime. That's very important. The regime using a rhetoric for several years to present itself and create this big halo of I'm a superpower, that nobody dares to attack me. I have formidable military capabilities that I can wipe out the Israeli. I am an equal power to the US. And now the people in Iran are discovering that this is just a paper tiger. We are not even able to shoot down one Israeli plane to defend against all these strikes. So all this narrative that the regime has been selling to the people has collapsed. Again, the narrative of having all these powerful proxies and influence everywhere also collapsed in the previous months. So this is going to now empower the opposition within Iran, and is going to, with more strikes happening, and if possible, we see strikes against infrastructure where people are going to feel that there is no power, there is no gas and fuel and so forth, and things are being degrading every day. We're going to start seeing more movement in the street that could make the situation implode from inside. This is what the regime fears. And I think this is what Trump and his team are betting on, that this fear of a regime change will drive decision makers in Iran to move to do a deal quickly, because their priority is always regime survival.
Yes, absolutely. Riyad Kawaji, great insight. Stay with me. And I'm actually going to go to another guest. I'm now joined from Baghdad by Ahmed Moshadi, the political analyst. Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate you having you on the show. I just wanted to start off, Ahmed, by asking you, what's your reaction right now to the strikes that Israel carried out on Iran overnight?
Well, Leigh Ann, as we all know, Operation Rising Lion has been started since yesterday at night, or let's say late dawn. In a way or another, it looks like that the Israelis will be in touch to this operation for a long time. It looks like that. But the most important thing until now, We didn't see the Iranian retaliation, which it looks like it will happen in the next few hours. Now, the main problem for Iraq is that if the retaliation will be totally Iranian, or it will be also with the hands of the pro-Iranian militia presented in Iraq and Yemen. So if the Iraqi militia, or let's say pro-Iranian Iraqi militia, will join the retaliation attacks against the Israelis, that means Iraq will enter, or maybe Iraq will be inside phase 2 of the Operation Rising Lion, which means that it will jeopardize the security stability of Iraq. And this is actually the main fear of the Iraqi government and also the people of Iraq. So you can imagine if Iraq will lose the security stability, what's going to happen on the ground, which has also been attached by many politicians here and also mainly the Iraqi government.
So, as you just said to me there, fears in Iraq at the moment for what could possibly happen. But right now, how is the Middle East reacting to the latest wave of strikes? And how are they ensuring that their civilians are being kept safe?
Well, all the countries, it looks like all the countries has the main fear of escalating things. Everyone is now looking for the reaction of the Iranian military forces, and it looks like it should react. It will retaliate in a way or another because it's the reputation of the regime itself in Iran. You cannot just bombing military places, killing leaders, and the Iranian will stay calm. I don't think it will happen on that way. And the most important thing is that the Operation Rising Lion, actually, we all thought that it will target only the nuclear places. What happened is actually the Israeli air forces attacked also the bases, the air bases, the military bases, and so on, and also attacking another facilities presented for the regime in Tehran. So it looks like the escalation already happened, and the Iranians should react, or else. And or else it means that the Iranian regime will suffer from many things that it will happen inside and outside.
Ahmed, despite your condemnation of these attacks, is Iran not a threat to the wider Middle East region due to its enrichment of uranium and also the sponsorship of proxies in the region?
Well, Iraq, definitely, it will be the ground for this war between Israel and Iran. That's what I said before. Is the main fear of the Iraqi people is that it's not our war. But if the pro-Iranian militia will start to targeting Israeli bases and Israeli military forces, or maybe Israeli cities and so on, then it will the action will be very hard for the Iraqis. And let us not forget something very important, Leigh Ann, is that a pro-Iranian militia will have inside and outside targets. Inside Iraq, that means maybe those pro-Iranian militia will attack American bases, will attack American places, or even American personnel that are presented in the Iraqi soil. Maybe also it will expand it to other embassies, to other diplomatic missions in Iraq, and so on. So everyone has the same fear in Iraq. And also there is outside targets. That means not only Israel, maybe, I'm just saying maybe, that the Iraqi militia or the pro-Iranian Iraqi militia will also targeting bases in the Gulf countries and so on, because it's near Iraqi soil. So all those things, it can be escalated if the Iranian decided to retaliate with their proxies in the area.
So, Ahmed, what is your suggestion to make sure that this doesn't escalate? What needs to happen from Western countries and the US to keep this contained?
Well, I think until now it is contained. And I think President Trump said something very important, is that there is a way to have another turn of negotiations with the Iranians. And it looks like it will go that way. Because if we will see the phase 2 of Rising Lion, Operation Rising Lion, maybe, just maybe, it will targeting the heads, the main heads of the Iranian leadership. And it will be a drastic change in the whole area. And it will escalate so many things. So I think what President Trump said is that, or offer, is that there is a second chance for the Iranian to renegotiate about the deal. In a way or another, enrichment outside Iran will happen, maybe in the UAE, maybe in Saudi Arabia, on those countries that near Iran. And I think if the Iranian will be clever enough, they will reach, or let's say send some messages to the Americans saying that, okay, we can make something like that. Let's negotiate about those things. I hope so.
Ahmed Moshadi, thank you so much for joining us, political analyst there, with your insights. It's been a pleasure to have you on the show.
You must.
Now, for more on this, I'm joined by Mark Fitzpatrick, former director at IIS America and head of non-prolific and nuclear policy. Mark, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. Of course, a fast-developing breaking news story. But let's start off with how significant are the Israeli strikes in terms of setting back Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Oh, the strikes are absolutely devastating in setting it back. I guess they probably have destroyed most of Iran's capability to produce enriched uranium. But there's two caveats here. One is that they haven't destroyed Iran's knowledge, and Iran will be able to reconstitute uranium enrichment. This time, probably in a hidden place. They will probably pull out of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and the inspections that it requires. So there won't be any eyes and ears on Iran's program. And the second caveat is that Iran had a sizable stockpile of enriched uranium, which was transferable. So I presume they hid it somewhere. And if they use that to further enrich to 90%, they will be able to have fissile material for 10 nuclear weapons in quite a short period of time.
And Mark, is that the fear? Is that the fear that this could happen, that they could create a nuclear weapon in a short time following these attacks from Israel? Is there concern about that?
There should be concern about it. You know, the ironic thing is that it's precisely that concern that drove Israel to launch these attacks, because Iran was getting so close to having a nuclear weapon. Israel will have set back Iran's program. When I said very quickly, I think now it may be a year before Iran could rebuild the centrifuges and do it in secret. And Israel's response to that is probably, well, they'll learn about it. They have such good intelligence, and they will bomb that new facility again. So they call it a mowing the grass strategy. You know, whenever Iran gets close again, they'll just bomb again, which means an ongoing war in the Middle East.
So you recently noted that US President Donald Trump had asked Prime Minister Netanyahu not to take action while the US and Iran talks were underway. Yet Netanyahu proceeded with the strikes. In your view, why did Israel choose to act now?
So there's two theories on this. The one that I wrote about most recently is that Netanyahu no longer listens to Donald Trump. Netanyahu does what he wants to do. He's been wanting to strike Iran for a long time, and he finally decided that this was the best window of opportunity for him. And he knew that Trump couldn't stop him. There's another theory, though, that is emerging in the latest things that I've been reading, which is that Trump may have been involved in an Israeli deception, and that everything Trump said about trying to stop Netanyahu from doing it was just part of Israel's trickery to lull Iran into a sense that they wouldn't be attacked. We don't put too much on that because it implies more smarts than I think the man has, but it's a possibility.
Mark Fitzpatrick, former director at IIS America and head of non-prolific and nuclear policy. Always great to have you on the show and great to have your insights. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for inviting me.
Now, I'm joined from Cairo by Director of the Al-Haram Center for Political and Strategic Studies, Abdul Moem Saeed. Abdul, an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. What is your initial reaction to Israel's overnight strikes on Iran?
I was not much surprised. Of course, I was asleep, and just when I looked at my iPhone and I found that there is a strike started, I was not too much surprised. I just sometimes when you feel that some war is coming on, you're really frightened. And of course, you know, the area is for a lot of trouble lately in a number of fronts. And having a big war between two important actors in the region, both of them well-armed and well-determined. And then something frightening that happened when you hear that. But we are in the Middle East.
Yes, you did say that. We are in the Middle East, frightening, and you've just spoken to me about the attacks. But I really want to get more of your point of view on this story. So right now, you're in Cairo. How vulnerable is Egypt at the moment? And how concerning is the instability in the Middle East after Israeli strikes on Iran?
Concern is very big in Cairo. Cairo is a country that's seeking very much to have peace in the region, to have stability in the region, to concentrate more on development and try to get better standards of living, better standards of knowledge. However, there is built in the history of the region a lot of contradictions and a lot of inherent kind of war building. And lately, when religion becomes part of the process, then we have a lot of rigidity of positions. And I will add another, point, because your last host were talking about the problem of deception. I was really also not surprised because the United States was playing the games. I watch Mr. Trump because I have to watch him. And he was playing with words, showing that Israel is very, close to attack Iran, and the attack is probable. But if Iran is doing well in the negotiations, was it a game? I thought there was a big maneuver because Israel cannot attack Iran without American consent. I think the whole issue of the negotiations over the Iranian nuclear capabilities was, a deception game, and the Iranians swallowed it. They tried to play a game about the enrichment of the uranium, and America tried to play the same game. But actually, they want to hit Iran the hard way, and the hard way happened.
And based on your expertise and insights into the Iranian regime... Oh, sorry, are you able to hear me? Hello, have we got you or have we lost you? No, unfortunately, we just lost our guest there.
I am with you now. Just
you're back. Okay, brilliant. Yeah. Thank you so much. Oh, great that you're back. And you're just talking to me about deception there and about the US. So do you think that Donald Trump seemed to imply that they weren't involved in this in any sort of way, that they did have a heads up from Israel that the strike was going to be carried out? But do you think that this strike has been in the works for a long time and that it should be really concerning? But also, also, what does this mean for Iran's regime going forward?
History will tell us later, give us the documents and the conversation, what happened. I don't believe, Rubio's talking and Mr. Trump's talking that they didn't know, because already the USS, whatever name, is already in the region. That's necessary in order to help Israel when the counterattack comes from Iran with a lot of drones and missiles. That was trained on, in the previous last clashes that happened in the Gaza, during that Gaza war. And the United States really backed Israel and succeeded in preventing, the Iranian counterattack. And then it was a game. Israel will try a little bit, and then Iran will save face. It was like a training for the current war. And now I think, the deployment of the United States, Israel is winning. Israel, as your report is saying, killing scientists, killing the big military guys. They are destroying all Iranian defenses. They attack the Nantes nuclear, nuclear processing place. All that's it already happened. But there is a kind of a mobilization that Iran was the attacker on this round. Iran is not the good guy anyway, also, I must say that. But we have two big, as I said at the beginning, bears that's trying to reshape the Middle East in their image. Iran wants that, and Israel also wants that.
Thank you so much for joining us there from Cairo. It was an absolute pleasure to have your thoughts. And we're going to go to Riyadh now. Riyadh, there we are. He says that he feels the US was probably involved in this more thoroughly than we thought at the beginning. But it is a difficult situation for the Middle East at the moment, and real concerns for the region looking forward. Riyadh, I don't know if you can give us more insights into this.
Well, to start with, of course, the U.S. was aware. The U.S. provided Israel with the tools to strike Iran. From last January, we saw that first meeting between President Trump and Netanyahu, and immediately afterwards, the U.S. released a huge package of missiles and bombs and ordnance to the Israelis. Second, over the past 2 weeks, we heard Zelensky and the Ukrainians complain about thousands of air defense missiles that were supposed to go to Ukraine went to the Middle East. So it's being prepared for this moment. And then we saw the evacuation of the U.S. diplomats and non-essential personnel over the past 24 or 48 hours from the region. So the U.S. was aware way long. And even President Trump said today that he gave Iran a 60-day chance, of diplomacy. And today is the 61st day. So that period of 60 days was expired. And today was the day where Iran had to meet its fate, So what it means for the region right now, it all is in the hands of the two players concerned, who are at each other, Iran and Israel. Israel made its first move. We're going to see how Iran is going to retaliate now. Will Iran keep this confrontation confined between it and Israel? If so, we will likely see a short war. But if Iran decides to expand and to start targeting U.S. bases in the region and to get its proxies involved, then we're going to see an expanded regional confrontation. And that's where the concern we have in many countries here, that this could expand into a regional conflict.
Riyad Kawaji, thank you so much. We'll be back with you in just a moment. But joining me now from Tel Aviv is Elon Levy, former international spokesperson for the Israeli government. No, I do apologize. Sorry, it is not Elon Levy. Let's go to Donald Jensen now. Donald Jensen, I'm so sorry. Is that you? That's the... Yeah, great. Donald Jensen, apologies for that. Sorry, I did think it was someone else, but it's great to have you on the show with us. So, Donald, let's just start off with a few questions for you. And we've been discussing extensively in the studio right now. You are a former diplomat to the US, and we've been discussing the US's involvement in this Israeli strike on Iran. Riyad Kawaji here in the studio said to me that the US has actually been preparing for this to happen, moving people out of its embassies. How involved was the US in this strike?
Well, first of all, I was a U.S. embassy diplomat to Moscow, but still can answer your question. First of all, I think we have to be careful not to overreact, overanalyze what's essentially very circumstantial information. Certainly, some evidence suggests that the U.S. and other Western allies had an inkling that this was going to come. You mentioned the evacuation of U.S. personnel from the region, but it's also the case that it may be that Israel, having the tools from whatever source, when I did this on its own, and the United States knew no more than something might happen. There's a gray area in between, and I rely on my many years of government, that these things happen in allied relationships. So we can't be so confident as to say that the Trump administration knew in advance. Let's face it, we don't know. And I cite as an example the Ukraine strike 2 weeks ago on the Russian air bases, where by all indications we know from the outside, the U.S. did not know in advance, even though Ukraine had many tools from the West. So we have to be very careful. But certainly the Trump administration, given their public remarks, which I have no doubt about, wants this to be a prod to negotiations about the Iran nuclear program. And that is the Trump administration's strategy at the moment. But again, your other partners on the show here may be correct, but let's not read too much into it. Sometimes the simplest explanation is the most accurate. Sometimes bureaucratic mistake and incompetence is the driving force. We just don't know in advance, nor likely will we ever.
So, Donald, let's just go back to the bones of this story. Why has Israel chosen to strike now? And you actually mentioned it there briefly to me, but it's trying to form diplomatic relations with Iran to halt its nuclear ambitions. Did Israel jump the gun in a sense here?
Well, from what I can read, again, from the outside in my own contacts in the region, Israel was concerned that the next step up in the Iranian development of their nuclear forces was imminent. And the question was, do you let this happen without negotiations with an apparent goal in sight or end in sight, or do you strike now? The Israelis struck preemptively, as your previous commentator said. This may inflame relationships in the region, but it also may bring given the strength of this decapitation, which was quite serious and quite widespread, it may prompt Tehran at last to go seriously to the negotiating table. They are a terrorist state, of course. They are a force of destabilization in the region. And this may be a chance, despite all the violence we've seen in the last 2 days, this may be a chance to turn the page.
So US President Donald Trump has been speaking to US media outlets and has taken to praising Israel's attack on Iran. He is also calling on Iran to make a deal or things will get worse. So everything we've been talking about, do you think a deal between the US and Iran is still likely, or is Iran severely wounded?
I think maybe some pro forma talks over the short term are likely to happen. Will it bring success? I doubt it. But on the other hand, this is not necessarily going to lead to a larger regional war either. It's Tehran's choice. And I think the American administration has shown elsewhere in other conflict situations that they are very serious about negotiating peace settlements. So we can all be hopeful about that.
And Donald, do you think this is going to actually cause a divide in Donald Trump's base? Because on his election campaign, Donald Trump said he wants no more war. He wants peace in the world. He said he was going to, end the Ukraine-Russia conflict in 24 hours. That hasn't happened. Israel and Hamas, a ceasefire collapsed there. And now, if the US backs Israel, is this actually going to have implications for Donald Trump at home?
I don't think the implications at home will be very large at all. Americans largely are supportive of Israel, and about half of America supports Trump's policy in the Middle East and foreign policy in general. I do think, however, if I might add an observation about something I've written about, and I was a negotiator with the Soviets as well, I think we have to keep in mind that the other side, certainly Moscow, but also Tehran, view negotiations in a very different way than diplomats in the West do. We think in terms of win-win, in terms of compromise, but clearly Moscow, and I think also Tehran, look at negotiations as a way to advance their foreign policy and security interests. So we have to be very sober about how we go into these talks, whether it's the Trump administration or NATO or any other people who want to engage either Tehran or Moscow on such important questions.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I just wonder right now, Trump has also confirmed to the Wall Street Journal that he was informed about Israel's plans ahead of time. But he did call for Israel to not carry out the strikes days before. Why do you think we're seeing a change in position from the White House?
Well, I'm not really sure that's a change in the position. That sounded to me when I read it earlier this morning like Israel let the Americans know what they were going to do. Likely, as Trump said, he counseled them perhaps not to. So again, informing the Americans or informing the Ukrainians or whatever it might be, that's very different than actually planning the time, place, weaponry, strategy, and how an operation is being carried out. Those are quite different things. And the challenge for all sides here now is to take this incident, this episode, and now to convert it to a more constructive outcome on the negotiating table. And that's what I earnestly hope will happen now, both in Israel and Iran, and with the supporting of the United States and the West.
Donald Jensen there joining me. Thank you so much for your insights and all your knowledge. Pleasure to have you on the show on this updating story. A pleasure once again. Thank you. Riyadh Kawashi, back to you here in the studio. Donald Jensen, he says that Tehran deals with things very differently. Maybe the negotiations are seen differently in the West compared to how they're possibly seen in countries like that. But right now, what is the likelihood of any sort of deal between Iran and the US on this nuclear program? Or we're just moving to a different position now?
Well, I agree with the ambassador. The Iranians have a different rationale to the Americans or the West in general when it comes to how they weigh and calculate the win and loss equation. For them, it is about the foreign policy, it's about the prestige, the standing of Iran, how Iran will come out looking from these negotiations and from this agreement. Will Iran be able to come out and say we came out with gains and we have not lost? The sort of deal is not going to reduce the image or the standing of Iran regionally. That's how they think about things. It's not about transactional, especially with President Trump. It's about give and take, I give you something, you have to give me something in return. That's not the way the Iranians think and operate. And that's why it was like the dialogue of the deaf between the U.S. delegation and the Iranian delegation in the recent meetings. And we had this stalemate, both sides reached a dead end, and there was no progress in the negotiations. And right now, it's about Iran agreeing to the U.S. terms. That's what President Trump is anticipating, that these strikes and the fear of the possible collapse of the regime will drive the Iranian leaders to come and agree to the terms of the U.S.
Yeah, they're almost being pushed back into a wall in some respects. But Riyadh, who are Iran's allies in the region, or more widely, who does Iran have to call upon right now in the situation that it's in?
Iran, its policies, its interference in the affairs of many countries here in the region, sponsoring so many proxies, that led them to lose a lot of friends and grow a lot, have more enemies than friends, let's put it this way. Iran's allies basically were proxies. Mm-hmm. When we talk about the so-called axis of resistance, which Iran led, mm-hmm. it included the Syrian regime, which is gone now, mm-hmm. it's collapsed, included Hezbollah, included Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen, and the Iraqi Hashid militias. Mm-hmm. These are the allies of Iran. We don't have actual states, actual governments that are allies inside the region. Outside the region, you have North Korea, you have China, you have Russia. You have these countries that are the close allies. They benefit because they have the same competitor. I mean, Russia, China, it's the competition with the West, with the United States, and Iran was benefiting from this, doing business with them, able to sell oil to like India, to China, to Russia. So these were the allies or so-called friends the Iranians had relied on for quite a while. Now it is different. Things are changing or have changed over the past few months, especially the collapse of the Syrian regime. The Syrian regime was the bridge for Iran into the Arab world. That has collapsed now.
And what I actually found interesting is Hezbollah came out pretty early today and said that it wasn't going to almost back Iran in this situation. We heard from one of their proxies quite early on. But also, just right now, how vulnerable is Israel?
Israel, I cannot call a state that has the protection of the United States as vulnerable. Israel always wants to project that it is a vulnerable country and it is the victim and it needs the help from the West. But what we saw today was a country with so many capabilities, and it is the one that is driving the punches against a bigger country like Iran. So I would not call Israel as a vulnerable state. I would say that the government in Israel is in a vulnerable situation now, using all these wars to justify staying in power. So there are two different things we have over here. And this issue of having a government that is now using war as an objective is very problematic to the U.S. and a lot of the European countries and even regional countries.
Yeah, absolutely. Benjamin Netanyahu having a pretty hard week, didn't he? He had a vote of no confidence. He also appeared in court on a corruption trial. We know that he's going through at the moment. But really lovely and really good to have you on the show with me, Riyad Kawashi. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Al Arabiya English. Security expert there. Once again, thank you so much. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. We continue our coverage on Iran and Israel. Coming up next is Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora. And don't miss a special interview on our show GNT with Tom Burges Watson, featuring former US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Goodbye, and once again, thank you so much for joining Riyad and myself.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The Middle East is on the brink again. Israel is reportedly ready to strike Iran. Leaders there have threatened to hit back hard. All of this as the US and Iran prepare to meet for nuclear talks on Sunday. Are we heading for an all-out war, or will calmer heads prevail? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Iran's nuclear program is once again heating up tensions in the Middle East. 5 rounds of talks between Tehran and Washington have failed to calm the nerves. Ahead of round 6, There are reports that Israel isn't going to hold fire any longer. Are we closer than ever to a full-scale regional war? Stay with us for the debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The US is moving its non-essential staff out of military bases and embassies in Iraq, Bahrain and Kuwait, a sign it knows there's trouble brewing.
Well, they are being moved out because it could be a dangerous place, and we'll see what happens. But they are being, we've given notice to move out, and we'll see what happens.
Is there anything that can be done to dial the temperature down in the region?
They can't have a nuclear weapon. Very simple.
The US has been urging restraint from Israel during months of nuclear negotiations with Iran, but it seems Tel Aviv has run out of patience. There are reports it's ready to defy its #1 ally and launch a military operation against Iran. If it does, it's feared all bets are off. The tinderbox could explode. US-Iran nuclear talks have stalled over Tehran's enrichment program. It insists it's for civilian energy purposes and not weapons production. But for the first time in 20 years, the International Atomic Energy Agency has found Iran is not complying with its nuclear obligations. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if the region is closer than ever before to a broader war. Is Israel trying to drag the US into another conflict? And why shouldn't Iran be able to have nuclear weapons? To discuss rising tensions between Iran and Israel, the prospect of an all-out war and the upcoming nuclear talks, I'm joined by Anna Kasparian, journalist and host of The Young Turks, an independent American news outlet. Jasmine Al-Jamal is also joining us, a former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon, and Eylon Levy rounding out our panel, a former Israeli government spokesman. Thank you all for joining us here on Counterpoints. Tensions are on the rise again across the Middle East, and one small miscalculation risks plunging the whole region into chaos. There are various reports suggesting Israel is ready to strike Iran, and Iran has fired back and said it would respond forcefully if that was to happen. US President Donald Trump has also said something big could happen soon, and he's weighing his options of support, not to lead any Israeli strikes, but to perhaps assist in things including refueling. So, Eylon, let's start with you. Why do you think Israel is preparing to strike Iran at this point in time, when talks are about to take place? Why now?
Well, nobody wants war with Iran because war is bad, but nobody can afford a nuclear Iran because a nuclear Iran is worse. Israel does not want a war with Iran. Right now, Israel is calling for urgent international action to stop the illegal Iranian nuclear weapons program. But Israel is, of course, preparing for the option that diplomacy will fail, because the United States is demanding Iran cannot enrich uranium at all, block its path to a nuclear bomb. The Iranians are insisting on continuing to enrich uranium. They've already made enough for 10 nuclear bombs. So Israel is preparing for the possibility that talks may collapse and military option may be the last resort. And Israel has twice in history saved the world from authoritarian regimes on the cusp of nuclear weapons. 1981, it took out Saddam Hussein's nuclear reactor. 2007, it took out Bashar al-Assad's nuclear reactor. And I think the whole world is grateful now that Saddam Hussein and Bashar al-Assad do not have nuclear weapons.
Anna, let me ask you, I could see you smiling there as Eylon was talking. Do you think that the prospect of a conflict with Iran is less concerning than a nuclear Iran?
Well, first, I would like to ask whether you have any interest at all in fact-checking what your guest just said with a bald-faced lie about how Iran currently has enough enriched uranium to build 10 nuclear bombs. That is a lie.
Enough 60%
Literally no
enriched
evidence
uranium.
of that.
A short
Do not
technical
interrupt me,
hop from
because
90%.
I wanted to interrupt you and I didn't. I wanted to interrupt you and I didn't, even though you were lying. So
Well, you
allow
just
me to
accused me of being a
respond
liar, so I'll set the
to
record
your
straight.
dishonest claims, which are only meant to drag the United States
You don't
in
need to
yet
shout.
another
Everyone can hear
war
you.
in a Middle Eastern country on your behalf. Israel needs to fight its own wars, but Israel knows that it cannot fight against Iran. They want to do this strike. They want to do military operations in Iran in the middle of peace negotiations, diplomatic talks between the United States and Iran. Why do you think they want to do that? Iran had stopped enriching uranium. They stopped their nuclear program as a result of the Iran nuclear deal that was signed in 2015. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, was not happy with that deal because he wanted war with Iran. He wants regime change, and he wants the United States military to fight that war on behalf of Israel. It is unacceptable, and we're not falling for it again. You can go all the way back to 2012, and you can hear speeches featuring Netanyahu claiming that Iran was days away from developing a nuclear weapon. It was always a lie. It was a lie then. It's a lie now. And it's absolutely disgusting that more lives are on the line thanks to the lies that are being spewed by propagandists like Elon on outlets like this. You are a liar. We're not going to go to war on your behalf. Sorry. Move on.
All right, I'm going to bring in Jasmine in just a moment, but I'm going to let Elon respond to that before we bring Jasmine in.
Because your guest just accused me of being a liar, so I think I have a right to respond.
You are a liar.
Well, indeed. And just a moment, Anna. So that's Elon why I'm letting you respond.
Iran is now 1 week breakout time from getting nuclear weapons. This isn't me saying, it's not Netanyahu. It's the IAEA that says Iran already has enough 60% highly enriched uranium for 10 nuclear weapons. It's a short technical hop for 90%. There is no civilian purpose at all for having 60% highly enriched uranium. The only possible reason to have that enriched uranium is to build a nuclear weapon, and a nuclear weapon would be a threat not just for Israel, but for the whole Middle East, and yes, for the United States as well.
Okay, I'm going to bring in
the fact that Mossad has been traversing Europe and meeting with IAEA partners has nothing to do with their proclamation that Iran is such a big nuclear threat. But you want to know what I find to be a nuclear threat? Actually,
not really.
The country that's currently committing genocide in the Middle East, and that's Israel. You want to talk about their nuclear weapons?
Okay, pause that for a moment. We're going to come to that in a moment, Anna, but I want to bring in Jasmine here. What's your take on this? Do you think Iran does pose a serious threat? I mean, you've had a close working relationship with the Pentagon. Do you think that we are on the cusp now and that perhaps a war between these two powers is inevitable?
Well, look, no war is inevitable. Let me just start with that. I worked in the Obama administration, and I was in the Obama administration at the Pentagon when Obama negotiated the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. And certainly the deal has had its critics, and it did fall short in some areas. It didn't address Iran's malign influence in the region. It didn't address Iran's support for organizations like Hezbollah and Hamas and so on. But it did actually make some progress in getting these, all European countries getting a consensus, getting a diplomatic solution to what everyone agreed was a risk and a problem. And so what I want to just bring here, I want us to just look at the strategic picture in the region, because I think what everyone agrees on this panel is that no one wants war. What we're disagreeing on, I imagine, is whether striking Iran is going to prevent a war or is going to bring us even closer to an all-out regional war. Because Melinda, you said at the beginning of the program that we're one miscalculation away, and we have been for almost 2 years now, and in the past many times, one miscalculation away from war. Now, if you look at the broader strategic picture in the region, as Anna just mentioned, there is what by far a wall-to-wall consensus of genocide experts who are saying that what is happening in Gaza is a genocide.
That is not true.
Elon,
we'll come to that in a moment, Elon.
I'm not even going to go into my opinion here, but let me just finish because I did let you guys both talk for quite a bit without interrupting. So the regional picture is that Israel is mired in Gaza in what international human rights experts are agreeing is a genocide now. It has huge troubles at home. You've had Israelis protesting for almost 2 years now. And before that, let's remember, against Prime Minister Netanyahu's overreach and his attempts to meddle with the judiciary. So Israel is already isolated, it's already under pressure, and it can ill afford to be dragged into another war. But more important than that, for the first time in as long as I can remember, or as long as I've even been alive, Israel is surrounded by countries, states, that want to work with it to work towards a better future for the Middle East. For the first time, you have a government in Lebanon that is against Hezbollah and that is trying to do its part, according to the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, to make sure that Hezbollah's weapons in the south are brought in under the control of the state. You have a government in Syria that also, for the first time in decades, is saying loud and clear again and again, we don't want war with Israel. We want a peaceful region. We want to have talks with the Israelis. And indeed, some of those talks are ongoing. You have Egypt and Jordan and UAE and Bahrain who are actually in peace treaties with Israel. And want to help move it forward to a place of peace and security. Now, the only person in this picture that I'm painting that continues to insist on using war and violent force and unilateral cross-border attacks in sovereign countries is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And he is placing the entire region at risk because of his unwillingness to engage in diplomatic talks with people who are willing across the board to do so. So I just wanted to paint that broad strategic picture of what the region looks like right now and why choosing to reject diplomacy at this point, when so many opportunities are available for it, is putting not just Israelis and people in the region at danger, but as Anna said, U.S. lives as well. And that's not acceptable.
Okay, Elon, I want you to respond particularly to the comments that Jasmine's made about the fact that is this a deflection tactic from Prime Minister Netanyahu, and your reaction to the fact that this is a time where perhaps Israel is surrounded by neighbours, some neighbours, who do want to work with it. Why not exploit that positive aspect?
That positive dynamic of neighbours who want to work with Israel is thanks to Israel decapitating Hezbollah in Lebanon, paving the way for the fall of the Assad regime, for the first time allowing Lebanese and Syrian people to take back control of their country. And we desperately hope that they choose to make peace with Israel, because wars should end with peace, not a piece of paper. Israel's problem.
But Elon, I'm sorry, but you keep attacking them as they're trying to help you do that. You attack
Israel
Lebanon,
is still surrounded.
You attack Syria,
Israel
so
is
you're
still
not even
surrounded
giving them the
by
chance.
countries and militias that do not accept that Israel has a right to exist at all. The positive voices that we have been hearing from Lebanon and Syria, very cautious, none of them have said outright they're willing to recognize the state of Israel, are positive. But you know what would undermine any movement towards regional peace in the Middle East? A nuclear Iran. Because if Tehran is able to build nuclear weapons, it will be able to bully the region, to rebuild Hezbollah, to reestablish an influence in Syria, to embolden the Houthi pirates in Yemen who have been firing ballistic missiles at Israel every single day. And smaller countries like Bahrain, like the UAE, instead of being able to move towards greater peace and integration, are going to be looking over their shoulder at the nuclear bully in Tehran. And that is why a nuclear Iran is a threat to Middle East peace. And if we want to see a future of regional integration, like I do, of peace with Lebanon and Syria, they have to be freed once and for all from the clutches of the Iranian regime. And if Iran gets nuclear weapons, it will keep them under its claws.
Anna, let me ask you then, off the back of what Elon has said, I mean, yes, there are some countries that are now more perhaps amenable in some sense to Israel, but is that not because Israel has shown force? Tehran has promised in the past to wipe Israel off the map. So isn't it understandable that Israel wants to take those security concerns seriously?
Israel wants regime change in Iran, and they want to maybe consider expanding, in my opinion, outside of just annexing or taking over Gaza and the West Bank, which they've just announced that they're going to build 22 new illegal settlements in. They've annexed a portion of Syria, as we know. They've attempted to annex a portion of Lebanon. There's one aggressor in that region, and that aggressor is the country of Israel. I mean, there's endless evidence of it. And quite frankly, it makes me sick to my stomach to consistently hear the same tired lies that we've heard over and over again from the mouths of people like Levy, who has absolutely no interest in peace in that region. They want to take over more land in that region. And I think it's pretty clear. It's abundantly clear.
Elon, you were nodding your head when Anna started those comments. Does Israel want regime change in Tehran? Are they unwilling to work with the current leaders and they want to change from the top?
Israel wants peace with Iran. Israelis look back fondly at a time when there were flights between Tel Aviv and Tehran. But Iran is now controlled by a radical Islamist regime that leads crowds in chants of death to America and death to Israel. And the lesson we've learned from history is that when people say they're coming to kill us, we believe them. And when they're trying to get the weapons to commit an actual genocide, to wipe us off the map, you have to stop them. So Israel wants to see a future in which the brave Iranian people who are standing up for democracy, standing up for human rights against the brutal oppressive regime, those people are able to govern their country. And the regime that is chanting death to America and death to Israel cannot bully the region, cannot fill it with proxy forces armed to the teeth with ballistic missiles anymore. So, you know, if the Iranian regime wants to change its stripes tomorrow and embrace peace with Israel, we're all for it. But since that's not going to happen, of course Israel would rather see a peaceful and democratic Iran than the theocratic regime that's currently in power, choosing to undermine and subvert Middle Eastern countries, filling them with proxy armies like Hamas, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis.
Jasmine, what do you think of those comments?
Look, I mean, I think that Elon is predicating his entire argument on an assumption that is unproven, which is the fact that A, Iran wants a nuclear weapon, B, wants to use it to wipe Israel off the map. I mean, I think that those words came from Ahmadinejad, who I don't know if anyone else here has seen him. I certainly haven't seen a peep out of him in a really long time. He's not in government. The last time I checked, and he's not in charge of anything. So you're predicating your argument, in my opinion, on an assumption that is baseless. We don't have any reason to believe that what you're describing
death to Israel. It's not a metaphor. They mean it.
The fact is, Elon, I just want to keep coming back to the fact and the point that none of us want a nuclear war in the Middle East. The question is, how do we make sure that doesn't happen? Now, the issue is that the Trump administration came into office in January. We're now barely in June. So you're expecting negotiations over an issue that goes to the heart of Iran and the US and Israel, really complicated negotiations. You're not even giving them 6 months. You want to go in and just bomb your way out of this pickle that you think you're in.
I did not say that.
Just let Yasmin finish, Elon, and then we'll move on.
Israel wants
You're advocating for a military...
because you're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. Israel wants
appear...
diplomacy to succeed. It's preparing for the possibility that it might fail.
You want diplomacy to succeed, but you're not giving it a chance to succeed. And if you were giving it a chance to succeed, you wouldn't be rattling your saber every 5 minutes saying, we're going to strike, we're going to strike. The fact is that a strike, an Israeli strike against Iran, I cannot overstate how reckless and dangerous that would be if Iran decided to retaliate proportionally. You're putting the entire region, human beings' lives at risk. And I know that everybody on this panel cares about human lives. Iran doesn't just have the capability... Iran,
I think you and I do for sure.
But let me just, you know, because I think this is important when we talk about the scale of the risk, Melinda. Iran doesn't only have the capability and these missiles, these ballistic missiles with more, you know, with 2,000-pound bombs on them. It doesn't just have those capabilities to strike Israel directly. It also has the ability. I was living in D.C. I remember when Iranian agents tried to assassinate the ambassador to Saudi Arabia. They have the ability to to respond asymmetrically in the U.S., across Europe, across the Middle East. I mean, is this what we want to risk? Instead of giving diplomacy a chance to work. And last thing I'll say is, trust me, if the American government knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Iran was on the verge of getting nuclear weapons, we wouldn't even be on this panel having this conversation right now. The U.S. wouldn't wait for Israel to strike. They would do it. So that should tell you something also about where we actually are versus what people are saying we are.
So that's an interesting point, because it brings us to our second segment about diplomacy, about talks. President Trump likes to portray himself as this ultimate peacemaker, and he says he has no interest in starting or perpetuating wars that have no America First benefits. But the US is unlikely to sit on the sidelines if a war does break out between Israel and Iran, something which Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu is very well aware of, and maybe he's utilising that as part of Israel's strategy. Elon, is Israel trying to force the US into this conflict?
No, Israel doesn't want to force the US into a conflict, but I think there is a good cop, bad cop routine here. Because the only leverage that the United States has right now to get a nuclear deal when Iran is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon is the threat of military action. I was surprised to hear Jasmine saying that if Iran were really on the cusp of nuclear weapons, the US would absolutely go and use the military option. It's not clear to me that the US would do that. It's not clear to me that the US would prefer to attack Iran's nuclear facilities than to allow Iran to go nuclear. But for Israel, it is considered existential. It was existential when Saddam Hussein was on the brink of nuclear weapons. It was existential when the Assad regime was on the brink of nuclear weapons. And it would be existential if the regime that is chanting death to America, death to Israel, and has enough 60% enriched uranium for 10 nuclear bombs were able to weaponize that and turn that into nuclear weapons. So look, everyone wants diplomacy to succeed. Israel is saying we want the international community to take firm, urgent action against Iran's non-compliance right now. But if diplomacy fails, and Iran is indeed a whisker away from converting that into a nuclear weapon, getting that 90% uranium, then Israel is going to be with its back against the wall. And no one needs to tell us what the risks are going to be. I had to run to a bomb shelter when the Iranian regime fired ballistic missiles at us last April and last October.
Yes. Poor
all
Levy.
of my neighbors and all my
country
friends had
is
to run
carrying
to
out
ballistic.
the slaughter of innocent children in Gaza and the West Bank.
I can't even hear
Please.
you right now because I'm trying to
talk. You're such a victim, Levy. You're such a victim. Yes. I can't stomach
okay,
these lies.
Wait your turn.
I really can't.
I understand.
Anna, just let Elon finish, and then we'll bring you in.
I can't.
You can wait your turn.
It literally makes me sick.
You can wait your turn.
It literally makes me sick. The lies.
Believe me, the
sick.
nausea is absolutely mutual. I'd never heard of you before, but the nausea is absolutely mutual. I had to run to a bomb shelter when Iran was firing ballistic missiles at Israel, and I will have to run to a missile shelter where I won't be able to have internet connection to continue giving interviews if Iran attacks us.
Stop committing genocide.
But a nuclear Iran would be the worst option, not only for Israel, but also for all the nations
Israel
in the Middle
currently
East that
is
are desperate to break free from the yoke of the Iranian regime.
Okay, Anna, go ahead.
Just full of lies. I mean, I can show you videos dating back to 1996 in which Benjamin Netanyahu is testifying before Congress to say that there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. They were lobbying for us to invade Iraq all the way back to 1996. So to the international community, to my fellow Americans, please do not fall for the same lies again. My heart breaks for all the innocent lives that will be lost. My heart breaks for the American soldiers who are going to risk their lives on behalf of this country that is obviously lying to us right now. It is going to be a complete and utter disaster. And if you think that beating Iran or doing regime change in Iran is going to be a cakewalk, consider the fact that it has far greater landmass than Iraq does. 90 million people, far more military capability than Iraq ever had. And we couldn't even defeat the Houthis in Yemen. You think we're going to be able to beat Iran So many people are going to die. It's going to be a disaster. Don't fall for his lies, please. I'm begging you all to read into it and research it yourself. If you take what the Israelis are saying at face value, you're going to walk into complete death and destruction.
Jasmine, what do you make of those two comments?
Listen, I can tell you, I have been in Middle East policy, either in the region, in government, now outside the government, for over 20 years. And I can tell you without exaggeration that every single time we have tried to solve a problem or a challenge in the Middle East with brute force and without diplomacy, without addressing the root causes of the issues, it has come back to bite us tenfold. The Iraq invasion that Anna was just talking about birthed ISIS, and it took years for that to do so. And we all know the impact that ISIS had on Europe, on the region, on the US. I mean, we're still fighting it today. And so I have never seen a problem or a challenge that was solved militarily that didn't create more problems that we also chose to solve militarily. It is a stupidity, it is insanity to do the same thing over and over again and to expect a different reaction. We are talking about human lives that are at risk right now because one person, Benjamin Netanyahu, refuses to let diplomacy have a chance. He is at every opportunity trying to meddle in other countries' affairs and trying to stop diplomacy from happening. This is not an attack against a country or a people. I say it every day on my social media, any chance I get. This is about a man who's in charge of a country, who is maniacal, who absolutely wants to just shut down any opportunity for peace, any opportunity for diplomacy to survive politically. Benjamin Netanyahu depends on war to survive politically. Think about how cynical that is, to put other people's lives at risk, not only his own countrymen and women, in order to survive politically. It's so sinister.
Hang on. You just said that if Iran were on the brink of nuclear weapons, you believe that the United States would activate a military option itself. And then you said that actually a military option isn't going to work and you have to try diplomacy. You know, I'm old enough to remember when the Clinton administration tried to solve the North Korean nuclear crisis with diplomacy. They failed, and now North Korea is nuclear. Either a military option is viable as a last resort,
Israel,
or it is not.
So
you
is
seem
Israel.
to think that a
Israel
military
has
option
nuclear
would be
weapons.
viable.
Why are
if
you
the
allowed
United
to have?
States,
I mean,
you
if
seem to think that the United States would be able to activate a military option at a weapon of last resort if diplomacy fails, and then say that Israel shouldn't activate it if diplomacy fails. We're talking about a last resort if the talks collapse and Iran remains a nuclear threshold state. That is a dangerous future for a region that would prevent any possibility of peace and normalization with the countries that are currently just starting to break free from decades of Iranian oppression.
They're trying to break free from decades of Iranian oppression, Elon, but they are unable to break free from continued Israeli oppression. So first of all, if you're so concerned about these
Israel would
countries in the Middle
accept peace with Lebanon and Syria.
Just let Yasmin finish there, Elon.
Sorry, because the Lebanese armed forces time and again have said we are trying our best to abide by the ceasefire, to go in, to get Hezbollah's weapons. The last military strike that Israel did in southern Lebanon, the LAF went through the tripartite mechanism, asked to go see this place that the Israeli military said had Hezbollah weapons depots. The first time they checked it, they couldn't find anything. The second time they said, let us double check it before you strike. The Israelis wouldn't allow them to do so. But that's not what we're arguing about right now. We are saying that what you're saying is that if as a last resort, this military strike should happen by Israel. What do you define as last resort? 4 months of attempted diplomacy? How long did it take for the JCPOA to be negotiated? We are talking about months and months of important work that needs to be done, sensitive work that needs to be done, and it is being done. This is now the 6th round of talks that's going to happen between Iran and the US on Sunday. That is progress. Let it continue.
Sure, but if I could therefore explain the diplomatic timetable, the restrictions that were temporarily placed in the context of the JCPOA are set to expire in the fall. And that means that unless something dramatic happens and a new deal takes its place, the possibility for snapback sanctions is going to expire in just a few months. So if diplomacy fails just before the possibility for snapback sanctions also expires, while Iran remains a nuclear nuclear threshold state with enough highly enriched uranium for 10 nuclear weapons, then that is a last resort, definitely given the limited window of opportunity now before Iran is able to reestablish its stranglehold on the region, and while Lebanon and Syria are so bravely fighting off that Iranian oppression.
Anna, I want to bring you in here.
Can I ask Levy a question?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I am curious. So my question to you, Levy, is this. You know, you feel strongly about, doing military strikes in Iran. Fair enough. Would you feel as strongly, would you be lobbying as aggressively as you're lobbying right now to do strikes in Iran if the United States took a stand and said, we will provide absolutely no taxpayer money to fund the weapons for that war, and we will not commit to any military assistance to Israel as they try to carry out this war? Would you still want to do it?
A nuclear Iran that chants death to Israel
answer the question.
Is an existential threat to my country. I do not want war with Iran. I do not want a strike on Iran.
You do want war with Iran. Don't stop lying about that.
To succeed.
Would you still pursue that war?
I'm sorry, you asked me a question and you keep haranguing me.
And you're not
maybe
answering
bite your
it.
tongue and let me
You're not
answer.
answering it.
I do not want a war with Iran. I cannot afford a nuclear Iran because it would be an existential threat to my country and place everyone here under the specter of a hostile regime with weapons of mass destruction in living memory of the last genocide of the Jewish people. So if Israel's back is against the wall, it will take the action that it has to in order to eliminate existential threats. And we expect to do that with the support of our allies who understand that when Israel eliminates these dangerous threats, it is standing up for the free world and protecting their interests in the region as well.
I just want to remind Elon, though, as we're talking about this idea about diplomacy failing, I just want to remind everyone that it was Donald Trump that pulled out of the JCPOA. Iran negotiated a deal before. Iran never left the deal. So what makes you think that Iran won't sign another deal after intense negotiations to get the best deal that they can? They never left a deal in the first place. So what's this? Where is this coming from?
The question is, what is in the deal? Does the deal leave a pathway open for Iran to build nuclear weapons? Can it hold on to its highly enriched uranium? Can it continue to retain the ability to enrich uranium that in future, when it is more powerful and spies a window of opportunity, it can use to build nuclear weapons? We need a deal that eliminates Iran's nuclear program. It's been done before. It was done with Libya, where diplomacy succeeded, and they dismantled Libya's nuclear program. And if diplomacy works and Iran agrees to that, great. I'll be the first one to cheerlead it. But at the moment, the US's red lines do not match Iran's red lines because Iran is demanding that it remain a nuclear threshold state that can enrich its own uranium when it has already enriched so much more at such high levels that have absolutely no civilian justification. The only possible reason to have so much 60% uranium is to build a nuclear bomb.
You've been in government. I've been in government. We both know that that's how negotiations start. You have two parties on opposite ends of a spectrum, and negotiations get them to a position that both of them can swallow, that both of them can accept. That is what negotiations are for, Elon. Not war, not strikes, negotiations.
And I hope they succeed.
Anna, last word from you before we move on to our next segment.
Nuclear bomb is closed off.
I just think it would be a huge mistake for the United States to get involved in yet another regime change war in the Middle East. Americans are sick of it. We have our own problems in our own country. We provide Israel billions of dollars every single year, no questions asked, for their defense. We provided them with, the Iron Dome. They get endless support from the United States, sometimes to the detriment of the American people. And it would be ridiculous to get dragged into another war that does not need to to even begin. And I totally agree. We can pursue diplomatic means. If we're going to have a problem with Iran enriching enough uranium to provide energy to their people, we should maybe reconsider whether or not we're okay with Israel being a nuclear power, which, if you notice, Levy refused to even acknowledge for good reason. Thank you for having me on the show.
It's a very, very timely point, Anna, because that brings us exactly onto our final segment. Israel is widely believed to have possessed nuclear weapons since the 1960s, but it has never officially declared its weapons program. It's the only country of the 9 sovereign states in possession of nuclear weapons to maintain such a level of ambiguity, of this opaque veil over their nuclear program. Elon, let me ask you then, if Israel is happy to fly under the radar, why should Iran have to be held to a higher standard? Why shouldn't it have nuclear weapons if Israel's allowed to have them and not declare them?
Iran is threatening the existence of a sovereign state. It leads crowds in chants of death to Israel. It surrounded Israel with a ring of fire of proxy armies like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis that have rained hundreds, thousands of ballistic missiles on this country in recent years. Iran is an aggressor, revisionist state that is attempting to expand control in the Middle East and place it under its thumb, while Israel is trying to reach peace and normalization accords with other sovereign states. So the Iranian nuclear bomb would be a threat for the whole region. It would be a threat for the whole world because the Houthi pirates who are currently shooting missiles at ships in the Red Sea would come under the protection of a nuclear power that is going to seek to metastasize inside Lebanon, inside Syria, inside Iraq, subvert these countries from within. And if Iran gains nuclear weapons, it would be unstoppable. And an Iranian-dominated Middle East would be a direct threat to Europe and beyond.
Anna, let me ask you that same question. Why shouldn't Iran have nuclear weapons?
Well, I think in the case of Israel, it would be a lot more difficult to, carry out some of the acts and cheerlead for the types of wars that they've been able to drag the United States into in the Middle East. Nuclear weapons can be seen as a deterrent, as has kind of been the case in this war in Ukraine. Part of the reason why the United States and Ukraine has to be incredibly careful is because of the fact that Russia is, in fact, a nuclear power. In that particular case, Ukraine giving up their nuclear weapons in the 1990s at our behest ended up really being not a great idea for Ukraine, because that deterrent could have really helped them in this particular case. Now, once Iran has possession of a nuclear weapon, it's a lot more difficult for Israel to manufacture the consent necessary to invade that country. I think that's really at the heart of this. But I would love for Iran to not have nuclear weapons. I would love for Israel. I didn't interrupt you, even though your disgusting lies were spewed endlessly.
This is ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. I'm telling the truth. And here's the thing. There aren't a lot of American journalists who have been willing to tell
in a region of
as
sovereign
openly and honestly
states
as I'm doing, and you guys
Israel
can't stand
wants
it. I get
to
it.
live
I get
in
it.
peace.
It's really difficult.
You don't need
because
to
you guys
keep
just let
making
Anna
people
finish,
think
Elon,
we
then we'll
have
come
wars.
to you.
Well, let me finish. Yeah, I know it hurts your feelings. I know it's difficult for me to explain exactly what the Israeli government's plans are, what they have dragged us into in the past. I just want to note one other thing. Not too long ago, I think it was last month, as international diplomats from Europe actually were in the occupied area of Jenin specifically, the IDF fired bullets at them. And by the way, later took responsibility of the fact that they fired bullets at them. That seems like terroristic activity. Why was that okay? And why have we not heard about the consequences that those IDF soldiers faced, if any at all, after they decided to fire rounds at international diplomats as they were visiting Jenin?
In that particular incident, there was a misunderstanding because the diplomats had agreed and approved the route with the army and then diverted from it in an active battle zone. But I have to push back against this really crazy accusation, as if you're trying to find my little horns on my head here. Israel wants peace and normalization in the region. Israel would like nothing more than peace agreements tomorrow with Lebanon, with Syria, with Iraq, with Yemen. They do not want peace with Israel. Israelis were overjoyed when the Abraham Accords happened, and Morocco and Bahrain and the UAE made peace with Israel. And we were hoping that Saudi Arabia would be next. And then what happened? Hamas invaded on October 7th, brutally massacred 1,200 people, took 251 hostages in an attempt to foil peace in the Middle East. This Iranian-funded, trained proxy militia launched the opening shot of a regional war against Israel in order to prevent the positive dynamic of peace and normalization in the region. We want to see that continue. For that to continue, Iran cannot have nuclear weapons one way or another, preferably diplomacy.
Can we talk about all the funding sources for Hamas? Because if I remember correctly,
if diplomacy
facilitated the funding of Hamas.
The
Am I
problem
correct?
with cutting me off is that I can't actually hear you while I'm speaking. So if you let me finish speaking, I will be able to hear your interruption. Israel wants peace and normalization in the region. Iran is trying to put the whole region under its imperial foot. That is the key difference.
Okay, to keep things on track, I'm going to ask a question to Yasmin. If you were Iran and you've seen the way Israel has behaved to you in the past, you see the way that the US has behaved, would you trust that they're going to lift sanctions if you sign up to this nuclear deal? If you were Iran, wouldn't you want to develop nuclear weapons to protect yourself?
I mean, you don't have to try very hard to put yourself in any country's shoes to answer that question. If you just look at what's been happening over the last few months, every time that Israel enters into a ceasefire agreement, it reneges on its responsibilities. In January, when the Trump administration came in and pushed a deal through between Hamas and Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu balked when it came time to negotiating phase 2. And this is not according to my personal opinion. This is from Israeli negotiators who are in Doha, who are privy to these conversations. It is a well-known fact, and Benjamin Netanyahu has stated it clearly. I mean, we can all read the Israeli press. It's translated into English. He doesn't want to abide by any ceasefires. Same thing in Lebanon. There was a ceasefire. Israel was supposed to withdraw from Lebanese territory. It still holds 5 locations in southern Lebanon in violation of that ceasefire. So we don't have to guess, what Israel would do if an agreement was signed. We already see what it's doing. I think the biggest problem here, and I've seen this both inside and outside of government, is that Israel, unfortunately, when Elon says that Israel wants peace, I believe that Israelis want peace. But when Elon says that this Israeli government wants peace, they want peace for them, not peace for everybody. They want to make sure that no one attacks them, but that they have the ability to attack people and countries whenever they feel like it. They hold themselves to a different standard, and they hold other countries to different standards than they hold themselves. Israel conducted its nuclear program in secret and then said, well, we're not going to talk about it, but they have a nuclear program. It was conducted in secret because they said we're faced with threats all around us. Well, Iran can say the same thing. It can say we're faced with a threat from Israel. Look at how it's acting all throughout the region. We'd better protect ourselves with a nuclear weapon. But lastly, I want to say, and this is to me something that I think is really important and pervades the way that Israel and also Western countries deal with the Middle East. It's quite dehumanizing and it's quite racist to think that everybody around you is incapable of acting like rational human beings, when in fact you're the one who's acting irrationally, according to every person, every military strategy. Excuse me, I'm just saying, when it comes to Prime Minister Netanyahu, when it comes to this government's strategic plans and their implementation in Gaza, you have Israeli military generals, you have former U.S. secretaries of defense who are saying that this makes absolutely no strategic sense. You have an opportunity, just to come full circle to what I started with, a historic opportunity in the region where most of the countries in the region want to work together towards peace. And you're choosing the same old, tired, ineffective military solutions that are never actually solutions.
Let's have peace.
I
Well, you
think
gotta
we can all
stop
agree
killing
on
children
that,
in
Elon.
Gaza
I think what
first.
we're seeing is that the Prime Minister of Israel is not interested in peace. And everyone is talking about Iran, 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 but we're not talking about the fact that Israel has slapped every outstretched hand that has been stretched out in its direction for the last 2 years, ever since what... Look, you can't deny that. If you want to deny that, I want to hear what you have to say.
Netanyahu was expecting. No, I'm sorry. Look, I don't speak for the government. Okay, but Netanyahu
I didn't say
was
you are. We're
expecting-
talking about what's happening in the
Netanyahu was
region right
expecting the crowning achievement of his premiership and his legacy to be a peace accord with Saudi Arabia. He sees peace with the UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco as some of the biggest achievements of his time in power.
But instead, his legacy is going to be genocide, Elon. That's done. That ship has sailed.
Of course, we don't want Iranian proxy armies on our borders to have the ability to fire ballistic missiles, invade our cities, and butcher people at will. Of course, Israel wants peace. And if Lebanon
weakening
wants peace,
Lebanon
it
and
should-
Syria-
it
Jasmine,
should
we'll
be
just let
peace
Elon respond and then we'll
negotiations
come back to you.
immediately. If Syria wants peace, it should have peace negotiations immediately. They will find a willing Israeli partner.
I mean, we can just see that's not true. I don't know what to say when we can actually see with our own eyes.
Why do you
that
think
that's not
Israel would want to be surrounded by countries that don't recognize it and don't accept its existence and are a state of war with it? We've been in a state of war with our neighbors since
That's exactly my
1948
question. Why
because
would
they
it want to
refused
continue doing
recognize
this?
Israel. Of course, we want them to get over their historical hump and move forward to a future of peace and reconciliation. We're waiting for them to get stuck out of the past.
Anna,
they are
what's your take on it?
Yes. I'm just, listen, this is very simple. The country that is currently carrying out a genocide and the illegal annexation of the West Bank, building more illegal settlements. You need to stop interrupting me when I'm saying something.
Elon, let Anna respond and then we'll come to you for the final word before we wrap up.
I don't believe Israel wants peace. Israel's behavior over the last year and a half gives me every indication that they're not interested in peace. They are carrying out the slaughter of innocent people, both in Gaza and the West Bank. They're doing it with absolutely no brakes in that car. And it's unacceptable that U.S. taxpayers are bankrolling that genocide. It gives me a great deal of shame to know that. But unfortunately, our politicians here are bought. I do wonder what exactly our politicians would actually think if they weren't bought by lobbying groups like AIPAC, for instance. But alas, we have corruption baked into our political system. And as a result, the American people and civilians in the Middle East have to suffer on behalf of the Israeli government.
Elon, final response from you, and then we'll wrap.
Yeah. I mean, Anna, with this deranged conspiratorial thinking, is trying to manufacture consent for political violence against Jews and Israelis around the world by framing Israel as genocidal. We
one-trick
were
ponies,
attacked
always the same
on October
argument.
7th with a brutal massacre in which people were mowed down at a music festival and children were burned alive in their homes. And in response, Israel is
doesn't give you
fighting a war
justification to
in the
carry out
most
a genocide.
difficult
Sorry.
urban battlefield possible, where Hamas has dug tunnels under schools and homes and even hospitals. Mohammed Sinwar was hiding under the emergency department of the European hospital in Gaza. So is that destruction?
That still doesn't
Yes, of
give you the
course.
right
It's
to
because
bomb
the
it,
government
Elon,
of
by the way.
Gaza placed
That
its
still doesn't
military
give you the
bases
right to
under
bomb it.
civilian areas. It should free the hostages.
We
and surrender.
can't get too bogged down
You
in
guys don't
Israel,
care about
Gaza,
hostages.
because
Stop
that's a
pretending.
whole other show. Elon, if you could just focus your final comments on the Israel-Iran situation, and then we'll leave it there.
I hope that diplomacy succeeds in preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And then I hope that Iranians are able to build a democracy in their country and that we can have peace between Israel and Iran.
Indeed, I wish we had more time to continue this debate because it's been really illuminating and we have appreciated everyone's input, but unfortunately we have to leave it there. Thank you very much to Anna Kasparian, journalist and host of The Young Turks, Jasmine Al-Jamal, a former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon, and Elon Levy, a former Israeli government spokesman. Your contribution here at Counterpoints is very valued. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And as always, thanks to you at home for watching Counterpoints here on Al Arabiya English. To watch all the latest debates and interviews and avoid missing out, subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. You can follow us also on X and TikTok. Thanks for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up on today's programme, we're going to be taking an in-depth look at the potential of a thriving Saudi real estate sector backed by policy reform and how it's driving a transformation in housing needs right across the kingdom. We'll be hearing from the Saudi housing minister and also catching up with the CEO of an international real estate firm with roots in Saudi Arabia. Plus, the Riyadh Metro, which only began operations a few months ago, is doing more than just connecting destinations. We'll be finding out how it's impacting the lives of the citizens of Riyadh. Hello and a very warm welcome. Let's kick off with our main story, which is, of course, tracking changes in Saudi Arabia's real estate and analysing how this sector is managing to attract local and foreign investors. Well, recently, the Saudi Minister of Municipalities and Housing, Majid Al-Khugail, said that the capital, Riyadh, needs 130,000 houses a year to keep up with demand. Well, he made that comment to Al Arabiya's business channel during the launch of Cityscapes Global in London. Well, that event saw 100 international companies and investment funds managing projects with assets exceeding $4.4 trillion US. Well, as the kingdom undergoes a rapid economic transformation, there is an immediate demand for quality, world-class housing to accommodate the talent influx. Well, speaking on the sidelines of that event in London, the Saudi minister told Al Arabiya senior reporter Karina Kamel about sustainability growing the sector and while successfully scaling foreign investor appetite at the same time. Let's listen in.
I would like to start by asking you about Vision 2030 and to what extent is the real estate sector in Saudi Arabia having an impact or contributing to the goals of diversifying the economy and indeed achieving the social transformation that is part of Vision 2030?
Real estate, all of us knows it's a foundation for every project. If you look to the diversity of the Vision 2030, you can see many sectors, tourism, for example, housing, for example, industrial, sports, etc. So the ecosystem of Saudi Arabia, when it comes to real estate, was one of the focus to ensure that the quality of deploy or engaging or even developing, it is within the international best standard, and that's what we have done during Vision 2030 and what we have reached until now.
Growth has been phenomenal in the real estate sector, both in terms of the actual activity but also prices. What do you think is fueling this momentum we're seeing in growth in the sector?
It's the Vision 2030, and the demand is not locally, but it's also globally, also the ecosystem of investment in Saudi Arabia and the regulation that has been developed a few years ago made Saudi one of the easy doing business to be ranked one of the top. Plus that the concentrate or the focus for all government, like e-government, like the technology and the innovation in Saudi Arabia, that's helped to fuel all that. But don't forget, Saudi, it's a young population, and that's made and young and adaptation of the international standards made the offering be diversified as well as the demand itself.
Exactly, and I wanted to ask you about that, because how do you make sure that this kind of growth that you're seeing is indeed sustainable in the longer term?
First is when it comes to the development, we ensure that the development quality, it's at very following the sustainabilities and the standards itself. When it comes to the mortgage, we have a responsible lending that makes sure that people, when they borrow, to do that. We have invested a lot on supply-demand control to make sure always that this does not, we don't want to oversupply, but also we don't want to be under to do that. So how we always looking to the ecosystem of supply-demand. Also, we are bringing our cities to be more for a human, for the people who live in the city, not the cars itself. So we are revisiting the accessibility, for example, within 800 meters to the public space, etc. This kind of quality ensure the sustainability of the development and ensure that this will last longer, inshallah.
And just a final question, can you give us a sense, we're here in London, you're meeting with lots of investors, can you give us a sense, how do you gauge foreign investor appetite for investing in the sector in Saudi Arabia?
I think Saudi reputation globally now, when you go everywhere in any event or any in the world, Saudi becomes one of the countries that most of people look to it. Not necessarily invest, but at least look to it and become one of the consideration. I think a lot of our effort from our colleagues in the investment ministry, a lot of engagement that made the habitat is quite high. We are very happy and with what we see as year after year from the engagement that we see and from discussing. Now we see a lot of international companies in Saudi Arabia, and that gives us more confidence to really continue this dialogue with the international investors.
Okay, and that was the Saudi Housing and Municipalities Minister Majid Al Khogal speaking to Al Arabiya there. Let's cross now to Ali Raza, who is the strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company, who joins us this week from Perth. Ali, great to have you with us. You were listening in there. What stood out as far as you were concerned?
Well, Tom, there's two things there, I think. First, we have spoken about on a number of occasions the diversity, depth and interconnectedness of the various components within the Vision 2030 program. And the Housing Sector Development Program is one of the 11 programs of Vision 2030. And what His Excellency, the Minister, just shared in the interview was, when he was asked what is driving all of this growth, he spoke about the diversity of Vision 2030. And I think this is the critical point. And a second piece I'll attach there is his comments at the end about the fact that wherever you go in the world now, Saudi Arabia is taking center stage as a destination for investment, tourism, industry. There's a lot of excitement around the region. And the driving force, I think, behind this sector is the breadth of initiatives that are underway to develop industry, to attract foreign investors, to provide elevated living standards, to provide investment opportunities, to ease the regulatory burden. So the culmination of all these initiatives, I think, that have been underway for the last few years are now starting to come to fruition, and real estate, like many others, is another sector that's benefiting from it.
And just tell us about the real estate sector and put it into context for us. How significant is it as a percentage of GDP for the kingdom?
Well, Tom, it's nearly 10% of GDP, and the GDP is also growing rapidly. We have to remember that. So it's a sizable sum, and arguably the second largest sector of the kingdom. But even more importantly, perhaps, is the fact that real estate is not just about homes or buildings. Real estate is underpinned by such an enormous base of mid-market enterprises and companies, trades businesses, services businesses that are often the backbone of an economy. So the first degree consequence is a direct contribution to GDP, and we expect that this number will rise substantially by 2030 and beyond. And the second degree consequences, and the very critical, important consequences here, I think, are the industries that the real estate sector is supporting. As part of the housing sector development program, one of the targets was to increase home ownership to north of 70% among Saudis. Now, it was around 50% in 2016. As of last year, it's now upwards of 64%. So we've already seen rapid growth in the area. Now, when you consider the population of the country, a 10 to 20% increase in home ownership and all the industries it supports, as I said, from trades, services to the construction enterprises to the real estate agencies that are involved, the developers, financial firms, this is a sizable chunk. This is a huge economic impact to the baseline on which we started just less than 10 years ago.
Okay, so we're talking about a really significant sector here. Ali, stay with us. We'll be back with you for some more analysis in just a moment. Well, let's stay with our main story. And one real estate firm that has a storied presence in the kingdom is Dar Al Arqam, based in Riyadh since 1994. It's currently among the largest developers by market value in the kingdom. Well, after listing on the Saudi Stock Exchange in 2007, its ambitions soared outside the kingdom with the establishment of Dar Global. Dar Global was founded in 2017 as the international arm of the Saudi giant. And Dar Global now boasts partnerships with some major brands, including the Trump Organization. Well, let's find out more now. We can speak to Ziad Al-Shar, who is the CEO of the real estate developer Dar Global, which started in Saudi Arabia and which was the first Saudi company to succeed in listing on the primary market in the UK. Mr. Al-Shar, thank you very much for coming to see us here at Al Arabiya.
Thank you.
As things stand right now, you've got 2.8 billion Saudi riyals worth of projects in Saudi Arabia. Amongst them, there's the Trump Tower in Jeddah, two other collaborations with the Trump brand in Riyadh. Before we talk about all of that, could you just start by telling us a little bit about how Dar Global has grown into what it is today?
Of course. So our parent company is the well-known Saudi company called Dar Al Arqam, listed on Tadawul since 2008. So we've set out in approximately after the pandemic to start a global arm to develop real estate projects in international cities. So these are cities that have demand from at least 40 to 50 nationalities. So we started in the neighboring cities. We went to Dubai, we went to Ras Al Khaimah, we went to Muscat, we went to Doha. And then we went after European ventures. We went to London, we went to the south of Spain, 4 cities in the south of Spain. And we started looking at other opportunities. And thank you for mentioning, we were the first Saudi company to be able to list on the primary market in London in February 2023. And this gave more independence to Dar Global and gave us more scope to do more collaborations globally.
And yet, you've got this you are an international entity. And you've got at least, as I mentioned, a couple of projects planned in Saudi Arabia. So you seem to have done a bit of a U-turn and gone back to where you started.
So our specialty is luxury real estate in international cities. And then last year in March, Saudi announced the opening up of the market for international investors, which was news to everybody. And at the same time, the Saudi government has been investing heavily in the last 6 or 7 years on promoting Saudi as a destination for investment, as a destination for tourism, as a destination for living. So when this law came out last March, we were very much motivated to take our business model of going after international customers to enter a foreign market, and at the same time to take our luxury offering into Saudi.
Okay, what is it about the Saudi market that makes it an attractive place for real estate investors?
You see, this is where it gets very interesting, because people see Saudi as like a market that is new in attracting foreigners, behind markets that started doing that, like Dubai, Abu Dhabi, or Doha, or Muscat, or even Manama. However, we need to recognize the size of the market of the Saudi, the size of the economy of Saudi, the size of the local population of Saudi, the size of the expats in Saudi. And when you look at that, first Saudi needed to take care of its own. And this is why you have today some of the best achievement in home ownership in Saudi towards Saudi locals. In 2023, this percentage has reached 63%, up from 47% in 2016, which would make it among G20 nations one of the best growth in home ownership. So the first focus in Saudi was home ownership for Saudi nationals, which has been achieved. So after doing that, now you go after touristic destinations where you would motivate foreigners and locals to take second homes or vacation homes. And you go after investments by expats where people would see that this Saudi market is heavily growing. And at the same time, it's the destination for most of the global activities these days. And they see a major investment from the government in new cities, infrastructure, major projects to make life in the kingdom for locals and expats at the global standards.
Okay, and everything you've said sounds like it's very much chiming with Vision 2030, which we talk about a lot on this program. So it's very much in keeping with what's planned for the kingdom and how it's going to unfold in the next 5 years.
This is all part of the Vision 2030. This is where all it started. Because when you look at the structure of the real estate market in Saudi, it was historically a market that is targeting social housing market, middle class housing. That was mainly done by a lot of developers. Then the luxury market was mainly a self-built market. People who were well off or high net worth used to go buy a land to build their project. And the expat market was inexistent because there was no law for that. Come Vision 2030, you've tackled the social housing and the middle class housing by providing incentives to increase the home ownership. And then the launch of so many iconic master communities and mega projects in many cities in Saudi that tackle the demand for luxury housing and second homes and vacation homes. And then you put up a law for home ownership and a long-term visa for non-Saudis. So this all came in the last 6 or 7 years.
Right, so the whole sector's had a huge change. And as you say, home ownership has skyrocketed. But I expect there are still some challenges, aren't there, for the real estate sector? What might they be?
You see, anytime you would see a booming market and a fast-growing market, we will always have challenges in construction. And the first challenge is availability of contractors, quality of contractors, because there's a lot of competition for so many projects across the kingdom, especially after committing to the Expo 2030 and the World Cup 2034 and the Asian Games and the Winter Asian Games, among others. So definitely we're all having challenges in the selection of contractors, availability of contractors, and pricing of contractors.
Okay, and obviously massive projects like NEOM, the giga projects that we talk about a lot on this channel, must have raised the profile enormously of Saudi Arabia. Are you seeing that's influencing, let's say, investor interest in the kingdom? Are you seeing that having a direct impact?
You see, I travel a lot for my business because I go to many international cities to look at opportunities or to visit our offices. So when I visit our office in New York, and then you go to Times Square and you see a sign, Invest Saudi, or you see a sign for one of the projects in Saudi, that was a first for so many people. But then this is where the government played aggressively on not just promoting and executing, so that when people come and visit Saudi, they see that this promotion is being actually built. And then to top it off, you go and take those massive global activities to be hosted in Saudi Arabia. And this should be now to the benefit of, I have to say, real estate developers, because we should be promoting Invest Saudi also, because you'll have a lot of people who have a raised interest to come and invest at the start of the market. Investors know how important is it to get into the market at the beginning. And this is what we have a duty to showcase, because yes, at the end of the day, I have a duty to my shareholders to make a profit in the company, but also being part of the FDI of the country you work in gives you a lot of satisfaction.
What's most attractive for a real estate investor in Saudi right now? Is it on the residential side, commercial, industrial? Where are they going to see the best returns?
We'll have to follow the guidelines of the law that were issued last March, where you have mainly a focus on residential to get the long-term visa. And here also Saudi played it very intelligently, because they said for expats, the ticket has to be 4 million riyals and higher. Thereby, they do not affect the units designed for social housing and middle-class income to compete with the expats who are coming to invest in the country. And then eventually you'd have problems like some of the countries where you had problems with the golden visas, is that the locals could not find properties to buy. So they've done this very clear separation through putting this 4 million riyals threshold.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Trump collaboration. First of all, how did your collaboration with the Trump organization come about in the first place?
You see, personally, my first collaboration with the organization was in one of my earlier jobs in 2012, when I convinced the Trump organization to come and work with a company in Dubai to build what is today the Trump International Golf Club Dubai. And I saw the power of the brand. I saw the attention to design. I saw the support they will give you in promoting projects and in managing of these projects. This was well beyond politics, and even 4 years before that. So obviously when I saw opportunities that we're currently doing in Dar Global, I went back to Eric Trump, the executive vice president of the organization, said, listen, we have a very attractive project in Muscat I would like to show you, which is a golf course and a hotel and a private club and a residential development. And this is where our collaboration started. And we've announced the Oman project way even before even the current sitting president announced he was going to run. Because again, we believe in the power of this brand, especially in golf.
Yeah, I was going to ask you specifically in Saudi Arabia, what's appealing about the brand, and what's been the rationale behind the various joint projects? Because there's the Trump Tower in Jeddah, 2 projects as yet unannounced in Riyadh. I hope you'll tell us first when they are announced. And of course, other projects around the region. So just tell us the answer to that question. What is the appeal of the Trump brand in Saudi?
You see, the luxury market is evolving in Saudi, and there is more demand for luxury from the locals and from the international market. And if you want to build on Jeddah in front of the sea, one of the best towers, really you don't have a lot of options in terms of co-branding. So Trump is a great option to brand a tower on the Corniche in Jeddah, and to build within that tower also one of the first private clubs branded by Trump, because there's also a big demand in the city of Jeddah for private clubs. And then we would like so much to build with the Trump organization in Saudi a world-class golf course, because this is one of the big specialties of the organization, and we're hoping to find that opportunity soon in Riyadh.
Okay, and how are you seeing the sales of units in the Trump Tower in Jeddah progressing? What's been the trend?
Very successful. You know that we're a publicly listed company, so I'm limited by what I can say, but I can tell you it's been very successful because we presented to the market first what the market wants, with a great brand, with a great design.
Okay, so we talked a bit about Riyadh, we talked a bit about Jeddah. Are there other regions of Saudi Arabia that could hold some appeal for you, or is that not yet something you're exploring?
You see, we are exploring all the cities of Saudi, because you have definitely a great appeal in Riyadh, you have a great appeal in Jeddah. Then you have the two most interesting upcoming regulation regarding the holy sites of Mecca and Medina. Then you have all the developments on the Red Sea. The Red Sea is one of the best locations in the world, because any development on the Red Sea can be used for 12 months. Because of the weather on the Red Sea. So definitely we're looking at most of the locations where the government is putting a lot of efforts in Saudi.
Okay, and can you sum up for us any sort of key regulatory changes that are affecting the Saudi market, just so that we can inform our viewers?
You see, from a real estate perspective, the most aggressive was the opening up of the market, but also Saudi is motivating a lot of foreign companies to come and open in Saudi, whereby now we're getting a lot of foreign contractors that are coming to Saudi, which is also helping the market, because we need more contractors. And at the same time, the expansion of the travel routes is very important, because it's very hard to sell to somebody if they cannot get a connection that is direct to that city. So expanding the airports, expanding the airlines will help a lot the real estate market.
Right, I mean, Saudi very much on the map, and we've been speaking to the airlines, we've been speaking to lots of people who are part of this journey. What's your outlook for the sector for Saudi Arabia over the next 10 years or so?
You see, there are so many cities that started before Saudi, but once Saudi started, everybody took attention, because it's a G20 market. The market has a lot of weight on its own locally, plus adding to that the international appeal. You have today within Saudi at least 10 cities that can be developed. And let me just say that eventually Saudi will anchor the GCC, because the GCC today is a $2 trillion economy. It's close to Italy. In Italy, as a foreign investor or as a visitor, you have at least 10 destinations to go. And you have the same thing in the GCC. And more, the GCC is becoming interconnected with roads, trains, the same tourist visa that is being discussed. And people need to look at this market, that Saudi is the anchor, and the GCC is a very attractive destination eventually for tourism and expat living.
And just lastly, before we wrap up, who are you targeting in Saudi Arabia? I mean, just give us the profile of the typical buyer of one of your properties.
Definitely the local buyer is the local buyer who wants a luxurious offering. The international buyer, we are targeting the people who would have the first in advantage, the innovators. So we're targeting obviously markets in Asia like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. We're targeting the UK. We're targeting some markets in Eastern Europe. We're targeting the Levant, because they have a lot of roots in the GCC. They've been here for so many years. But I can tell you, just for the first 2 projects that we've launched in Saudi since last November, we have approximately 40 nationalities that invested with us.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but it's been a real pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very
much. Really
much.
Appreciate your
Thank
time.
you.
Ziad Al-Shah, the CEO of the real estate developer Dar Global. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm still here with Ali Reza, strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Ali, you were just listening in with me there. I mean, there have been some recent amendments, haven't there, to Saudi Arabia's residency laws, and we heard about them from the CEO of Dar Global just there. I mean, what are the rules? Just make it clear to us with regards to non-Saudi nationals who want to invest in the real estate sector.
Yep. So Saudi Arabia has taken enormous efforts to make investment in Saudi Arabia easier for investors around the world in real estate, but also many of the other sectors. So last year, Saudi Arabia introduced the Premium Residency Program, and that was one of the big initiatives to drive foreign investor home ownership. Now, there are some stipulations that come with this, and His Excellency, as we heard from the Minister earlier on, there's a huge focus on supply and demand. So therefore, there are some stipulations that have made the conditions very favorable for foreign investors, but at the same time, conducive to the objectives of Saudi Arabia. Now, how is that reflected? One example is, so home ownership and property ownership is encouraged. And in fact, foreign investors are being provided with premium residencies for a lifetime if they invest north of around 4 million Saudi riyal, or roughly $1 million US. Now, these investments there are some limitations around it, right? So true home ownership is encouraged, but purchasing for speculative purposes to protect the interests of the local industry and the local buyers, this is discouraged for the time being. And interesting, at the moment, as I sit in Australia, we have a bit of a challenge in this country where there's a lot of ownership of property which has been speculative, and it often results in inflated pricing, poor management of supply and demand, and then has a consequence to the local economy and the local population. So the regulations that are being set up now, I think, are in the interest of both the foreign investors and the local population, but it's certainly simplified the process and ability for foreign investors to own homes truly in Saudi Arabia.
Right, and just echoing what the minister said there, the Minister of Municipalities and Housing, Majid Al-Hogail, he was mentioning Vision 2030, and I just wanted to get your take on how you see Vision 2030 as having shaped the real estate sector as it stands right now in the kingdom.
So, Tom, Vision 2030, we've often discussed, is about industrial development, diversification from the oil economy, yes, all of the above, but it's also an initiative which is underway to better society, better the local society, to give people opportunity and a standard of living. So, one of the comments I made earlier was about the fact that there was a target to increase home ownership from 50% to over 70% by 2030, and that's now sitting at 64%. There's a number of programs that have been developed to ease access to financing and mortgages, to ease access to property purchases, like the ETMAM project. IJAR is a body that was set up to provide greater protections and management of property rentals, in particular, as an example, to prevent misconduct by landlords, to really soften the landscape from a regulatory perspective, but also facilitation perspective, in a way that is very supportive of investors, but also those looking to live in homes and own their dream homes. So Vision 2030, to this regard, I think is doing an incredible job for the betterment of society, for the opportunity for families to own homes, their dream homes, to encourage investment, to provide further access to financing, and really make this whole program a catalyst to this particular sector. And additionally, we've spoken a little bit about the local population and the standard of living. We've spoken about foreign investors. Nearly half of all jobs created last year were in Riyadh, and the regional headquarters program, which has seen, I believe, north of around 600 enterprises set up their RHQs in region, and particularly in Riyadh, has been a huge proponent to this, right? The employment rate is growing rapidly. Foreign investors are coming in as a result of foreign or expats are coming in to work, live, build in Saudi Arabia. So it really goes back to the first point we spoke about today. It's the interconnectedness of the various programs within Vision 2030, the diversity and breadth of the overall strategy that's really serving the sector in an incredible way. And I think it will continue to do so much further beyond 2030.
And just lastly, before we move on to our next story, Ali, I mean, listening in to what Ziad Al-Shah, the CEO of Dar Global, was just saying there, I mean, it certainly sounds like the Trump brand is an extremely powerful brand in Saudi Arabia. It sounds as though we're going to be seeing it a lot more on the skylines, not just in Saudi, but right across the region.
Tom, the Trump brand has been synonymous with a lot of discussions, especially in the last few months, and you and I have had many of these. There's certainly an affinity to the Trump brand in the kingdom from what we can see. If recent events are any indication, you know, there's clearly an intention to maintain strong relationships and ties there. I would say, I mean, in my opinion, I think Trump is quite fond of the region himself. And I don't see any reason we won't see more and more of the brand on the skyline.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. Stay with us. We'll be back with you in just a moment. And finally, our last story of the day is about the Riyadh Metro, which launched in December last year. And it's brought some pretty welcome respite to the traffic situation in the Saudi capital. Well, since it began operations, the metro system, which can carry 3.6 million passengers a day, has taken thousands of cars off the road. Well, in case you didn't know, there are 6 metro lines connecting 85 stations across 176 kilometres. Let's listen now to how it's helped some Riyadh residents with their day-to-day travel.
فعلا سعيد جدا إنه هذا المشروع الحمد لله ظهر إلى النور.
I am really very happy that this project has finally come to light, and we can now use it in a city crowded with cars and traffic in a large and great city like Riyadh. This project has enhanced the city's beauty even more. Although billions were spent to bring this project to life, I truly feel today that this great achievement and the billions spent were worthy for this project.
Honestly, I live in the far south of Riyadh and my work is in the far north of Riyadh. This development has positively impacted my lifestyle since the commute now took me less than 50 minutes, whereas it usually takes about an hour and a half. Besides, the comfort during the journey. There's no disturbance or anything to make my day start with negativity like traffic and its hassles.
OK, so it sounds like the Riyadh Metro has made a real difference to the quality of life for people who live there. Ali Reza, let me bring you back into the conversation. Riyadh's new metro, as we were saying, opened in December. It's one of a lot of different infrastructure initiatives that fall under Vision 2030. I mean, what's your impression of the sort of impact it's had on Riyadh's economy?
Look, one of many incredible infrastructure projects. We all like to spend a little bit of time in the car on a drive, but there is a limit to that. And as the city starts to flourish, increasingly day by day, we see an influx of not only foreign professionals, expats, but a growing local population, which is a very young population, an increase in employment, more industry and people moving on the road. This was a necessity, number one. But it is quite a fantastic infrastructure project. The piece of development is incredible. It's seamless, it's smooth, it's certainly having a positive impact on the road traffic. It's beautifully designed, by the way. Just an incredible design, and I think this is one of the very interesting things about all the projects taking place. They're all brand new. We're seeing the foundations being laid right in front of our eyes, and the Riyadh Metro is yet another example of that. So all in all, I think a very positive impact to the local economy, and one that will pay dividends both economically but also socially for many generations to come.
Yeah, compared to a lot of other world capitals, it's very reasonably priced. I've just checked, it's 4 riyals, that's $1 for a one-day pass. It's 140 riyals for a month-long pass. So it's affordable. And one of the other consequences we're being told is that it's given people a chance to mingle, because otherwise, if you're in your car, you're obviously not mingling with people, but they're on the metro, and we saw a couple of regular travellers. You've got white-collar workers, you've got labourers. I mean, it's a whole cross-section of society, isn't it, that's using this transport?
Yes, absolutely. Look, it's, again, I think everyone was really holding out for this infrastructure to go live. Again, time spent on the road is great, but it's isolating. You're giving up quality time on the road. This is fostering a lot of social relationships, in my opinion. I think it's giving people an opportunity to mingle. And, I often say to people around the world who have not had the opportunity to come to Riyadh and they're thinking about it, one of the most exciting things about being in Riyadh is there's an energy, there's a passion, there's ambition. You speak to people and that energy is contagious, and an opportunity to be amongst more of that across all segments of society, I think is an incredible opportunity to see the society flourish even further.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Ali Reza, Strategic Advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Thank you very much indeed, as ever, for your comment and analysis. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. We'll see you again next week. Look forward to that.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. More arrests and a curfew in downtown LA as anti-immigration protests continue, with the Marines on standby. Elon Musk says he regrets some of the posts regarding President Donald Trump, adding they went too far. And the US and China agree to de-escalate trade tensions as plans are taken to Trump and Xi for their approval. Mass arrests continue today as anti-immigration raids hit LA for a fifth day running. An overnight curfew is now in place in the downtown area. President Trump's feud intensified after he sent troops in, vowing to liberate the city. California Governor Gavin Newsom calls it an assault on democracy.
Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. Horrible what's happened so quickly. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly.
Earlier, I spoke to our correspondent, Tony Waterman, who gave me the latest on the situation there.
We are expecting that there will be more protests today. And just to clarify, that 197 arrests, that was before the curfew had been put in place, because there was a number of clashes that took place between demonstrators and police right outside this detention facility right here behind me during the day. And once that curfew was put in place at 8 p.m. local time, more arrests were made. Police saying mass arrests once that curfew came into effect. But this morning, things are very quiet here. There are no demonstrators down here. And really, it's just a bunch of journalists that are outside this detention center at the moment. That curfew, according to the mayor, was supposed to stop vandalism and looting, which we had seen in the previous nights. And according to her, it seems to have worked. She told MSNBC this morning that there was no vandalism or looting overnight, and that the majority of those arrests were for unlawful assembly because people had broken that curfew, not because of any sort of violence. The protests and the demonstrations and those clashes that you have seen with police have really been concentrated in a very small area. Just to put this into context, the curfew is a 2.5 square kilometer area. The city of Los Angeles is over 800 square kilometers. So we're talking about a very small slice of LA for these protests. And this is why the authorities here are saying that local law enforcement have this situation under control and that this military buildup in the city is unnecessary.
Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you. There we are. We just heard from correspondent Tony Waterman. Are we likely to see things die down now that the curfews have been put into place?
Not really. I don't think so. Things are spreading, as we heard and saw. More than 12 cities now are seeing demonstrations for the same issue, which is, the removal of illegal immigrants, or as Trump calls it, as such. It could be more under control. It could be more peaceful after the experience of Los Angeles and after what things happen. But both sides are escalating politically, escalating their rhetorics. And I think some groups in the United States are seeing in these demonstrations a good political positioning, so they are supporting them, not only by speeches, but maybe also by organization, by funding, etc. So I think things will continue to escalate. This is a key point that they hold against President Trump, and they're using it as such.
And Gemma, the National Guard troops don't actually have the power to make arrests, but we have seen them assisting ICE with their enforcement operations, haven't we?
Yes, so there's now 4,000 National Guards troops, as well as, I think, around 700 Marines. Now, the National Guard, they don't have the authority to arrest anyone, but they can detain temporarily. And obviously, they're there to protect the agents. But arrests would still come down to law enforcement. Now, this is an expansion, the detaining, and they're also helping with transportation. Now, this is an expansion of their duties. Originally, they were sent there to protect federal buildings and federal workers. And interestingly, the state of California requested a temporary restraining order to prevent the Marines and the National Guard from being able to do anything other than that. So only guard federal workers, only guard federal buildings. But that was declined by the judge. And so we have seen this expansion where they are helping with transportation and they are allowed to temporarily detain people as well.
It is, I think, a big battle between the government level and the federal level. And we've seen that. And we've seen Trump stand on the opposite side when it was Biden threatening Texas to send the guards to stop them from closing the border in that sense, when the government of Texas said, I will send my troops to close down the border by force. Trump took the opposite decision and supported the Texas governor in that sense. And now he's using the Insurrection Act and the fact that the demonstrators attacked the ICE building in LA as the legal excuse to send in the troops. Yet, this always should happen in coordination with the governor, which did not happen in that case. And definitely on the broader picture of things, we need to remind ourselves that many of the migrants in the USA did vote for Trump more than other Republican candidates in the history. He got actually 47% of the migrant votes, which, according to him and his spokesperson, of course, is a huge mandate to implement the policy that he's implementing. Yet we saw that implementation with significant mistakes, with issues in the process, with people mistakenly deported to other countries while they were American citizens. And these really are what clashed, what made the whole opposition explode in that sense.
And like you did say, we heard from Caroline Levitt a little bit early on this evening, really repeating what you've just said. She said that Trump received a clear mandate from voters to reverse the illegal invasion of migrants ushered in by Joe Biden. So they're making it very clear that there was this mandate, and Donald Trump is not going to stop now. You know, this is what he said he's going to do and why he's in power. And another thing, Caroline Levitt also said Karen Bass, who's the mayor, and Gavin Newsom are fanning the flames. So they are directly saying, look, Donald Trump, he sent in the National Guards, he's protected LA from these protesters and the citizens. But, you know, this argument, this federal state Newsom-Trump kind of debate is just not going away, is it?
It's not, and we saw earlier that it was escalated. Trump at Fort Bragg, he referred to Gavin Newsom as Gavin Newscum. He called Karen Bass and Newsom, nearly got me saying it there. He called them incompetent and calling Los Angeles a trash heap. And again, the military is supposed to be non-partisan, neutral, and so it's quite unprecedented to have a president stand in front of troops and talk this way. I think what's interesting for me is I feel that Trump has wanted to send the National Guard for a long time. I think I'm seeing it, or it's been called an authoritarian flex of what he's done. So back in October, he told Fox News, and he was talking about, obviously, the US, we have some very bad people, radical left lunatics. I think it should be very easily handled by, if necessarily, the National Guard. So this was last October, so I do feel for quite a long time he's
during the
wanted
campaign,
to,
no? Everything is allowed during the campaign.
But I think he's wanted to make sort of that big, do that big action for quite a long time. It's been in his pocket, and now he's played his cards.
It was practically a big clashback against him during the campaign, that he said he will use the army against the people, and the Democrats used that extensively. Yet he got elected. We have to remember that, in spite of all these speeches or insinuations, if we may call it. But we also need to remember that California has been losing people. The number of people living in California has been decreasing, and they've lost 2 seats in the House of Representatives because people don't like living in California anymore because of all these, according to Trump's theory, invasion of illegal migrants and so on, but also different laws and different things that have been passed that allow not very suitable way of life, and small crimes are not prosecuted and so on. So there's been a trend in California that represents the radical Democrats' policies, and this is what Trump is fighting, knowing also that Gavin Newsom might be the Democrat candidate opposing him in the upcoming election.
And he hasn't minced his words about Gavin Newsom, but he's also come out quite strong, Gavin Newsom. You know, he did an interview last night on one of the big networks in America. But I just wonder, we've seen this flex of authority come in by Donald Trump, getting the National Guard in, the Marines on standby. And in many senses, we say, OK, these protests could continue. But Tony Waterman, our correspondent there, said actually downtown LA today is very quiet. There doesn't seem to be much going on again. So has this actually worked, if we look at it in that context? And could we just see the protests going forward being more peaceful?
It is not reinventing the wheel. Everybody knows, every police force have training specifically for such cases, including a curfew, how to implement it, how to divide a violent demonstration, and how to protect and assist a civilian, a peaceful demonstration that is not attacking anything. So I think there's nothing to rediscover. The only problem was the LAPD was late to react to some violence that was happening, some vandalism that was happening, attacks on public and private properties, in that sense, Molotov cocktails being thrown, etc. So it is that delay that allowed Trump to jump in addition to the attack, as we said, on the ICE building in that sense. There's nothing that cannot be controlled. If the demonstrations continue to be peaceful, in different cities, I think they can cause a significant trouble for Trump and his policies and a significant political pressure. But if they play the violence game, it will be his upper hand using his authorities and actually cracking down on them with actual popular support for these actions.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Gemma and Dr. Ellie. Stay right there as we look at another story. Billionaire Elon Musk says he regrets some of the posts he made about US President Donald Trump during their war of words on social media. Taking to his own platform X, he said they went too far. The two were embroiled in a public fallout after the Tesla owner called Trump's tax bill a disgusting abomination. Earlier, I spoke to John Cavalich, senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. I asked him if President Trump would forgive and forget.
Elon Musk is certainly not, out of the proverbial woodshed. He's probably, peeking out the door, but he's still in there. And this is really an issue of his ego. When you're around people that are powerful, and in this case, you're around the President of the United States, you're at the White House, you're on Air Force One, you're on Marine One, you're sleeping in the Lincoln bedroom, you're in the Oval Office, you have an office in the old Executive Office building, you're in the presidential motorcade in the Beast. When all that's going on, the people around the principal start absorbing it, and they almost feel as though now it's part of them. And with Elon Musk, I think that's sort of what happened, where the world's richest guy on paper started to believe that he had those powers of persuasion and just power, and he didn't. The president of the United States is different, and I think Elon Musk is learning a painful lesson that you take on a president who is outside all of the norms in terms of attacking back, and he'll hit your business, and your business will suffer, and it doesn't matter whether you own Twitter. He owns the White House.
Gemma, just before we get into it, that clip of Elon Musk's son picking his nose in the White House is probably the best thing I've ever seen in years, and apparently wipes it all over the table and had to be sent off for sanitization. But hey, bring your kids to work day. It's brilliant.
Trump was visibly horrified as well, you could see. Yes.
That's how it goes. But let's talk about the makeup after the breakup. So a reconciliation between these two, or is the relationship, do you think, over for good? Or will they have a second time round? You know how these things go.
Another honeymoon.
Yeah.
I think if there weren't such real-world implications for the world's most powerful man and the world's richest man having a fallout, that I personally would find it very entertaining that, they're doing their public version of the burn book from Mean Girls, but on a very bigger, more expensive scale. I think the clip we just watched, it was spot on here. We have power meeting money. And money is going to blink first, because I do think Elon Musk started to think that he was almost second in command, because we haven't heard from J.D. Vance at all, and so and Elon Musk was kind of Trump's partner in crime for quite a long time. But Musk might be the richest man in the world, but so much of his money is tied up in the federal government with their contracts, whether that's from the Department of Defense, that's Starlink, that's NASA. He's so entrenched there that, as Trump has said on Truth Social, he said the easiest way to save money in our budget is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. He just fired that out on Truth Social, and Tesla stock dropped by 14%. So, do I think that there's a reconciliation? Yes, I do. They live in a very small bubble. World leaders and billionaires, I mean, that's a tiny, tiny amount of people in the world. They're so intertwined now, I think, with business and relationships. So, yes, but they're going to be that annoying couple at school who make up and break up and make up and break up and they put everyone into their drama, but this is drama on a global scale because we all get
with global global repercussions.
Yes.
And it was also a very modern breakup on social media, a very public, modern breakup. Nothing like it, is it?
I can't say much because I just learned what's a burn book anyway. So,
Dr. Ellie now.
Dr. Ellie, he's now part of the Mean Girls. You're now part of the group, Dr. Ellie. That's it. We're going to have to take you to watch Mean Girls. But so, you know, like Gemma just said, and we just discussed, gosh, Elon Musk is the world's richest man. We don't always know how much cash it is. It's a lot of shares tied up in the big companies that he does have. But, you know, we've got to think about the money he gave to the Republican campaign. It was vast, $290 million. This is something that can't be sniffed at. And a lot of people say because of Musk, Trump is in power because of the X platforms, the changes in algorithms, the volume of money. So do we think that now, you know, Elon Musk is thinking, why did I get involved in politics? What happened?
Well, we have to look back at why he did it and why he said he did it. The main reason for him was his personal problem with his son and then the war he declared on wokeness. So for Elon Musk, who's historically a Democrat, to shift this way and to support Trump in his campaign that radically with putting his money where his mouth is, as we say, and actually spending the money is actually an ideological, ethical choice for Elon Musk that I don't think will allow him to neither regret nor move away towards the Democrats again. For him, Democrats are today the biggest threat and the biggest evil in the US. He will continue to fight them. I don't think he regrets that he helped get Trump into the White Office, but he might be more, more reserved in how he spends his money. I think we have a significant issue with all the money he has pledged for Republican candidates in the upcoming midterm elections. And if he doesn't actually give them this money, this might affect their campaigns and maybe risk their seats. And when we speak about the Senate, it's only a couple of seats. 3 seats would make the whole difference. If that money does not come, it might actually influence the majority in the Senate in some way or the other.
Yeah, so absolutely both of them kind of need each other at this stage, don't they? They can't just have this full, complete unstitching of the network that they've put into place.
Can I also say, I think they both enjoy it. I do think they enjoy this back and forth, this tit for tat, this who can get, one up on each other on social media. I do get the feeling that they both come away like, that was quite fun. Almost like a gladiatorial battle on social media.
The battle of the...
I do get the idea that they're just quite enjoying it.
I think they're just too unpredictable and too spontaneous, both of them. And they just lashed out, and then they realized they did something not the best thing to be done and not the best thing to be said.
It's the morning after the night before effect.
Tweeting without thinking.
They've gone the morning after the night before. But I was just thinking about something, and I always believe this in my own life, is if I have an argument with somebody or something's gone really wrong, the person who apologizes first, I always think is the bigger person. So I'm just thinking, did Elon Musk, swallow the bitter pill and he is the bigger person, or do you think it's just all about what they can get off each other?
Is it because he's a bigger person or because he had to, as you were saying?
I do not see any genuine contrition here.
But do you not think they were real friends?
No, I'm not sure at that level of power and money. I think You did express earlier that you think they're both quite lonely characters.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what friendship looks like at that level, like, honestly. I don't think you can get to be the world's richest man. You would have discarded friends along the way. You would have lost friends. I don't think you get to be president by sort of having... I just really don't think so. So I don't think it was contrition. I think it was... because he's deleted quite a few of his posts now.
Yeah. Because he never actually said which ones he regretted. He just said some.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think it was... Perhaps people around him might have said, we need to step back from this. There was an economic realisation. There was, you know, realising the levers of power are with Trump, ultimately.
Yeah.
But do I think he was being the bigger person? No, I think it was purely business.
I don't think, again, I don't think friendship counts in at this level and in this, especially with both people's characters. I mean, both of them, I don't think they have friends.
Yeah.
One because he's too proud to have friends, and one because he's too socially awkward to have friends in that sense.
I think he'd see having friends as a weakness.
True.
That's how I would see it. Yeah.
I would be your friend. Elon and Trump, if you ever need a friend. But yeah, that's it. Let's see if this bromance, you know, gets back together. And we've got part one of the makeup now, which is also quite exciting to see unfold on social media. But let's move on. The US and China have agreed to a deal. That's according to US President Donald Trump. But he also said in his post on Truth Social that Chinese President Xi Jinping had yet to actually agree to it. Chinese and US trade negotiators held talks for 2 days to try to build on the tariff truce brokered in Geneva last month. Trump said that Beijing would loosen curbs on rare earth minerals, which had been a vital sticking point for the US. Camille Nedilek in Hong Kong sent us this report.
Striking a triumphant tone, US President Donald Trump declared that the deal is done. Posting on his social media platform Truth Social, Trump said that Beijing had agreed to relax curbs on rare earth minerals. Now, that was a crucial issue for US negotiators, as the US needs those resources for everything from mobile phone manufacturing to computer manufacturing to electric vehicles, and American manufacturers had been feeling the pinch. Another issue now supposedly resolved is that of Chinese students studying in the US. Now, a couple of weeks ago, Washington had said that Chinese students could have their visas revoked if they had links to the Chinese Communist Party or if they were engaging in critical research. And that was very concerning for the more than 250,000 students that thought they could be impacted by this. That measure is no longer going ahead. Trump went on to say that he has an excellent relationship with China, quite the contrast to during the negotiations when he said that negotiating with Beijing is difficult. Now, all of this is part of a temporary truce, and what happens after that 90-day trade truce expires on the 10th of August, we don't know yet, and all of the focus at the moment and all of the discussions at the moment have been about resolving and enforcing this temporary truce. Nothing about the long-term ceasefire to the trade war.
To Australia now, where the average home now costs more than $1 million Australian dollars. That's around $652,000 US dollars. Buying or renting a property down under has become more difficult for many Australians as the country grapples with a housing crisis. A lack of homes, a growing population, tax incentives for property investors and inadequate investment in social housing are being blamed for this very problem. Now, Ellie, your family lives in Sydney. Are you shocked at all by this number? Because I think that I was.
Not at all, actually. For anybody who has lived in Sydney or in Australia anywhere, this number would not come as a shock. And again, we're talking about the Australia's average. So this includes all rural areas, all small cities, villages. When you speak about Sydney or Melbourne, the average would be much higher than that. So there's, I would imagine the average in Sydney would be $1.3, $1.5 million, easy. And again, so many factors contributed to this problematic. And the worst part of it is that many of these houses that we are speaking about are in complete ruins, and you're actually buying the land. And this is what is getting more and more expensive, with cities expanding and nowhere to grow further than that. So it's so many complexities coming into play. Definitely the federal government needs to put some serious change on that issue, because it's becoming really unaffordable for young people, for young couples. We're talking about an average, if we try to calculate the $1 million at a 6% rate for the loans these days, we're talking about $6,000 of repayments on a monthly basis, while the average salary in Australia is around $90,000, which makes around $7,000 per month. So you get paid $7,000 and you need to pay for a home loan $6,000. That's simply impossible for any one-person household or one income in a household to buy a house anymore.
And Gemma, as Dr. Ellie just mentioned there, you know, really, you've lived in Aussie too, which I just found out today. I didn't know that. You have friends there. You know, what's the average salary for an Australian?
So salaries, the average salary is about 100,000 Australian dollars, which is just around 65,000 US. But the median salary is around 90,000 Australian, which is around 58,500 US. So, as you say, getting a mortgage or paying rent on that kind of salary is really difficult. And I lived in Sydney, and Sydney especially is, you know, so many people want to go there. Land is at a premium. You have the super wealthy people there in these incredible houses, but everyone else is moving further out and further out and further out. And what was interesting to me is that Michael Fotheringham, he's the head of the Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute. So he's come out and said, this isn't just an affordability problem for lower income households, this is very much a problem for medium income households as well. So to be honest, I sort of took this to say that it's not just a poor person's problem anymore.
We're putting the spotlight on it.
Yes, that it's now, because it's now affecting the middle classes and perhaps even the upper middle class, that suddenly it's making headlines. So it's good that it's making headlines, but also it's a shame that it's come to this point to have to kind of get the attention it deserves.
And I was just thinking myself, you know, I was having a look at the average house price in the UK. So that's not just London, it's obviously all the other cities and rural areas. It's 271,500 thereabout pounds, and in London, 564,000 pounds. So actually, in comparison, I'm surprised that London is almost significantly cheaper than Australia. And just speaking from my own experience, to get onto the housing ladder in the UK is difficult. Yeah. So how in Australia are they going to, you know, try to sort this problem out and try to get people a step up? Are they going to start building more apartments? Is it a change in, you know, where's the answer?
You have to keep in mind that most of Australian cities have been so far houses with a small garden. So it is this kind of cities, and only in downtowns where you have the business areas with high rises. This has been pushed to change because, again, the expansion has become too much. So rezoning of things and building more high-rises and changing the mentality of people who still refuse or don't like to move into flats or apartments, this is a big part of it. Major infrastructure projects need to be done. Sydney is only now starting with the metro project. So far we've had trains with a lot of delays, a lot of, again, different challenges with the workers, with the labor laws and so on. So definitely major infrastructure projects, definitely building more high-rises rather than expanding further. due to problems of infrastructure and everything, but also a change of mentality of how the people see their lives in Australia. I don't know how many Australians would like to see that happen, or will they try to move out of the big cities into something that is more suitable for them? But then again, will they find the work they need in these areas, while 90% of the population of Australia is focused in that small strip of land on the southeast?
But Gemma, you were just saying that backstage before, that when you lived there, you found just things like your groceries and clothing phenomenally expensive.
Grocery shopping was insane to me. And I wasn't buying super expensive things.
And that was when, Gemma?
This was 25
It was
years
yesterday,
ago.
Dr.
Yes,
Ellie.
it was.
Yesterday.
No, but imagine how the prices are
Exactly,
today.
yeah. So this was in
2000
when I lived there. And obviously that was the Olympics as well. So there was like the prices would have gone up as well for that. But grocery shopping was very expensive. Clothes shopping was very expensive. Rents, surprisingly, you know, not so that you would be shocked by them. You know, we're all working, paying our rents, but yeah, things like your groceries and also flying home. To get the money together to fly, say you want to fly back to the UK or fly back to Europe, say you want to visit friends and family, people are saving for like 2 years just to get the flight to travel. So that's another big expense if you want to factor in, you know, leaving the country, which we take for granted especially in the Middle East, because we've got so many countries on our doorstep we can go to. In Europe, if you live in the UK, you can jet over to Europe for the weekend. But in Australia, everything is such a long haul, and you're having to save up for a long time for it.
Bali's not too far away.
Bali's not too far away, you're right.
But thank you so much for that conversation and all your insights, because, of course, Dr. Ellie, your family are in Sydney, and I've never been to Australia, so
Come on,
thank
you
you.
have an open invitation.
Oh.
When the prices are a little cheaper. when we can afford your flight.
Right, I'll go.
Always welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. And finally, Gemma and Dr. Ellie, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Gemma, you know what? We're going to start with yours, because it's about short man syndrome being a real thing. And I find this so interesting. What do we know?
So I feel like I'm the short man correspondent.
Yes, you
When
are.
I was here last week, I was talking about Tinder introducing a height filter, and we were discussing that. So there's been a study done in Australia of 300 participants, and short man syndrome has long been a thing in sort of the cultural vernacular. It's that shorter men have a bit of a chip on their shoulder, meaning that they're just a bit annoyed that they're not, you know, 6 foot, and so they try a bit harder, they could be like a bit more aggressive. And this study has found that they're more likely to display envy, jealousy and competitiveness than taller men. It's also called Napoleon complex. Napoleon wasn't even that short. He was about 5'7".
But he was considered like very short back then.
Yeah, for the time, he was average.
Yes,
actually.
yes, that's true.
Yes, you know, short men have been given short shrift, you know, with regards to how they're seen in society. But this study seems to show that some of it, there is truth to it.
So I asked Dr. Ellie, because Ellie is tall and has presence, you know, because...
I'm glad we've put the bar at 6 feet.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
So I always think to myself, I come from a tall family, so I always think anything under 6 foot is short. But Dr. Ellie feels the same way as me. But how do short men react to you?
Well, I think there's always, not to me specifically.
Because you're a tall man.
No, but I do believe there's some kind of insecurity in that sense. And we also have a Lebanese proverb that says every short man is a troublemaker. So somehow it's like the popular culture, but now it's proven with scientific...
Science.
Also, so...
Can't argue.
But again, personally, I didn't face any trouble in that sense. I'm not extremely tall. But no, I don't think the people would react only to your height, but also to your character and how you approach them and so on. So definitely to be accounted for, but not the main factor, I think, in relationship. And maybe also in relationship between a male and a female, also this comes into play in a different perspective.
But you know what? I always think that
gosh, donkeys years ago when I was chatted up in a bar and a short man spoke to me. I've forgotten what those days were like. They always were funnier. They always had like a good opening line.
They have to compensate.
Because they have to try. And, you know, the tall guys, they were just like all suave, like, hey. And the short guys used to be like, did you fall from heaven? You know, they had something going on.
I'd be more interested in someone who made the effort in that way, 100%, rather than waiting for me to come over. You know, it's that meme, isn't it? Is he hot or is he just tall?
Oh, yeah.
And I do think it's often that they're just tall. But no, I appreciate if a short man's got to come over with some lines, of course.
Oh, no. I must admit, I absolutely love it, but it just made me think about that. And, Ellie, this is interesting because we're going to go into your story now, and it's about a new advert for a Twix chocolate bar.
Yes, indeed.
Which has actually been banned. Crazy.
It has been banned in the UK, and the reason for the ban is that it was seen to promote some bad behavior, especially with regards to driving. I think we've all seen that ad on the social media ads.
On TV right now,
You can see it now. But the funny thing that I found is that it is not the flip that we will see in a bit that caused the trouble for the ad. It was these scenes of speeding, of the handbrake, of the marks, skid marks on the road, and these were what was considered by the agency of condoning unsafe driving and influencing young people. Now, I don't know if this is what we need to be worrying about, or if this ad is what will encourage people for speed and not all the movies, all the things that we see on a daily basis. I don't know. It was surprising for me to see that ad banned. But again, if we want to go that way, there's so many ads that could be banned for so many different reasons that are maybe more serious even than this one.
Is it a nanny state on steroids, really, Gemma?
So it was 5 people who complained.
Another term that I learned tonight is the nanny state.
The nanny state,
yeah.
So there were 5 complaints.
Oh my God.
That the advert encouraged dangerous driving. Now, I'm sort of going to say this is very old-fashioned Britain coming to the fore, and I don't hate it. You know, we're in the very modern world and everything moves very fast, but sometimes you're reminded that Britain can be quite reactionary. For 5 complaints, and they've reacted by pulling the ad. And I find that quite strangely charming, I won't lie to you.
Do you know what? Sometimes I do think that why are things not getting done in Britain? And a lot of people are asking those questions. And I wonder if it's because 5 people have called up and complained about chocolate advert.
To be fair, there might not be 5 people, but 5 complaints. It could be from an agency, it could be from a parents' association, it could be from
Could be one person who's just really angry and complained 5 times.
Who doesn't like Twix but likes the competition. So.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely fascinating. You know, sometimes you think, wouldn't you ban an advert over the fact that it's Twix chocolate bars and they're trying to not advertise sugary sweets? But no, not at all. But that was really interesting. Thank you so much for both of those stories. And thanks to today's guest, correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Thank you and goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, world leaders urge restraint after Israel pounds Iran, killing senior figures and striking 100 targets, including nuclear and military sites. We ask, why now, and where could things head to from here? Hello and welcome to the programme. Israel launched a barrage of strikes across Iran in the early hours of this Friday morning, targeting nuclear facilities and missile factories. Israel also targeted and killed a number of key figures in the country, amongst them the Armed Forces Chief, Major General Mohammad Bagheri, and the Revolutionary Guards Chief, Hossein Salami. Well, 6 nuclear scientists were also killed. Well, Washington says it had no part in the operation, but the US President Donald Trump says that his hope is to get back to the negotiating table. Well, on his Truth Social platform, President Trump added that there is still time to end the violence. That's what he said there. He said, just do it before it's too late. Meanwhile, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that if Iran wasn't stopped, then the country could soon produce a nuclear weapon, and that this operation had been carried out to protect Israel from a future existential threat. Here's what he said.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel.
The Israeli Prime Minister speaking there. Meanwhile, Tehran launched some 100 drones towards Israeli territory in retaliation. But Israel says that most of those drones were intercepted. While striking a defiant tone, the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian said that his country would make Israel regret what he called its foolish actions.
The Iranian nation and its officials will not remain silent in the face of this crime, and the legitimate and powerful response of the Islamic Republic of Iran will deter the enemy from taking action. He will regret it. The security of the country will also act decisively.
Well, let's speak now to Mike Pompeo, who is the former US Secretary of State and the former director of the CIA under President Donald Trump. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Mr. Pompeo. Really appreciate it. You've been quoted as saying that the world is safer as a result of this Israeli attack on Iran. Could I just ask you, first of all, what your rationale was for that?
Yes, Tom, thanks for having me on. Look, it's safer not just a result of the events of the last 24 hours, but if we think about the events that have taken place in the region in the last 2.5 years, I think it's undoubtedly the case the world is safer. Hezbollah is diminished, Hamas is at risk, The Houthis in Yemen are struggling. The regime in Syria has fallen. The air defense systems in Iran are virtually useless. And now the Israelis are undertaking an effort to push back the great threat to the region, which was a nuclear-armed Iran capable of leveraging and threatening every country, not just Israel, but the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, everyone with their continued efforts to be the world's largest state sponsor of terror. And now their capacity to do that is diminished, and the Iranian people have an opportunity. That makes the world a heck of a lot safer, in my judgment.
And what was your reaction when you first heard the news, presumably late last night US time or in the early hours of this morning? What were your initial thoughts, and what did you read into the timing?
Well, we'd had some hint that the Israelis had reached the point where they believed that they no longer had optionality to wait. So you're always surprised in the moment. That is, you never know exactly when the strike is going to take place. But I've been convinced for a while that the Israelis believed that after what happened on October 7th and the continued progression of the enrichment processes inside of Iran, that they had no choice but to actually undertake something precisely along the lines we've seen. And then in the last hours, as we've begun to see reporting, some of which I'm sure will turn out to be not fully accurate, but we've seen a broad, deep, strategic campaign inside the heart of Iran. And the Iranian regime must surely be trying to figure their way through this. I hope they'll come to the conclusion that a negotiated solution is their best outcome, but I've seen no evidence of that to date. And so my instincts tell me the Israelis will continue this campaign until they have materially set back the capacity of Iran, not only to build a nuclear weapon, but to deliver it with ballistic missiles and to create a deterrence model that prevents Iran from ever thinking they can head back down that path again.
But for people who are watching, who are wondering, hang on a second, there were supposed to be some talks happening this weekend between the US and the Iranians, talks that are being hosted by Oman, a sixth round of talks. Why hit Iran now with that diplomatic process at such an advanced stage? Why not hold off?
Tom, my sense is that the talks weren't very advanced, that the Iranians had made utterly clear publicly that they weren't going to give up their capacity to enrich, a capability that the United States has made clear that we weren't going to let them have, and certainly the Israelis weren't. So, I think the discussions were useful to flesh out the Iranian intransigence, but I saw no signs that the conversations were actually going to change the direction and course of the regime. They were trying to drag this out. They were playing for time, hoping they got someone like President Biden back in office in a couple, 3 years. And so I think that combined with, I think Israel saw that while these conversations were going on, they were continuing to spin these centrifuges and continuing to work on their weaponization parts of their program, their nuclear program. I think the Israelis viewed the window as having closed, the opportunity for a negotiated solution at or near zero, and it was go time.
Your successor, the current US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, put out a statement in the early hours of this morning in which he said, quite explicitly, the US was not involved. He described Israel's actions as having been unilateral. I mean, it really did sound rather as though he was trying to put some distance between Washington and what had happened on Iranian soil. Why do you think he was doing that?
Oh, goodness. I think the United States, in the first instance, has the mission set to keep our own people safe. I remember how dangerous it was for our diplomats in the embassy in Baghdad. I'm sure he's trying to do the same for his team that's stationed across the world and the U.S. military that is stationed throughout the region as well. But if you read what President Trump has said in the hours following Secretary Rubio's statement, it's pretty clear that we were at least we at least didn't tell the Israelis not to do this. I think that's fundamentally different than what might have happened just a few months ago. And it was also noted by President Trump that America has some of the most amazing technology in the world. Some of that technology was on display. The Joint Strike Fighter was on display last night. And so I think Secretary Rubio was aiming to make clear to the Iranians, don't touch an American. If you do, there will be absolute hell to pay.
OK, so to sum up the Trump administration's reaction to all of this, they say they were not involved, but they were not unaware. Could we therefore term this as being tacit approval?
Yeah, I think we can use whatever language we want. But yeah, I think it'd be fair to say that the United States did not put up a red light and tell the Israelis, no, let us continue to negotiate. I think we told them where we were in the conversations. We understood their interest and their concerns, and the Israelis, sounds like, informed the United States of their intent to conduct the mission set. And the United States did not come out publicly and say, no, we don't want them to do that. So describe it how you will.
Knowing as we do how difficult it is to strike a deal with the Iranians, a good deal on their nuclear program, do you think, looking back on it, it was an error to have torn up the so-called JCPOA deal that President Trump scrapped quite early on in his first presidency?
No, I think it was the absolute right decision. And indeed, I hope that the Brits or one of the E3 will actually go to the UN and put back in place the snapback sanctions. I think this is the maximal point to gain leverage on the Iranian regime to convince them to change their ways. So whether it's these kinetic strikes or particular cyber activities that may take place, or the economic pressure that can be put on Iran as a result of their decision to continue to build out a nuclear program, I think the decision President Trump made in May of 2018 to withdraw from the JCPOA, which put Iran on the trajectory for guaranteeing that they had a nuclear weapon, was absolutely the right decision to get out of that transaction. I only wish President Biden had kept the pressure campaign on Iran and they hadn't had billions of dollars to conduct the terror in the region that they did during his 4 years, including one of the greatest massacres of modern times on October 7th of 2023.
So in terms of where we go to from here, the diplomatic process isn't dead. Indeed, President Trump has suggested that is his preferred course of action. The military path is established now. Israel has let the genie out of the bottle there, and military action has been taken. There may be more to come. Do you think these two things can happen in parallel? Military action on the one hand, diplomacy on the other, and perhaps that might turn out to be the cocktail that leads to a productive and meaningful deal?
Tom, that's a great question. I pray it's so. The history is that if you negotiate and continue to impose costs on your adversary, you have more leverage and more opportunity to convince them of the basic thing we asked the Iranians to do. We haven't asked them to turn cartwheels or do something crazy. We've just said, behave like a normal nation. Stop killing people all across the world, including Americans. Stop firing ballistic missiles into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as they did in Abqaiq in 2019. Right? Stop that. Become a normal nation. We'll invite you back into the West. And so, yes, I am hopeful that what the Iranian regime is facing tonight, near collapse of the IRGC leadership team, senior leaders of their army gone, no one to be in command and control of their systems. Imagine the Ayatollah is feeling pretty isolated today, and I hope that will convince him to return to the negotiating table, but do so in good faith. I'm confident if he does that, President Trump will respond in good faith, as well as he has promised he would do.
Yeah, indeed. The Ayatollah must be feeling pretty isolated. I mean, difficult to imagine who might come to Iran's aid should it come to that. I mean, who might?
So that's a really important question. So think about who their friends are. The North Koreans, the Venezuelans, the Chinese Communist Party, and the Russians. I'll bet tonight the Russians and the Chinese are thinking, man, we picked the wrong horse in that region. We picked the losers, right? The Russians have been dependent on Iranian Shahed drones to continue their conflict in Ukraine. I doubt the export of drones into Russia is going to be, I bet it's not happening this afternoon. And so I don't know that there'll be anyone come other than oratorily. There'll be people speak out and say this shouldn't have happened or we're demanding peace. The United Nations has proven feckless once again. It just says we want peace. Lay down your weapons, Iran, and the Israelis would love to have peace alongside you, as would the leadership of every Gulf Arab state. But it's the Iranians that have continued to be aggressive. They're the ones that were building out a nuclear weapons program. And they're the only ones that can deliver peace to the region with a negotiated solution. The Israelis, I'm confident, would be prepared to accept that, but the Iranians show no evidence of it.
And just to wrap up this conversation, why is it so important? And what is your message to people who are wondering, Israel's allowed a nuclear weapon, we assume. Why shouldn't Iran have one? Why is it so important that Iran is never allowed to go nuclear?
Well, there are multiple reasons for that. The difference between Iran and Israel is that one is a law-abiding nation that cares about human beings and life and isn't conducting terror campaigns all across the globe and using its brute force to try and achieve its end objectives. That's what the Iranians are doing. One is a democracy. One is a tyranny bent on oppressing its own people. The second reason is if it was the case that the Iranians were permitted to have a nuclear weapon, I suspect that proliferation in the region would only expand. That is, many of the Gulf Arab states would feel compelled to do this because they too would feel threatened by Iran. This isn't just Iran going after the Jewish nation. It's going after its fellow Arabs as well. They feel threatened. I'll bet there in Dubai where you are and in the Gulf today, people are worried about what might happen in the next days, but they are incredibly hopeful that the Iranian regime will be absolutely crippled. And then finally, an Iranian regime with a nuclear weapon has enormous leverage, not only in the world and its ability to conduct terror, but also enormous leverage over its own people. And I'm convinced that the Iranian people would love to throw off the yoke of tyranny from this theocracy, this kleptocracy, and this may well just give them an opportunity to do so.
Just lastly and briefly, if you will, sir, are you concerned about escalation into a regional conflict here?
I think we have regional conflict. Right? I think the Iranians have been fighting in Iraq, in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Syria, in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank against decent people all across the world for decades. And so this has been, the Iranians are the ones that bring a regional conflict. If you ask, am I concerned about escalation? Always. But I would suggest to you that if history is any indicator, and it isn't always, there was a prediction that there would be World War III when President Trump decided to move the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. There was a similar prediction for decades that if the United States took strong action against Iran and took out their number 2 official, a gentleman named General Qasem Soleimani, that this would create global conflict, regional conflict. This would be a catastrophe. In each case, the Iranians backed down with relatively little response. They're weaker today than they were in each of those instances. I'd be surprised if they can do more than tactical responses. That doesn't mean they won't do bad things, that there won't be a cyber attack, that there won't be an assassination campaign somewhere in Europe or somewhere against Jewish people. It's possible. But if you ask, does Iran have the capacity to actually expand and escalate? I think they know that if they come after Americans, that will be the end. And if they escalate drastically, the whole world will see that they are, in fact, the bad actor that we've known them to be for the past decades.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you talking to us. Mike
Thank
Pompeo.
you very much, sir. You have a good day.
Thank you so much. Well, let's get more. We're going to speak now to Israel Ziv, who is a retired Major General and former head of the Israel Defense Forces Operations Directorate. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I just want to start by asking you, what was your reaction when you received this news of those Israeli attacks across Iran?
Well, I think we were all expected that to take place. I think that the last 2 weeks were kind of build-up for that moment. Even if we were not sure about the exact time, I think we all understood that it's about to come. Let's put it this way. For Israel, this is a very good news, since the aspect of Iran getting nuclear, it's a very bad option. It's something that we cannot live the next day with that possibility. So overall, and with the hope of the right coordination with the U.S., I think it was a very blessed and very good decision to go on Iran nuclear, and not only nuclear.
Yeah, it's reported that Iran has approached the point of, quote, no return with regards to its development of a nuclear weapon. That almost sounds like it's too late, doesn't it? But is that based on
very clear, very specific intelligence?
Look, the direction is very clear. And even if you cannot measure the exact step, it's very clear where they are going. And I think that they are rushing to achieve the nuclear, mainly because they lost all their defense layers. And we see that in actual life. I mean, at this time, if everything was normal, the Hezbollah was shooting at Israel and defending them, the Houthis and all the rest of the layers which they had before. And probably, or most probably, feeling naked without those defenses layers, they were rushing to get to this unreturned point. And I think that they were using to delay the negotiations in order to get there. And this is what we all understood.
Iran is warning of, quote, severe punishment for Israel. Already a number of drones have been fired in the direction of your country. Most of them, we understand, have been intercepted. But what sort of scenarios do you think Israel is preparing itself for?
Well, first of all, I think that the Iranian regime is in a huge problem, mainly, facing internal problems because of the embarrassment, of the humiliation, mainly because of the surprise. It's not just the attack itself. They were sleeping in their beds, or the number one leaders when Israel start this surprise attack. So I think that most of those threats are for internal use or internal purpose than for Israel. Second issue, that Israel was attacking, first of all, and not just the key people, but all the retaliation option, not all of it, but big part of it. And I think that we see it in the last few hours, or since the attack started, that they don't succeed to shoot their missiles or anything massively. I'm not saying that this is, the situation. I think we should expect ballistic missiles to be shot to Israel. But I think that we have quite a good defense system, and probably with the help of the Americans, and we don't see the sky are falling with that retaliation as they promise us.
Some people are drawing parallels between what Israel did in Iran last night and how Israel went about attacking Hezbollah. Do you think there are any parallels? Is there some sort of a comparison to be made here between the military strategy that's been employed?
Yeah, I think it's a similar model, going on what we call the head of the snake, and opening with a surprise attack. This is key, especially when you're targeting people, and going on those people. It's very meaningful when you have a very concentrated system, like Iran, like Hezbollah. Yes, they always have a replacement, but it's not the same, because it's not decentralized, it's very centralized system. So it's hitting their functioning, the retaliation, and I think this is what we see now. It's a lot of embarrassment. Yeah, they would function. It's a big country, they have alternative, but I think that the model so far is working for us, but it's only the beginning, and it's going to last for the next days or weeks. It's not going to be short.
I remember at the end of last year, towards the end of last year, when Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, was killed, it was reported that some senior figures in Iran had gone into hiding because they feared they could be next. I mean, do you think Israel would go after the senior leadership in Iran if it could? Can Israel? Does it have the intel already?
Look, it's very much depend on the development of this war, and it is a war. At this time, I think that the idea is to go only on the military and nuclear. But if Iran will choose to enhance the war, and attack massively civilian targets in Israel, Israel might consider that. Yeah, it's an option.
And what is the secret to Israel's success these last 12 months or so when it comes to intelligence? I mean, it's been remarkable. Even people who don't support Israel would say, you know, we have to hand it to you. Your intel has been extremely successful and extremely impressive. What is the secret to this?
I would say a lot of hard work and daring to go much further and do the impossible, because our enemies are not stupid and they don't like to be victims of our intel or our hands. But I think that, you know, some extra hours of thinking out of box and creating the very exact scenarios, because it's not just an opportunistic attack. Every element, every target here has a place in our plan in order to paralyze the system, to prevent them to retaliate, and to achieve maximum impact. And it took years to build it. It's not like instant. So I think, yes, it's intelligence, but it's a lot of hard work.
Yeah, and of course, Iran...
And good technology, I would say so also, yeah.
Right, so hard work and technology, you're saying. Iran has a much larger army than Israel, and yet it doesn't seem to have the upper hand. Do you think it's the intel that gives Israel the upper hand here?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we don't have actually any interest in the army of Iran. It's about the Revolutionary Guard. This is the main problem. These are the ones to export the revolution. These are the ones, you know, to go and build Hezbollah and support the Houthis and the other proxies and the terror around the world. So definitely targeting them, it's a great achievement by itself. And I think that it's going to, the impact, going to put Iran in the right proportion. But it's not just here in the Middle East. It's going further. We have to remember that Iran is a great supporter of Russia in the war of Ukraine. And I think some of the impact is going further than here.
And where do you see this heading to from here? What are your sort of forecasts as to how events unfold moving forward? You've talked about a time frame. You've said it could be days, could be weeks. What sort of a time frame are we looking at?
I would say, you know, very carefully, it is not less than few weeks. And I think also we can expect from the US to reconsider their approach, the political approach, because I think it will be kind of a miss to go back to the same agreement, because the situation has changed this evening. And I think that the American can go for a totally different political agreement with them, and even to consider to go along with Israel and bring further more results to weaken Iran. And then I think they are in a good way or in a good position to achieve not just nuclear, but to reduce the power of Iran or the impact of Iran in terms of terror, in terms of exporting the revolution. And I think that the Americans would consider that.
Do you think we're looking at a prolonged, long drawn-out conflict here, one that could even spread across the region?
I think it's look, the risk for escalation is there, but I think it's limited. It's more limited than what we think, because it's not the same thing as Iran, half a year ago or a year ago. So I think that we are not going to be the whole area, burning or something of that kind. But yes, it's just the beginning. We have to, to watch the next days and see where things are going.
Just lastly, very briefly, is there a sense of panic in Israel right now? I mean, there are reports that supermarket shelves are quite empty. I mean, are people in Israel concerned about the direction in which things are heading?
No, it's not a panic, but people, they have that nature of just in case. So, they go and just in case, buy more cheese, more bread, and that. I don't see any panic in Israel, but yes, people understand that it might take several weeks, and it's about their food. But I don't think that there is panic in Israel.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, retired Major General.
Thank you, Tom.
Israel's. Thank you for your time. We can cross now to Jasmine Al-Gamal, who is a former US Pentagon advisor for the Middle East, who joins us from London. Jasmine, always a pleasure having you on the programme. Can I just start by asking you, what were your initial thoughts when this news was delivered to you of those overnight strikes?
I was surprised at the timing, to be honest with you. I wasn't surprised at the extent of the damage that Israel did, because I knew, and I think we all knew, who have been following this, that if Israel were to strike another blow against Iran, that it would try to go for the nuclear facilities, because it's done everything else before: military facilities, leaders, Iranian leaders, Hamas leaders. And so really striking at the heart of Iran's nuclear program was the only thing that was left for them to do. And this has been a long-standing goal of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He has been saying for years that Iran poses an imminent threat to Israel and that its nuclear sites had to be dismantled by force. So that wasn't a surprise to me. The timing of it was a surprise to me because of the diplomacy that had been going on between the Trump administration and Iran, and the fact that Steve Witkoff, the special envoy to the Middle East, was supposed to be meeting with the Iranian foreign minister in Oman on Sunday. And even though the two parties still appear to be a ways apart in terms of what they wanted to get out of the deal, negotiations were ongoing. And I spoke to several contacts who had close knowledge of the negotiations, and they said that they believed that all of the parties were negotiating in good faith. So to have the Israelis strike now, when those diplomatic channels were still not completed, that was a surprise to me.
So knowing what we know now, and we've had 12 hours or so to digest this news, I mean, what was, do you think, Israel's thinking in carrying out these attacks when, as you say, the wheels are in motion? More talks were supposed to be happening in Oman on Sunday. So what do you think they were thinking?
Well, there are two schools of thought on this right now. I'll tell you the first one, even though I don't agree with it, which is that this was the plan all along, that the whole Trump and Netanyahu rift was just manufactured in order to provide a huge element of surprise to Iran when Israel finally did the strikes against it. That even some people are saying that the negotiations in Oman through the Omanis were just a ruse to make Iran feel comfortable, let down its guard so that the Israelis could go in and attack. I don't believe that. But I do think that we are now at a moment, a really critical moment, where the U.S. and Israel and indeed Iran are going to have to figure out how to get out of this mess. What is the off-ramp here? Now, the Iranians are going to be thinking about how to respond. And they don't have many options, to be honest with you. Their defenses have been weakened. Their offensive capabilities have been weakened. Their strategic depth in the region has been weakened because of how Hezbollah and Hamas have been decimated over the last year. So in terms of direct retaliation, they may be thinking about how to retaliate against the Israelis. They may be thinking how to retaliate against the Americans. But at the end of the day, they just don't have that much, whether it's manpower at the leadership level or physical military capability. And so the third option would be to kind of step back, go underground, and try to rush as fast as possible to get to that nuclear capacity, because not all of their nuclear sites were hit in yesterday's strike. And so they might see that the only way out for them, other than completely capitulating, is racing towards that nuclear weapon. So it's really, we'll have to see what the next hours and days bring. But Iran's options are limited.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at your Twitter feed before we crossed to you, or rather, I should say your X feed. And one of the things you point to is, of course, that there was a deal between Iran and pretty much the rest of the world with regards to its nuclear ambitions, the so-called JCPOA. You say that President Trump pulled out of that whenever it was 7-8 years ago, out of spite. And what we're seeing now are talks aimed at bringing about another deal with Iran, which has proven extremely difficult. Do you think, with the passage of time, it looks like an error to have torn up that agreement? And how different do you think a new agreement could or would be were they able to strike one with Iran?
Look, I mean, there were definitely criticisms of President Obama's Iran deal. The fact that it only focused very tightly on the nuclear file and didn't address any of Iran's activities in the region, its support for Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis and so on. And I think that's very fair criticism. But the fact is, if you focus on the nuclear issue, it was a deal that actually got Iran to come into the fold and be more transparent than it had been previously. And when Trump came in and tore up the deal, Iran went back to being more opaque, to starting to violate some of those agreements. And that made Israel very uncomfortable. But the fact is, Iran wasn't the one to leave that deal. It remained in the deal. And Trump was the one who left. And now that he was trying to get back to a deal, and this is why I don't quite believe this conspiracy theory that this was all planned and that the whole Trump-Netanyahu rift has been a ruse. I do believe that the Trump administration was trying to reach a deal with Iran on their own terms. Trump wanted to be the one to get that deal. He wanted to be the one to say, I got a better deal than Obama. We know that that's how he operates. So I do believe that he was his intention was to get a deal. But of course, the US presidency and international affairs in general is never about just one actor, even if that actor is the US president. There were forces within the administration, the neocons, the Iran hawks, that had been working with the Israelis to try to create that momentum for a strike. And like I said, I think those who are focused on trying to strike Iran's nuclear capabilities saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that Iran has been severely weakened, its proxies have been weakened, now is the time to do it, it's now or never.
How fragile do you think the leadership in Iran is looking right now, and how vulnerable do you think they're feeling, knowing, as they do, that Israel seems to have a pretty good track record of working out who's where and then taking corresponding action?
That's right. I mean, Tom, without a doubt, Israel has proved what it has proved, even if you don't agree, which I don't, with their tactics and their strategies. It has proved undeniable dominance militarily and in terms of intelligence vis-a-vis the Iranians, vis-a-vis really anyone in the region by far. And so I think the Iranians are feeling completely, I imagine, stunned right now. Of course, they always knew that this would be a possibility. They had to have known that this was a possibility. And in that sense, they may have really overplayed their hand in these negotiations with Donald Trump. They saw that the US administration was willing to make a deal or to enter into negotiations, and they should have just taken a deal. But they sort of held off. They tried to get the best deal they could. And I think they missed that moment, at least for the time being. They now have to scramble to figure out how to proceed. They are very thin when it comes to personnel, people who can actually make decisions about the next step moving forward. And I can imagine that they're feeling really, really cornered right now. And what I worry about is that an actor that feels this cornered is going to just lash out, feel like it has nothing left to lose, and that could end up being really dangerous.
Right. I mean, we're talking about two countries here, Iran and Israel, that are somewhat isolated on the world stage. I mean, both of them. Many analysts we've spoken to have said that Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel looks pretty isolated, and his position looks vulnerable too. And as you say, when you look at all the other factors in the equation, I mean, we're talking about a very unpredictable situation here, aren't we?
extremely unpredictable, extremely scary. I mean, I think all the time about people who live in the region who have to worry about what the next conflict will be and where the next strikes will come from. I mean, this is not a sustainable way for people to live in the region. And it's also not sustainable for long-term stability or security, because every time you have something like this happen, there's always that risk of miscalculation that ends up spiraling completely out of control and taking the whole region along with it. And that remains a really, really high risk. The fact is that when you look at the history of the Middle East, it's never really been the case. At least I can't think of a case where an issue or a challenge that has been resolved with brute force rather than diplomacy has ended up actually working out in the long term, rather than creating more and more problems down the road. And so what I would hope, and I think we still haven't seen the end of this Israeli strike on Iran, and we certainly haven't seen the Iranian response fully yet, but I would hope that in the next few days, that, you know, cooler heads prevail. I don't know where those cooler heads are, to be honest with you. I'm at a loss. But I do hope that cooler heads somewhere can prevail and try to get that diplomacy back on track, because otherwise I do fear that we're entering just a whole different level of violence and chaos in the Middle East that people can ill afford.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you talking to us. Jasmine El Gamal, thank you. Well, let's bring into the conversation now Nega Mortazavi, who is an Iranian-American journalist and host of the Iran podcast. She joins us from Washington. Thank you very much for being with us. How significant a blow was dealt to Iran in the early hours of this morning?
I think it was significant, and it came also with a lot of shock. So the element of surprise was also important. Both the government or the regime and also the population seemed to be in absolute shock. And the level of this destruction and the number of people targeted and the locations targeted and the extent of the operations, it all seems to be, it was very extensive. So I think it came with a lot of surprise and also a lot of destruction. I spoke to people on the ground in Iran who woke up in the middle of the night in absolute horror, hearing explosions, the ground shaking, jets flying overhead, and many people essentially being not so far away from these locations that were targeted in their neighborhoods, around the corner from where they live. It was just a very, very significant night.
And in terms of precedent, probably the most significant attack since the 1980s, when Iran was at war with Iraq, or even more significant than that. What are your thoughts?
Yes, absolutely. The last time Iranians remember anything like this, I also grew up, I was a child in that era, were the bombings of the 1980s war between Iran and Iraq, especially towards the end when the bombing of the city started. And sort of this kind of reminded of the horror of that era, of eventually running to bunkers and shelters, and the destruction that would come after it. So yes, absolutely. And having the capital, Tehran, many locations being attacked and bombed at the same time, this has been unprecedented since the 1980s.
Let's talk about some of the individuals who were targeted. We've got the leader of the paramilitary Revolutionary Guard, General Mohammad Bagheri. There's also Hossein Salami, who is the he's the leader of the Revolutionary Guard, and the chief of staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, General Mohammad Bagheri. Those two killed, along with 6 nuclear scientists and a number of other senior figures in the Iranian leadership. I mean, certainly on the military side. Who stands out for you as being the most significant of the people who were targeted?
Maybe Salami, as well as the other commanders, their killing would be a major blow to the overall Iranian armed forces and defense strategy moving forward. This also, let's not forget, this comes on the following, first of all, the assassination of the Iranian top general in 2020 under the first Trump administration, General Soleimani back then, and then also in the past 2 years, major blows to Iran's allies, network of allies, the axis of resistance across the region, Hezbollah, Hamas, the militias in Iraq. So the overall blow is going to be very serious to Iran, both as far as their strategic depth that they saw in the region with their allies, their forward defense strategy, which was sort of that network, and also the fall of Assad in Syria, of course, Iran's close state ally in the region. But then now domestically, inside the country, with the homeland being attacked and with these commanders being killed in their homes with their families, this is very unprecedented. It's a major blow to Iranians, and I just don't know if they have a lot of good options in front of them after this.
Yeah, and it's a psychological blow as well to the leadership in Iran to know that Israel from far away is able to, through pressing a few buttons, target and kill some very senior figures. Do you think that's got the leadership all the way at the top feeling extremely vulnerable and perhaps rather nervous about their own futures?
Well, it must have. They're not showing it. I mean, the system is showing some level of continuity. They're talking about retaliation and Israel paying back for this. But obviously, there must be stress and worry at the top levels. But I also want to reiterate that Iran is a large nation state. This is not a militia. We're not talking about Hezbollah, because I've seen comparison being done, for example, with Hezbollah or with Hamas. This is not that. This is not, we're not dealing with a paramilitary as part of a country. This is the actual nation state. It's a large country. At the end of the day, with a big population, the central government has a certain level of strength. There's all kinds of armed forces. It's not just these individuals. They have been quickly replaced. So I think as again, a country, as a nation state, they will be able to sort of recuperate and continue and collect themselves. We've seen the retaliation already started with the drones flying towards Israel, etc. But I think the main issue here, if we look at the big picture also, is the U.S.-Iran nuclear talks that were ongoing. The next round was scheduled for this Sunday. This was an attempt at sabotaging diplomacy also. It looks like a military operation, but the Israeli Prime Minister has been trying to sabotage nuclear diplomacy since the Obama era and now under Trump. And he saw this opportunity, this window of opportunity, and this was the best way to essentially launch a military operation to be able to, at the same time, hit these targets, but also hit diplomacy, which I think was the main target.
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen what becomes of those talks. But just going back to the domestic situation in Iran, because over the last few years, I mean, every journalist in the world has covered a number of stories where there have been chapters of, considerable unrest in Iran. There must be a number of citizens in Iran who are perhaps hoping these events will lead to the downfall of the leadership. I mean, do you think there will be people who see this as an opportunity to domestically to perhaps start thinking about some new leaders for the country?
I mean, a good portion of the population is very angry at the status quo, at the form of governance. As you said, we've seen protest after protest, bloody, deadly protests, and with lots of grievances that the government hasn't responded to, economic, political, social. But I just don't know if this is a very realistic view for Israeli military strikes. We can still call them surgical. This is not a full-on invasion, boots on the ground in the country. With these kind of military operations to bring any form of regime change or stability or more democracy to the country, the only thing this will bring is more instability, potentially more domestic unrest that can turn into civil wars, as we've seen in the neighboring countries. And then if we're talking about a full-on regime change, something that the closest example would be, for example, Iraq and Afghanistan, that came after boots on the ground, full-on invasions of the country by the U.S. military. And even those didn't turn out as they were desired or suggested or promised before. We saw what happened in Afghanistan after 20 years. We see what's happening in Iraq, the instability across the region that came from those wars. So some Iranians are angry. We even see some sort of showing joy at the killing of some of these commanders. But at the same time, this is their livelihoods. If you live in the country, I've spoken to many people who are in absolute horror. At the end of the day, these are Iranian cities. These are not Islamic Republic cities. When someone has bombed a neighborhood, in your neighborhood, a house in your neighborhood, or in your own building. So, for example, I saw reporting of a unit that was hit, but then because of a gas leak, the fire spread to other units in that apartment that weren't the primary target. So things in a war can go wrong in an escalation, and the civilians will pay the price. And I think that's the understanding among the majority of Iranians, especially now that they're seeing the horror of these attacks and explosions, and also the memories that came with them from the 1980s war with Iraq.
Okay, well, I'm afraid we're out of time. We're going to have to leave it there. But thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us, Nega Murtazavi. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Fred Fleet, who is the former Executive Secretary and Chief of Staff of the United States National Security Council under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Arabiya English. Let me just start by asking you, what was your reaction to this news when you heard about it, presumably late last night, US time?
Well, I was surprised. I think the whole world was surprised. Iran has counted on the ability to stave off criticism in international forums or attacks as long as it is involved in some kind of international negotiations. And it's an expert at dragging these talks out. And I don't think anyone thought that Israel would stage an attack while negotiations with the U.S. were ongoing, and when another round of these talks was scheduled for this weekend.
Indeed, talks supposed to happen on Sunday. I mean, do you think this perhaps means those talks can't go ahead?
It looks that way because Iran is claiming that the U.S. was working with Israel on this attack, even though President Trump has said that the U.S. was not. I think the U.S. Didn't give Israel a red light for the attack. And I think President Trump has been pretty clear right now that Iran had a choice 60 days ago to make an agreement that would stop an attack like this, and it chose not to do so.
Yeah, I mean, we heard the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, using words like not involved, and these were unilateral attacks carried out by Israel. It sounded a bit like he was trying to put some pretty clear distance between Washington and what happened on Iranian soil. What were your thoughts on that?
I think there's a difference of opinion between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. It's a friendly difference on how to deal with Iran. Netanyahu has no time for diplomacy. He thinks the Iranians are simply not interested in talking. They just want to buy time to further develop their nuclear weapons and missile programs. But Trump believes in diplomacy and wants to avoid new wars. And he really did want to go through a diplomatic process to try to resolve this. Now, Trump has made statements recently that these talks weren't going anywhere because Iran was not negotiating in good faith. And I think Trump was moving towards very tough sanctions, maybe military action, but we'll never know.
Yeah, indeed. We heard President Trump, we read President Trump on Truth Social saying, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. What does he mean by a second chance? I mean, they've just been pounded by Israel. What does a second chance look like?
Well, I mean, Iran says it wants a peaceful nuclear program. Trump said, okay, you can have one. We'll have a consortium so you can import nuclear fuel, and they already import nuclear fuel rods for the Bashir power reactor. They can easily import nuclear medicines. That's an agreement that would allow Iran to, and we could even give them fuel for research reactors, small fuel plates for research reactors. That's all doable. If Iran really wants a peaceful nuclear program, we'll help them get one. And we could incorporate Iran into the global community. You know, Trump made the point in his recent trip to Saudi Arabia. He wants to promote peace through strength and commerce. Iran could be prosperous by striking a deal with Trump instead of being bombed and having their military facilities destroyed by Israel.
I mean, Iran cuts a very lonely figure on the world stage, a very lonely nation. I mean, who's going to come to Iran's aid? And let's not forget, Iran hasn't got those powerful friends in the form of Hezbollah, and it doesn't really have, Syria as its friend really anymore either.
Iran has some alliances and supporters, but they're not going to step into this battle. Russia and China aren't going to step in. But Hezbollah is an interesting question because, over the last few years, I don't think Israel wanted to conduct an attack like this because it worried that Hezbollah fighters would come over the border and there'd be a ferocious missile attack by Hezbollah. Well, Israel's basically wiped Hezbollah out, and it's said over the last 12 hours or so that it is not involved in this fight.
Is this a blow to Russia, do you think, in any respect, given that, let's face it, Russia's war in Ukraine relies quite heavily on munitions that are supplied by Iran, and this is another ally and friend that seems to be in a state of duress right now. Do you interpret this as being an indirect blow to Russia?
I think it definitely is, because Russia's relying on drones that are being made in Iran, and Iran also was going to buy new nuclear reactors from Russia. But with this destruction to its nuclear program, I think that whether that will continue is really up in the air.
Just going back to the negotiations, I mean, President Trump was, after all, the US president who scrapped the Iran nuclear deal and now wants another one. I mean, do you think with the passage of time and with the benefit of hindsight, it would have been better if that Iran nuclear deal had not been scrapped?
No, that deal in 2015, which I call the Obama nuclear deal, was a terrible agreement. It did little to stop Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. There's substantial evidence that Iran was cheating on the agreement, and we can see that by how fast Iran ramped up its uranium enrichment program under the Biden administration. Iran was secretly working on advanced centrifuge technologies throughout the time it was a party to the JCPOA. The agreement was a fake, it was a fraud, and Trump was right to withdraw from it.
Just looking at the fact that these attacks took you say, somewhat by surprise. I mean, there were just looking at the warning signs, if there were any. I mean, I don't know what you think of this, but we were talking about US diplomatic missions being evacuated in the last 36 hours on this channel. I mean, do you think some of the warning signs were there? Do you think it was obvious that something was about to happen?
There were warning signs, but there's often warning signs that something may happen that doesn't. This was different in many ways. First of all, the Israelis led the Iranians to believe that the attack wasn't imminent. And then there were ongoing negotiations. But there's also the issue that in the previous two attacks against Iran, they were retaliation for Iranian attacks. Israel did not initiate an attack. So it could be that Iran didn't expect that Israel would ever do this.
OK, so do you think it's fair to say the US was not involved but not unaware? Do you think that would sort of sum it up?
I mean, I'm told that the US was not involved, and I understand that US officials were aware the attack was about to take place.
OK, and just lastly, where do you see things heading? I mean, do you think there is the real risk of escalation here?
I think the global community has to stand behind Israel here, because Iran was enriching to 60% uranium-235. No peaceful uses. It could fuel 9 to 10 nuclear weapons. This was a huge threat to regional and global security. And I think Israel did the world a favor. Let's stand with Israel and let's pressure the Iranian government to agree to a peaceful way out of this and not to lash out with missile attacks and terrorist attacks, because that's just going to result in more misery for the Iranian people.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Fred Fleet, it's always a pleasure talking to you.
Good to be here.
Well, let's bring into the conversation Sir Simon Gass, who is the former British ambassador to Iran and the former chair of the UK Joint Intelligence Committee. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Arabiya English. Let me just start by asking you this. Why do you think Israel decided to carry out these attacks on Iran at this particular moment?
Well, I think there were probably three main components to the answer, Tom. The first is that Israel, I think, has been itching to take military action against Iran for some time, judging that Iran is probably today in a weaker position than it has been for many years, because effectively its proxy Lebanese Hezbollah in Lebanon has been decapitated last year by Israeli action. Secondly, Iran has lost its key regional allies in the Assad regime in Syria. And thirdly, because previous Israeli strikes last October went quite a long way to damaging sections of Iran's air defense and therefore left it more vulnerable, and that was a vulnerability that could close. I think the second reason is that Iran's nuclear program has been forging ahead in some important ways. It's worth remembering that the US intelligence community has been briefing out to people that it doesn't think that Iran has a program to develop a nuclear weapon at present, but nevertheless, a number of the capabilities which you would need if you wanted to do that have been moving ahead quite fast. And thirdly, I think that Israel was content, rather reluctantly perhaps, to give a chance to US-Iranian negotiations on the nuclear deal, of which we've already had 5 rounds, but has probably judged, and the US may also have judged, we don't know, that those negotiations were unlikely to be successful. So I think for all of those reasons, Israel chose this moment to strike.
Yeah, and you mentioned the perceived weakness of Iran at this particular moment. I mean, you were ambassador there. I should just add for our viewers' benefit between the years 2009 to 2011. But some of those same faces, notably the Ayatollah, will still be the ones that were around when you were based in Tehran. How vulnerable do you think the leadership in Iran actually is right now? I mean, given that some major figures have been assassinated in the last 24 hours, I mean, do you think there could even be an appetite on Israel's part to go for the people at the very, very top?
Well, that isn't something which Israel appears to have done so far. It's focused on military leaders and nuclear scientists, clearly to make any Iranian retaliation more complex, because you've effectively taken out 2 or 3 of the top military officers in the country. But also to create in Iran a sense of vulnerability. I think that's true. I don't believe, though, at the moment that Israel has taken action which is very clearly designed to try to topple the Iranian regime or anything of that sort. I think this is firmly based on Iran's nuclear and military capability.
And to what extent do you think Israel's been successful in addressing that threat with these attacks? I mean, has the threat been eliminated as far as you're concerned from what we know, from what we've seen in terms of the sites that were targeted by carrying out those attacks in the early hours of this morning?
Tom, I think it's probably too early for us to tell for sure how successful Israel has been in the attacks that it launched. I'm in little doubt that Israel will not want to end its campaign against Iran until it's achieved success in its military goals, which are likely to be a substantial degradation, both in Iran's nuclear capability, but also in its long-range strike capacity and therefore its ability to hit back at Israel. So I think we must expect that the attacks we saw earlier today are not the end of the story. And of course, we also have to factor in that Iran will itself undoubtedly respond at some point in the future. That may not be immediately. It may take a while for that to materialize. But I think that will be another turn of the handle when we get to that point.
Both in the United Kingdom and in the US, there's an argument that's often made in Israel's defense, namely that Israel has the right to defend itself. Do you agree that Israel, by carrying out those attacks on Iran this morning, was acting in self-defense?
Well, that's clearly something for lawyers to argue about, whether this is justified in terms of self-defense. I think what we can say is that Israel has always seen the possibility of a nuclear-armed Iran as an existential threat against the country, and therefore has over many years undertaken military and intelligence action against Iran and against the nuclear program, which it would no doubt brigade under the heading of self-defense. So that is clearly a view which Israel has.
And the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has been urging restraint. His Cobra group, the emergency meeting, has been taking place this afternoon. I mean, beyond words, what do you think the UK could or might do in this particular situation?
Well, I think, firstly, the United Kingdom will be speaking to Israel and indeed, of course, to the United States. And of course, restraint is the word that they will be using. I'm not sure, though, that under present circumstances, the United Kingdom view will carry a great deal of weight with Israel. They have taken their decision and they are going to carry it out no matter what. I think the UK may have a bigger role to play once the initial shooting stops and the question re-emerges as to whether any sort of negotiation with Iran on the nuclear program is possible. At the moment, that does not look at all likely, but the future is uncertain. It's also just worth noting that the United Kingdom has a stake in this because, of course, unlike the United States and unlike Israel, the United Kingdom has an embassy in Tehran, an embassy which I used to lead many years ago, which itself can be vulnerable when you get waves of anger in Tehran. There is no American embassy to demonstrate outside, there is no Israeli embassy to demonstrate outside, and therefore that can land on the United Kingdom's door. The UK also, of course, has personnel and citizens throughout the neighbourhood, particularly in the Gulf, and will be wanting to do everything which it can to safeguard those people.
And speaking of embassies, I mean, we were discussing yesterday the news on this channel that the United States had decided to evacuate some of its diplomatic missions around the region in the last 24, 36 hours. I mean, do you see a pattern? That's not a coincidence, is it?
No, I mean, I think it's pretty clear, including from what President Trump has said, that the United States had forewarning of these Israeli attacks and therefore chose to reduce its footprint in the region, particularly in places where they might be vulnerable, such as Baghdad, where, as you know, there are significant Shia Iran-aligned militias present. So that is clearly a decision which the US took to try to reduce its vulnerability. All of that said, my assessment is that Iran is likely to do everything which it can to avoid further antagonizing the United States so as to avoid a situation in which Iran finds itself facing not only a very capable Israeli military, but also a very capable and large US military at the same time. Now, whether that containment will prove possible if this situation goes on for a long time remains to be seen. But I think that that will be Iran's goal.
And just lastly, I dug out an article written in the Times by William Hague, who was the British Foreign Secretary and leader of the Conservative Party for a time. And he wrote this article in the context of the 7th of October attacks. And he said, Iran, feeling sidelined by a Middle East increasingly focused on modernization, economic growth and cooperation with Israel, gave its backing, just to paraphrase him, to the Hamas attacks of the 7th of October. Do you think that's what it is? Do you think Iran here feeling extremely left behind by the rest of the region and it's sort of having a sort of a last attempt at trying to sort of make its mark on the region? I mean, what do you make of those comments by William Hague? Do you think they're still relevant 2 years on?
No, I don't really think that's the case at all. Iran has for many years operated what I would describe as a policy of forward defence, in which you try to engage with your adversaries as far away from Iran's national borders as possible. And that has meant that Iran has supported and trained and funded a range of groups, many of which use pretty unsavory tactics, such as Lebanese Hezbollah. Hamas was in a slightly different category in that I've no doubt Iran has given support for Hamas, but Hamas was never an organisation that danced to Iran's tune. No, I think that if you look at the way in which Iran has tried to improve its relations with its Gulf neighbours in recent years, including Saudi Arabia, of course, what we're seeing is an Iran which recognises that the region is changing, as you say, and it needs to maintain a stake in that process. But I don't think that that has particularly led it to a more aggressive stance. Indeed, I think if you look at what Iran has done since those dreadful attacks on the 7th of October, on the whole, it's tried to stay out of it as much as it can, but has sometimes felt the need to respond to particular actions by Israel, which Iran judges to be escalatory.
OK, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Really appreciate it. Sir Simon Gass, former British ambassador to Iran. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, for more, we can speak to Thomas Pickering, who is the former US ambassador to Israel and former US ambassador to the United Nations. He joins us from Virginia. Ambassador Pickering, always a pleasure talking to us. And I just wanted to start by asking you, first of all, how dangerous of a situation do you think the world finds itself in this Friday?
Tom, it's hard, I think, at this point to be precise, but it's a very important question. And adding another potential full-scale conflict with the use of heavy drones and 200 aircraft to the other two conflicts that are going on between Russia and Ukraine and Israel and the Palestinians over Gaza is not a comforting prospect, one that raises the issue of the question of accidents, mistakes, misjudgments, and misperceptions of how and in what way the question can be dealt with. The notion that force is the ultimate resolver of all these conflicts is something that I think has been disproved time and time again. And certainly force at this stage does not seem to be adding to diplomatic potency. The president had made statements that he, I believe, thought would help in once again engaging Iran. The view is that from the press reports that the meeting won't take place on Sunday. I hope it does. I think it's important to move in that direction. But all of this adds up to instability and uncertainty, beginning obviously with the oil patch, but going beyond that. And some have even threatened or at least moved down the road of alluding to the fact that nuclear use might actually be engaged. A dangerous and I think careless invitation to catastrophe, and we ought to be very, very careful about that.
Indeed, and we've had guests who've told us on this channel that boxed into a corner, there's no telling what the Iranian leadership might choose to do. I mean, what actual options do you think they have?
Well, they have the options of continue to try a conventional riposte, attack the U.S. position. 40,000 people in the Middle East is not a trivial presence in any way at all. The president, I think quite rightly, has warned them against doing that. We have tried to maintain that we were not involved in the attacks, although it was quite clear we were aware of the attacks, and it was quite clear that we have been the traditional military and political supporter of Israel, and Iran is finding it obviously hard to ignore that in terms of the exchange of threats that has been going on over the last 12 hours.
Just in terms of where things could head to from here, and I just want to ask you as well in terms of the timing of all of this. These are sort of areas I'd like to explore. Let's talk about the timing first. I mean, we're being told that Iran was about to reach the point of no return when it came to developing nuclear weaponry. I mean, do you believe that intel to be credible?
I have no basis for evaluating it in terms of the passage of time and the progress that Iran has made. It is difficult to say that it's entirely off the charts and couldn't happen. I think that it is potentially a realistic conclusion, but I would want to see the data before I jumped to that conclusion.
Okay, I mean, this does raise some questions. I mean, some people will be hopeful that the Iranian leadership is looking perhaps more vulnerable than it has done at any other time in recent memory. I mean, do you buy into that? Do you think that the Iranian leadership is on borrowed time?
The Iranians have not in any way at all indicated that the decimation of their leadership produces compliance with international law and standards, quite the other way around. And they have already voiced a number of serious threats about the actions they will take against Israel and in a couple of cases against the United States, despite the fact that we have sought quite actively to separate ourselves, although recently the president has declared that this was an excellent move, whatever he means by that, by Israel.
I mean, has Iran ever shown, do you think, genuine willingness to strike a genuine deal? And you know, on the subject of the JCPOA, which President Trump did away with, I mean, many observers didn't think that was a genuine deal. It wasn't a good deal. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Well, many observers thought that they could procure a better one. They haven't so far. And my view was that it was a helpful deal and a useful deal, and that Iran was living up to the deal according to the monitoring that had been conducted both by us unilaterally and by the United Nations, and that it was not a wise move, if I could phrase it diplomatically, to withdraw from that deal under the expectation that you could, in a very short space of time, produce a miraculous, much better deal.
So do you think if that deal was still active, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in today? I mean, very hard to say, but...
Oh, very hard to say that, Tom. I think we would have been at a starting point that was more advantageous to peace, security, stability, and safety than we are now.
Okay, now turning our eye to where do we go to from here. Is there a country, or are there countries, that can perhaps get both sides sitting around a table that both sides would listen to? What are the diplomatic options?
I think the diplomatic options begin this afternoon, 3 o'clock, in the United Nations Security Council. The Council has been in a very difficult position in recent months with serious disagreements based on differences over different conflicts. I cannot believe that sensible people in Russia and China, as well as in Britain and France, would not wish to join us, and that we should be there in seeking an effort in the Security Council of unanimity in favor of a resolution that would bring a halt to the fighting right away, open the door to a ceasefire, support the idea of conversations beginning immediately over the conditions that would have to be instituted and prevail to prevent the present situation between Israel and Iran from growing into a region-wide catastrophic conflict that nobody can stop. We have basically gone well beyond the point of what I would call easy no return, but I don't think we are yet at the point where were we able to bring people together that would be totally impossible. And so that would, in my view, be something of interest here. And I've thought that for some time the Council should be living up to its mandate rather than articulating serious bilateral and other differences over the current range of conflicts in the Middle East and Balkans.
In terms of how the US sees these developments the last 24 hours, I mean, we've been putting this to some of our other guests today as well, but I mean, it sounded like the US Secretary of State was trying to distance the US from those attacks carried out by Israel, saying we weren't involved, these were unilateral attacks. Do you think the US did tacitly, however, approve of what Israel did?
I can only guess, and I don't think a guess at the moment would be contributing to any kind of diplomatic effort or success. It is apparent that the U.S. apparently knew about the impending attacks, and it is apparent that the U.S. has continued to support Israel in large measure over reasons that have to do with the Hamas heavy attack on October 7th, the disastrous murder of 1,200 Israelis and so on. My view is that one massacre does not, in a sense, justify another, and the death toll in Gaza that went on after the October 7th attacks is nothing that anyone, I think, should be proud of claiming responsibility for.
Okay, and in terms of how you think the next couple of days will pan out, this is my last question to you. So, I mean, what are your predictions?
That's the big question now. Is the Security Council the place where we could begin to open the door? How will Russia and China look at this? Do they have a deep concern about proliferation? There have been evidences in the past they do. A effort to, in one way or another, slow down and, put it this way, incentivize the beginning of a negotiated outcome to these problems rather than continued waves of attacks, drone waves, missile attacks, aircraft attacks, would be, I think, wildly supported by a large number of people all around the world, and would be an extremely helpful step to move conditions ahead. And we ought to be putting ourselves in the van, in the main centerpiece of the effort to get this done. It is in our interest not to have a catastrophic conflict in the Middle East that may in one way or another threaten nuclear use, or at least make that more likely, or the uncertainty make that more likely, all of which we have in one way or another thought about over a long period of years and created deterrence. Now's the time to use deterrence. Diplomacy is a very strong, put it this way, backup to deterrence, a very strong invigorator of deterrence, a very strong involvement of how and in what way deterrence can move itself forward in the international community to take over from confusion, chaos, and catastrophe.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thomas Pickering, former U.S.
Good
ambassador
to be with
to
you.
Israel.
Thanks.
Thank you. That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again on Monday for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
welcome back to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. So JJ.
Yes.
Newcastle.
Yeah,
so
man.
We talk Shearer, we talk Rob Lee. I need to ask you about one guy who I think is
iconic.
I think he transcends football. Sir Bobby.
Oh my God, yeah.
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 Well, you mentioned the first conversation you had on the phone. What was that like with him?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up around Italian Night. It was my first World Cup, so just having Bobby Robson even ring you, like I just, it was always the excitement on his voice. In his voice was just like incredible, and he just put so much belief in you as well. I wouldn't say that like tactically, he was like incredible, but his man management style, and you know, you stood in that tunnel wanting to kill. That's how you just felt after you'd started talking. But yeah, it was more to do. I remember going into the boardroom at Newcastle, and you know, he came flying through the doors, and he was just so excited, and he was just like, "All right, son, delighted to have you." And like the very first thing he said to me, he said, "Listen, you're playing. Like, you're not here like to be in the resis and go through." And he's like, "You're going to be starting football." And like I said to you, like in the first part, my first 10 days in training were horrendous, and we had a training session on like the Thursday at St James's Park, and my first full game for Newcastle was against Sunderland away.
They're big as well up there, aren't they?
So I've come in for all this money, like spotlights on me, and then I've got the time where Derby staring me in the face. And the beauty of playing for these clubs like a Newcastle, and you'd have felt it at Southampton. You probably didn't feel it as much, Joe, because London clubs are very different. Do you know what I mean? But you wake up on a Saturday and that place just shuts down. There's only one thing happening on that day, and it is football. Do you know what I mean? And you walk out and it's just black and white shirts everywhere. And so in training, he's on the Thursday. I finished the training session again, was bang average in training. And he just walked over to me and he just put his hand on my shoulder and he just went, "Listen, you're starting on Saturday, so just get your head around it." And that was it. And I was just like, right.
What day was it?
That was on the Thursday.
Right, okay.
So we trained again Friday back at the training ground, and then obviously we've gone to the game. It was a morning kickoff. I was so nervous, man. I'd roomed with like Nobby Solano, I think at the time, and Nobby was a pain in the arse, man. Honestly.
He's something else.
Yeah, he loved music, so he was always playing his bloody trumpet and stuff like that.
He had a band. He had a band.
I realised that. Yeah, honestly, like it was about 10:30 at night.
He played for us because remember.
He was at Villa with him.
I was at Villa with him and West Ham.
Oh, you would have been, yeah. Player, by the way. What?
I told him that. I told him that when I saw him.
But yeah, it was about like 10:30 at night, and I'm literally in bed, and I went on this TV show and told this, and like it came out so wrong because I was in bed at like 10:30 at night, and Nobby started playing the trumpet, and I was like, but that's kind of what happened. I literally rolled over, and he's literally he's literally got the full stand out with like, you know, the notes and everything, and he's just there, just playing the trumpet.
Man, trying to go sleep, bro.
And I'm like, mate, I've got the biggest game of my life tomorrow. You better put that down. so he's
you know, he got placed with him on purpose, right?
Yeah, probably.
So he got stitched up again.
I know. Come down in the morning, and I was just like, I couldn't eat. It was like, you know, remember those early kickoffs when they first started? I've come down, I'm looking at Shearer, and he's got like a plate of chicken and pasta and beans, and I'm like, fitness coach come up to me, and he's like, "You need to eat something." I'm like, "I can't eat. I cannot physically eat." I said, "Just get me a Lucozade, I'll be sound." And and he was just trying to force feed me all his food. And anyway, I said, "No, I'm good." I had the Lucozade. The minute I got onto that pitch, it was just like amazing. And then I played well. We won the game. And
your fitness coach nightmare.
Yeah. And then after that, the lads were like, "Okay, this guy can do it." And that was it. That was the start of my Premier League career.
Wicked.
Can I say, because he fascinates me, Sir Bobby Robson, because like, you know, like he won things as a coach, but he didn't win like loads. He managed Barcelona and obviously Newcastle in England. But it seems to me what he means to the players I speak to who played with him, or the fans of the clubs, everyone loves it. Did he have that? Say, for instance, give me an example of when you would have got into trouble and how you would have dealt with it, because. Do you know what I mean?
Because we know I've heard loads about Alex Ferguson, how he deals with misdemeanors.
You must have had a misdemeanor and
loads. I mean, we was in Newcastle. I'm like 18 years old. I was out all the time. But he used to have this thing with me where, like, I don't know, he was almost like a father figure to me at that particular time. Like, I remember like one of the first things he said, like when my mum brought me up, he was like, "Look, we're going to take care of him," and he'd have these little things to me where on a weekend, for example, he'd get to like Friday at training and he'd just literally come talk to me and just say, "Look, you know, you turn it on for me tomorrow, then you can have you can go back to Nottingham and I don't want to see you till Thursday.
Really?
And things like that. He just had these little nuggets that were great. But,
Yeah.
you know, one of the things, like the first time I kind of got in a bit of bother was Rio got in touch with Kieran and Usher at a concert in Manchester. So I was in, but it was on the Thursday. You know, you weren't supposed to go out on the Thursday. So I was like, friggin'. I said to Kieran, like, I'll drive, right, and we'll just go down and enjoy ourselves or whatever. But like, I'm not drinking because we've got the game at the weekend. Yeah. So drove down there, and like Rio's on it, Kieran's like, everyone. I think Kieran was injured or something, and we went to the MEN Arena, watched Usher. Then Rio's like, come on, let's go to. There's like, you know, like where there was those bars. There's always one bar that everyone went to that was in Manchester on one of those docks somewhere. Anyway, I'm in the car on the way back, and you know, we get to train on Friday, and Bobby just walked over to me, and he just was like, you know, bearing in mind it's the day before the game as well now, and just straight away just went, "You have a good night last night?"
Wow,
and I was just like, "How do you know?"
This is
before
before internet, people. Like, this is like before, like.
But you have to remember, like, him and Ferguson were tight. And Ferguson knows everything that's going on in the area. It's like simple, really. But I don't know why you think you're going to get away with it. So he just went, "You have a good time last night?" And I was like, "Yeah." He went, "You know you're not supposed to be doing that, don't you?" I went, "Yeah, I'm sorry, Gaffer." And he went, he actually said to me something along the lines. He went, "Listen, if I had a barbecue at my house, like, I wouldn't invite him, and I wouldn't invite him, but I'd invite you."
Right, okay.
And it was like one of those ones that like tapped into your soul, because it's his way of like saying, "I care about you." Do you know what I mean? And I would bring you close to my family.
See, that's genius.
And then he was just like, you know, just don't let me down again type stuff. So he had these little things, and also he was very approachable.
Yeah.
You could talk to him about everything and anything, and he was so like involved in training. It was like, you just could not love him. You just had to like just get on board with whatever he wanted.
I listened to Jose talk about him when he had the documentary, and this
was he not his interpreter?
Yeah, he was his interpreter. And Jose, like, you could see when Jose was talking about him, you could see him getting like emotional. And he said, and the guy asked him, "What did you learn about football from Sir Bobby?" You see Jose thinking about it and goes, he said, Jose said, "I couldn't lose." He said, sometimes but he said something along the lines of, that burns you, right, when you lose. And we all do it, like, we don't like losing, but he said, Sir Bobby, they lost a big game at Barcelona, and Sir Bobby said to him, "Listen, we need to pick ourselves up. We need to go again. That's beauty of life, beauty of football." He said, and also the way to deal with it is like, they're celebrating the opposition. He said Sir Bobby had a way of feeling positive for the team that's just beat him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, so I think he just had like, he had the keys to life, because when he passed and he had that, remember he met the players before, and I was like, that's a guy that's done so much for not just that city, but football.
He was about the fan. He was so much about the fans. The amount of games that we lost, and he would just be like, you know, these fans have spent their money, and like, a lot of times I remember we lost the game at Southampton once, and because of the journey that Newcastle fans have to take to Southampton, he made us like go out and basically almost apologise to them. Do you know what I mean? He was always about the fans, so he always had them on board. Well, why I say, like, tactically, you know, as a manager, it's not like I saw gaps or whatever because I was so young, but it was just, when I think about some of the things, we went to Juventus at the Stadio delle Alpi in the Champions League once, and their team was mad. It was like Nedved, David's in midfield, Trezeguet, Del Piero, Thuram was there. They had a proper team, and it was probably like my second or third game in the Champions League, and like our team was attacking. Like, our defence, when I look back on it, is like, I don't know how we got where we got. Really, that was all it was. And we've gone there, and for some reason, he's decided to put Andy Griffin, who was our right back at the time, do a man-to-man job on Nedved, and Nedved's just gone, "Yeah, all right." He's just sacked it off and gone to the other side, and Griff's like on the other side of the pitch. I'm right wing, getting absolutely mullered down this one side. It was just like, he always just did mad things like that. But as a manager, honestly, at that football club at that time, all of us loved him. Every single person loved him. And when he got sacked, I mean, we were fifth when they sacked him. But there was this thing about, I mean, they called us like the Brat Pack, basically. There was like me, Kieran, Bellas, and Cole Court and a few others. We were just young lads enjoying ourselves in Newcastle. That's all it was. But they brought in Souness to absolutely dismantle us.
Dismantle the Brat Pack,
pretty much,
I remember that was when you got tarnished with that, you know, like you weren't doing nothing no different to what we weren't doing in London.
No, none.
It was just that can I ask you about that Goldfish Bowl at Newcastle?
Yeah.
I think when you left the club, you said recently you felt that. Because you come to London, but did you feel like it was hard to sort of get away with things? Not get away with things, but live your life?
The polar opposite, Joe.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that annoyed me about that statement...
keys to the city.
Yeah, the thing that annoyed me about that statement was, like, I never said it, number one.
Right, okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. It was just, like, in my eyes, it was kind of like Graham Souness's way of softening kind of, like, the blow of losing a young player. You know, I was a young player who was still playing for England at the time, and it wasn't a good look on the club because I was like, I need to get out. If I wanted to go to the World Cup in 2006, which was my goal at that time, I knew I couldn't be at Newcastle because I could feel it going the wrong way. Their focus was too much on like destruction rather than like how do we build a great team. It was like Craig Bellamy is a nuisance, so, and you don't get on with Alan Shearer. So
he has a reputation that he doesn't deserve sometimes.
I
love him.
I also don't care. Like, he's a freaking sensational footballer who, if he's in your team, like when you play Rebellers, you don't understand how rare his type of player is. Where every single day, every game matters. So, you know, getting rid of him, then got rid of Laurent Robert, who was a bit rogue, but he was like creative genius. So it was all these things that were happening where you were just looking at it going, this is not, like, we've got a good team already and you're breaking it down. Yeah. So I knew I needed to get out. So that statement kind of came from that. But because, like Carlton says, like, I'm playing for Newcastle in the Champions League at 18. I'm telling you now, there's some stuff up there that people know that never came out. Because that city protects you. Like you
telling you.
Yeah, whereas I came to London...
Exposure.
Swear to God, my first night out, I hadn't even played a game for the football club, right? And I think we were away with England, and I literally signed for Spurs whilst we were away. I landed back at the airport. I went straight to Waltham Abbey or whatever, and there was about a week before the first game. Played the game. And I've gone out basically in London with someone. Mm-hmm. And anyway, not that. I don't know who it was, but I decided to kind of like go home early. I don't know why. Did. Yeah. Anyway, I think I was at Funky Buddha or one of those places.
Yeah, it would have
been.
I
see you in there.
You saw me.
Yeah, I saw you in the corner.
You know I was there in the corner. I'm always lurking in the crevices, in the darkness. All you just see is, like, glaring eyes. Yeah, there's Coley's corner.
You were there. Yeah. You were definitely there. But yeah, I got home and I just had to, in the morning, I got this phone call from Donna Cullen.
Yeah.
And she was just like going mad at me at the phone. She was like head of the press at the time.
Yeah.
She's going, what are you doing? You're not even paid. And I'm like, what's happened? She's like, you're on the front page of the paper. I was like, what? I was like, what's happened? Anyway, it turns out some cage fighter or some had stabbed someone. Wow. And someone had took a picture of me when I came out of the club. And it was literally like, it was something like Prem footballer in death scare type thing. And I was like, I was home.
Home.
What do you mean? So coming to London was a big wake up into it. It was way worse in London than it was in Newcastle. Way worse.
Oh, come on.
Way worse.
London was a cesspit for like any kind of drama. It could be the smallest one, but they'll just blow it up.
Yeah.
So you just have to tread carefully.
There's paparazzi.
Yeah, that's all. You
don't have paparazzi in Newcastle.
No.
Ever.
Different lives. Remember back in the, we were like rock stars, man. Like you come out.
All right, Jimi Hendrix. I definitely want a rock star. I wouldn't mind being one, but I definitely
was like, I come out, I've got my guitar on my back.
That's an insight to this man's head. That's where he's at. I've just lit him up there, haven't I? He's a bit like, I remember those days. Yeah, the good times.
We had wild times. And it's not the same no more, obviously, because you've got phones and clubs and that. So as soon as that started happening, I just fell back. I was like, this ain't for me no more.
Stepped into the light.
I was like, when you start getting photographed in the club, like I'm like, nah, this ain't for me.
This is your safe space.
Yeah, it was just a little bit like when we started getting the sat navs on our back when we was running on the pitch. And they would test. I said, nah, football's not for me anymore. Just things like that. I just said, well, it's not a safe space no more. I got to get out.
But Bobby was a great. He was a great.
See with Bobby, like, so you was talking about his coaching and was he just more of he just inspired you?
I think so, yeah.
And the whole team as well. So he had different techniques to get the best out of different set of players.
But also his history. You know, he would talk you about players that he's had and stuff
that's what I was going to get into. So he's the history. So he's the one that really found R9.
Yeah. So he had him at PSV and then took him to Barca.
He had an eye for youth coming through, didn't
he? Yeah. I think that was his thing. You know, he had a couple of good scouts around him who knew good young players. So you knew going to him, you was going to elevate your game, number one, because he'd what had done with people in the past. But he, Yeah, again, it's hard to put your finger on exactly why. I think as a player, most of your jumps that you take are around your surroundings. So, you know, at Forest, I got myself to a level where I was like, I'm the best player here, and if I stay here, this is where it stays. Whereas I think that then when you jump to Newcastle and you realise, well, there's another step I need to take. Then you go and play for England and you're like, geez, I need to step up even more. It's just constantly trying to prove yourself, isn't it? And I think that Bobby was just very good at, like, for example, he signs me, I win Young Player of the Year. The first thing he does the next year, he signs Hugo Viana. Who, at the time, Hugo Viana had just won Young European Footballer of the Year. So in my head, I'm like, oh, there's a big challenge already. Not only is he, like, young, but he's now bringing a different level, and he has that flair and stuff. And I mean, he's
he was a player when he first came.
Yeah, he's at Man City now, isn't he? He's their like sporting director or something.
So can I ask you Spurs?
Yeah.
You moved to Spurs. Was that your only option, or what was it that made you go to? Because that at the time it was, I suppose, quite an exciting time to go there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'll be honest. Again, I think I've spoken about this, but I thought I was going to Arsenal at the time. Arsene Wenger had been like quite openly admiring of me, and then even at the year I won Young Player of the Year, I was speaking to, because Thierry won it that year. He won the main award. I won Young Player, and Thierry had mentioned, he said, like, the whole team voted for you to win Young Player of the Year. So you're like, okay, I'm respected in the dressing room. I know that Arsene Wenger had kind of like spoken about it in a certain way, and also Arsene Wenger was pretty much what Pep Guardiola is to football now for young players. He was developing them. But they had just built the Emirates, so they didn't have the money really. Also, he was, you know, Fabregas was there and he had all these players, so that didn't quite work out. But we'd played against Spurs in the quarter-final of the FA Cup the year before, and I could see they were coming. You know, when they like Carrick was there, Pedro Mendes, Sean Davis, and they started to buy these players. Then they added to that in the summer bit with like Lennon, Tom Huddleston.
Was Defoe there?
Jammer was already there, I think, with Robbie Keane and so on. And I remember looking at them in that quarter-finals going, they're going to be better than us. And that hadn't been the case with Spurs for God knows how long. So I was like, they're buying young, they're buying English, they're going to have a right go. And I knew there was interest, so I just decided, you know what, that's the place, basically. But they, it was a big change. So I went from a dressing room of what I would say is like men to a dressing room of kids. And it was a different dynamic. Like at Newcastle, you'd finish, like half time would come, and honestly, most weekends, a chair's getting thrown across the dressing room somewhere, like Speedo's going mad at someone. And it was so, the accountability was high. It was like, you know, if you weren't playing well, between like Speedo, Shearer, Bellamy, like someone's in your face saying you need to sort yourself out and digging you out personally. Then going to Spurs, it was like, I don't know what your lot's dressing rooms were like, but I remember like coming in at half time and everyone just sit there, just wait for the manager to talk. And I was like, God, this is weird. Like no one's really got that a kind of accountability. And I remember like Robbie Keane, because he was one that did have it, because he'd been in old school dressing rooms as well. He came up to me once at half time. And he just used to create scenarios, and he'd like say, "Right, Jay, when we go in at half time, I'm just gonna come for you." So he says, "Let's me and you just have it out, because when they see me and you arguing, then the rest of the lads would be like, oh, damn, like, and he'd just come in and just start freaking going mad at me. I'd throw some at him, and he'd just like, and then we'd just settle, and we just make it up. But it was just a way of just like, if we weren't playing well, we just made stuff up.
I'd struggle to keep a straight face with that kind of dramatic.
I'd get well into character.
But that's because you lot are from my school. That's why I'm like, they're faking it.
I think at Southampton there was a bit of battering from the players when they needed it. But I don't think any of the other clubs are. Bella's obviously when I was at City, he would. Bella's would just give it to you if you like.
But that's what was interesting about that Newcastle dressing room. That I don't think I've ever been around more egos. You know, we had people like Shearer who, you know, at the time he's bowling around, I am the best goal scorer and the best player in the Premier League history. Then you got people like Speedo who are just born leaders and have got like 600 appearances and so on and so forth.
Won the title at Leeds as well, didn't he?
Exactly. Then you got like Robert who just bowls in when he wants, but then will stick one in the top corner for 40 yards. And, you know, Dyer's just like, you know, the characters were just so big.
You had a lot of mavericks in your
team. Many. And so many. And it was so hard to like for the manager to navigate. But that's where he was good, because he was like, he turned a blind eye to Lauren Robert being late every now and again, you know. But there was other bits and pieces where those characters are not easy to put together.
Do you know what? Like when I first broke into first team, like I didn't see that argumentative side from the team. Everyone was on the same page and knew the common goal. And
who was the manager though, Coley?
Claudio Ranieri.
So we worked with Claudio. I think Claudio had more of a disciplinarian
Yeah, so he was already.
Bobby's more like he's working with what he. It seems like he's working with what he's got, so he's allowing for that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And Souness, I would imagine, pardon me, come in and
he was on a warpath. He was on a warpath. Yeah.
But Bobby probably identified, no, that's our strength. These characters are our strength. Yeah. So he's a bit smart.
So when you went to Spurs, so who was the leader in the dressing room? Who would you say, or did you feel you had to go and be that leader?
I had to grow into it. I couldn't do it straight away, but I think that like as I walked in straight away, to be fair to Edgar Davids, Edgar, what I loved about Edgar, you know, there was two sides with Edgar. That like one was disappointing, and one was like, I can see why you are what you are.
Yeah.
Like the disappointing side is like I grew up on the adverts of Edgar.
Yeah.
Like, and
Nike adverts.
Yeah. But then like when I played with him, as much as I loved him, like technically I just didn't see it. It wasn't,
really?
Yeah, like
but is that JJ because he was at the end of his career, injuries?
I don't know. I don't know because I played against him at Juve as well.
Right, okay.
And when I look back, that all those tricks and stuff weren't really a big part of his game. If I'm honest with you.
No, he was a ball. Wasn't
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So but if you ask him to hit like a 60-yard diag, you could only hit it about 30 yards. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it weren't really his bag. But when it came to like your mental
capacity,
I'm honestly when we were the year we were going for top 4 and the Lasagna Gate thing, he called on a meeting. It was the first time I'd seen a player call a meeting. So he's called on a meeting and he just was like, look, he just stood there, like, just got a shower, he got a towel around his waist, the whole dressing room sat together. And he went, look, what do you want? He says, I've done it all. I'm fine. Do you know what I mean? But if you lot want Champions League, that training session weren't acceptable.
Oh.
And he was and he was quite happy not being people's friends.
Right.
And I thought that was like amazing in terms of like something to learn and to see that like we're always trying to be friends with each other when in reality it's a business and you're trying to achieve something. And he was the only one we had in the dressing room that would lead like that. So
and he's achieved so much.
Correct. So yeah, he was the big leader. I mean, you know what Ledley's like. To this day, I think I can count probably 10 words I've heard Ledley say.
Till he has a drink.
Yeah, but then you can't understand them.
Because you don't understand anything.
You're too busy spitting on
saying something.
Just spitting all over you like letters. Let's go back to that. Get you back to your freaking house, man. Spitting all over me.
Like a Lasagna Gate.
Yeah.
That was against West Ham, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Come on, talk us through that. Because we want to hear this Lasagna Gate.
Explain it to the people who are not listening.
Because we don't.
I remember hearing about this of the morning of it happening because it was a massive game, wasn't it?
Well, it was basically we win that. We're in the Champions League.
2006?
Yeah, 2006, the year of the World Cup. So we were already above Arsenal. We're above Arsenal. All we've got to do is win the game, and like wake up in the morning, and I wasn't actually playing. I had a stress fracture in my shin, and you know, like when the England doctors come to see you, like before you're going to like a major tournament, and they were like, "Look, Jermaine, like." They gave me an inclination that I was going to be in the squad.
Right.
So they were like, you know, if you keep going on this, there's a good chance you're going to fracture it. So just don't. So, but I was with the team. So I was in the dressing room. I was in the hotel. Weirdly, it was my mum that rang me and was like, what's going on? Like, you know, apparently Daniel Levy's trying to get the game pushed back or something. So I've gone down. Lads are in bits, like, and I mean, like, you know, down for pre-match. Everyone's just like that.
Really?
Just gone completely.
Drained,
different. You know, everyone's just a different shade. Leslie's turned into Joe Cole. It's mad. Like, everyone's lost like layers of freaking skin colour. So we're in the dressing room, and honestly, like, there's no music. Everyone's just like, "How am I gonna do this?" type thing. We go out, obviously play the game. One of the funnier things is like Edgar was always quite funny about his food. So I think even sometimes he'd have his own type of dish that he would always eat. So he was about the only player that didn't have food poisoning. And then during the game, like
it was West Ham, right?
Yeah. Sorry, against West Ham. Yeah,
away at West Ham. So you'd all stay at the hotel.
Correct. Yeah, we was in Canary Wharf.
And you'd eaten something.
Yeah, they've had what turned out to be a dodgy lasagna or whatever. And
everyone loved the lasagna.
Mate, it was everyone was on it. Yeah, they massively sucked us in. They did it. I don't know what they put in
it. This is the tastiest lasagna you will ever be exposed to. Literally. Have some.
That's what it was like.
Honestly. Everyone getting on this.
Yeah. But like before the game, people have been sick, throwing up, got the runs, everything you can imagine about like, having food poisoning is happening before the game. Right. They go out and play. And you know, I think we got off to a decent start. And I remember Martin Yole's gone to try and take up, because Edgar, like I said, he'd eaten his own food, he was fine, but he was having a nightmare.
He was still having a nightmare.
He was having a beast. Martin Yole's gone, the one guy he's gone to try and take him off, right? So, like, you know, obviously speaking to the assistant, but like, numbers like nearly gone up. Carrick has come running over and gone, absolutely no chance.
Really?
I'm not staying on his pitch.
Really?
Keep him on, I need to get off. And so, like, Carrick, everyone's like coming off, and then obviously we lose the game. And look, the Spurs West Ham thing is what it is anyway. But I've never hated a football club more in my life. Because it was like, I was in this dressing room and I'm like, they are celebrating like they've just won the Champions League.
Yeah, that's what we do.
That's what we do.
It was.
Mate,
it was
do you know who the man of the match was?
Who?
It was the chef. Mate, we'd won the game before we set foot in the stadium.
I just got visions of like, as you come in down Upton Park and JJ walking into the away dressing room. The West Ham, that door over the West Ham players celebrating, and there's geese with a chef's hat.
We got him, lads. We got him.
It was horrible. So we obviously got.
What was the turnout with that? Did anyone ever?
They just said it was a lasagna, but nobody knows if it was actually done or not. But I mean, if you go through history, has it ever happened?
No,
you know. True. So it's very coincidental that on that biggest game that's happened.
We're still getting blamed for it. You know what I mean?
There's a geezer. There's some trainee chef in Canning Town. You know what I mean? Some pub guy.
He's got to write a book or something, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got to write.
Just bring it out now.
Just say it now.
What it is.
Operation Lasagna.
I mean, it's a great story in Premier League history.
That's what I mean. Like, we're talking. How long is that? 20 years ago nearly. We're talking about.
But like, ever since though, like I think after that, loads of clubs started to employ their own chefs on travels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you can't be infiltrated. I don't infiltrate the building, bro. Like, can't trust everyone to cook your food.
Exactly, but I remember. How are you going to like? What is it? You go in there and the chef's just watching everyone in case they pour something in. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. The whole scenario is insane.
Yeah.
But usually, I mean,
most of the time,
it's allegations.
There's
allegations.
Unfounded allegations.
No, it's allegations. It's allegations.
This part of London.
You come to East London, you got found out, mate. That's what we did. Edgar Davids having a beast anyway. You know what I mean?
We did. We got found out proper.
Anyway, so I moved to Tottenham, and then obviously
the 2007-2008 Cup final against me and Bridges.
Yeah, you know what?
How'd that go?
One of my big memories from that final. Yeah, I mean, look, again, like Wande Ramos, for me, is a big reason why we won that game. It was the first time we had a manager who actually believed we would win. And, you know, even to the point where, even if it was delusional, you'd start every pre-season. And at Spurs, usually you had managers who were a bit like, right, you know, we'll try and get Champions League or whatever. Wande Ramos used to start every season to win the league. Right. That was just his mentality. It was like, well, we're trying to win the league. What do you mean? Yeah. Even if it didn't happen, he was trying to put that in your mind.
Yeah.
So going into that final, we were like quite confident we'd just beat City, who had, you know, like the Robinho times. We beat them with 10 men. Then we beat Arsenal over 2 games, and you lot was easily going to be our biggest challenge. But we were quite confident. You know, the game was. I thought, you know, we played really well in the game. To be honest with you, I think one of the things that I'll never forget from that game was against Bridgie actually, and it was in extra time, right? And I got the ball on the right hand side.
Oh, you pegged it down the wing as well.
What happened?
Because me and him, obviously, like we're high energy anyway. Do you know what I mean? And when you got like the fitness, I'm thinking about extra time. So I'm testing someone. You know what I mean? I'm still feeling good, and it was the first Wembley pitch as well. Remember how heavy it was?
Yeah.
It used to slip all over the place. So like I've just knocked it as far as I can into the corner. Me and him were like that, just going for it. I got into the corner and he was like, "You prick, don't do that again."
You prick, don't do that again.
I was like,
oh man, he's rapping as well.
I know, that's brilliant.
You got him having a meltdown after 90 minutes when he had that big chance, didn't you?
Yeah, but you know,
I didn't even see it. That's what was mad. People told me afterwards. I didn't even see it. I was too busy celebrating.
So listen, this is what. So that game. That season, I played every game. That was Avon Grant.
Yeah.
Chat from more or less every game. And for some reasons, he dropped me for that game.
Yeah.
So I had I got no fitness coming. I'm playing really well. And I got the curly finger at breakfast. I'm thinking, hey, it must be tactical.
You want me to do something taking me out?
And he's gone, I'm taking you out.
Wow.
I was like, what for?
Who did he play?
What have I done? Was it Shawnee?
Was it Righty? Righty played, didn't he?
He had a tactical reason for it. Nicholas and Anelka maybe on one side. Anyway, I remember because I was in Maribor in the hotel. And I was like, I need to get away from you as quickly as possible because I'm fuming. Yeah. So I went, all right, boss, no problem. We'll win the game, brother. And I went for a walk for about 2 hours to calm down.
Let off some steam.
And then, you're sitting there watching the game, and you're right, you did play well. We weren't really at it, and the goal went in. Then I come on the pitch, and I missed the chance. And your right back, or right midfielder, like Icelandic or Norwegian.
Is it Tainio?
Yeah,
Timo,
mate. I wanted to kill him.
Yeah, he's a rat.
Mate, I wanted to kill him. I'm shouting at something, right, and he's come running over me for no reason like that. And he's gone pointed at the scoreboard.
Oh my gosh.
And I wanted to go,
Ego sets in.
My ego, like, he done me. My head had gone.
He was a great lad, you know.
Was he a great lad? Yeah, well, he done me.
Good teammate.
Yeah,
just a great lad. Like, you know, I remember end of year when you have like your meet, like your end of season, get your like, you know, post season like stuff, like to go and train and stuff. And it's all kind of serious, and he just came in late in a Spider-Man outfit and just sat there in the meeting with the full mask on while Martin Yole's trying to give us this serious chat. But he was a great lad, but you're right, that was...
He done me.
Yeah, I mean...
So it's a bit of a crazy one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole game, and we went 1-0 down, didn't we? I mean, like...
And you bit.
I bit, yeah.
Robbo pissed me off with that goal that he conceded with Didier. You know what I mean, Didier puts one like that free kick, and we're 1-0 down, and then... Look, I mean, like... You know, the penalty, you give away the penalty, didn't you, in the game? And I think when we got the penalty, I was like, I fancied us massively. Okay. We had big players at that time, though. When we had Keno and Berber
Woody played well.
You know that game, the first time they ever played together as well. So Woody and Ledley, first time they ever played together. Really? So we had that foundation, you know what I mean? And once we had that, it was like, just try and nick it, and we did.
Woody, Ledley,
good team.
Berber, proper players,
all in one team.
There's a reason they won the trophy, and it's been 17 years. I don't think Tottenham, maybe that little spell under Pochettino, were Tottenham had as good a team as they did in 2007, 2008.
Yeah, but also, like, I always have this, not argument, but I'm always trying to tell Spurs fans, like, I don't know where they get this God-given right to think that they can win trophies these days. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many good football clubs out there, and if you actually look at... over the last 10 years, who's been winning? Man City have won everything. Liverpool have won stuff, and Chelsea have won it. There's no really others that are massively putting their names in the hat. So, and these clubs are spending money, and they've got the history of winning things. Like you've got Spurs, Newcastle, Villa, are all in a similar boat. Do you know what I mean? And it's just
where's Arsenal in this?
Well, Arsenal were winning stuff, but I still, you know, when I was at Newcastle playing against Arsenal, and you're probably early years at West Ham and then to Chelsea, Arsenal were the best team.
Yeah, they were unbelievable.
Them Man United were the two best teams in the league. You couldn't get near them. But then when it went more Fabregas, Van Persie, like they're probably the best footballing team, but they weren't winning. Like you'd expect them to win. No, but they were there definitely.
But you had fantastic career at Newcastle, Tottenham. Then injuries, you know, started to come, which we've all sort of, all four of us have. There's probably about half a knee and one hip between us. And you finished up at QPR, JT. What was it like? Talk to me about when did you realise, because you went straight into your media thing. When did you realise I need to go in this direction now? The body's not working.
As soon as I signed for QPR.
Really?
just go in and took the money and started planning.
Nah,
this will set me up.
You know what, right? I went to when I went to Villa. I went there with a real kind of like positive mindset, and I ruptured my Achilles after like a month or something like that. So I went back to Spurs, rehabbed and everything, and once I kind of got back fit, we had AVB at the Andre Villas-Boas at the football club, and I didn't really get on with him, if I'm honest with you, which was weird because I actually had a phone call from JT about 18 months before, and he was like, "Oh, I've just had a meeting with the gaffer," and I think he said him and Lamps, and he's earmarked. There was me, Romeu, and another midfield player to come into the club, whether it was to like squad player or whatever it was, and he said, "Look, me and Lamps have said to bring me in as the English lad or whatever." So in my mind, I'm like, well, he likes me because I'm on this list of people that he was thinking about taking to Chelsea. And then when he turned up, I think it was just very similar to what he did at Chelsea. There was something about him being a young manager, and I don't know whether it's because he didn't play football, but he was just like, the ego was a bit too much, if you know what I mean. So kind of like, when I left Spurs and obviously ended up at QPR, I was just more like, right, fresh start, let's just try and get fit and get playing, after, leaving Villa and everything. But when I walked into that QPR dressing room, I was just like, oh no. And weirdly, because
who was in the dressing room?
Mate, this is what annoyed me most. I was looking at them going, how are you lot bottom of the league?
Yeah.
This is January when I arrived.
What year was this?
Mate, they got Julio Cesar, probably 2011, something like that. 2011, 2012, something like that. They got,
I think I was supposed to join.
You probably was. Everyone was. You know what I mean? They had like Julio Cesar, Josie Basingwa, right back. Armand Traore, left back. Bobby was up top. We had Jason Park was there. Righty's there. No, Rio came that year after.
Squad,
Loic Remy up top.
Loic Remy,
We had like Stefan Mbia midfield, myself, Esteban Granero was there from Madrid. Mate, the team was a joke. But then, like, you go into training and you're like, these lot are taking a mick. Like, this is not what I thought it was going to be.
This is a retirement home.
Basically, it was an expensive retirement home. You know what I mean? And look, the lads were decent lads and everything, but it was the first dressing room I was in where I was like, this is pretty toxic.
Harry Redknapp, the gaffer then?
Yeah, Harry brought me in, and mine and Harry's relationship was always kind of like mixed, if I'm honest with you.
Really?
Only because he was just one of these managers that, like, for me personally, he'd put you in, take you out, put you in, take you out, and it was just a bit annoying. Like, I had an incredible Champions League run with him, and then you'd be coming back to like White Hart Lane playing against like West Brom, and you wouldn't start, and I'm like, I just want to play all the time. So we was always just like,
like as you get older, you just need to
continuity,
because you can't stop, because you can't just to kickstart.
You need two things: you need to play, or you need to adjust your position.
And you need consistency.
And you need a manager that accepts that as well. Like, I really probably should have gone to Harry at some point during my QPR days and gone, listen, I'm not a box-to-box midfielder anymore.
Okay.
Get me in here and I'll just control the game from here. Because I could have done it, but I was just... Everyone always G'd me up. I don't like... Bridge, you might have had a similar thing. Once you're kind of known as the fitness guy, that's just your bag. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, get up and down, box to box, and then you try and live up to it, and then your body starts going, mate. Pulling my hamstring every other week. And I was like, my body's saying, Jay, just chill. And I just never listened to it. So it was a tricky time. I'll tell you one quick story about Harry. When we played against Real Madrid, it's not really about Harry, but he was the manager, but it kind of gave me an insight as to kind of like top managers. And Harry was a top manager in his own right, obviously, but it was just like, we've gone to Real Madrid this quarter-final Champions League, and we pulled up in the coach, and Real Madrid got those steps, haven't they, that go up to that door. And at the top of the door, Jose Mourinho has just stood there. Right, and I'm like, that's odd, like really odd. But this guy's always playing some kind of game. So we've come off the coach and we're walking up the steps, and he's just at the top going like, every single player that comes, even Harry's come, shook his hand, oh, welcome, like, good on you. Like, players have come through, and it literally didn't land until about 6 months later. I was like, this guy just buoyed us off. He literally shook our hands and patted us on the back of the head, like, well done getting this far, but this is as far as it goes. That's basically what he was saying to us, and none of us saw it. That's when you know you're in like an amateur Champions League team. Because he was just like, these guys don't know what's coming.
They don't know what's going. We're going to rip them apart.
Enjoy your time in Santiago Bernabéu.
He does that thing where he shakes hands and gives you all the time as well.
That's a point.
You take it because it's Jose. And you're like...
Surely you didn't do that to Harry. Surely you didn't do that to Harry.
He didn't tap him up. He shook his hand. Even then, like... but in hindsight, Harry might have had the same thing, but he probably should have said, off. Like, don't touch my players, do one. Like, you know what I mean? But it was funny anyway.
Oh, mate, that's brilliant. So we at QPR, you've called it quits.
Yeah.
And then now you're looking at, okay, what's the next plan for you? Why did you want to go into broadcasting? And was it a thing that you just was already planning at the back end of QPR?
No, I wasn't planning it. Didn't want to do it. The thing was, I'd just done my knee and I was trying to get back fit, and I was like, right, how do I just keep my head straight?
Okay.
And I had an opportunity to go to the World Cup in Brazil and do some broadcasting for radio at the time.
Oh.
But I was on crutches, and I'm like, I'm not hobbling around Brazil doing that. So I said to the BBC, look, give me a shout when I'm back, and maybe we'll do some stuff. And I think it's just one of those things where, because from a career perspective with my injuries, it felt like to me it just went like that. It just went down. And so my confidence kind of went with it.
Yeah.
And once I was told I was never going to play football again, I'm like rock bottom. Do you know what I mean? I'm because you essentially every day as a footballer, you know where you're going, you know what you're doing, you got a place to turn up to, you're getting paid, life's good. And then all of a sudden I wake up and it's like, you know, your friends in football, when you really look back on it, your colleagues, really. We've all had so many people we've met in football who we probably don't speak to anymore. And so they were and then so the phone's not even ringing from anyone of like, even like, are you okay or whatever. So I just needed to kind of get my confidence back. So when I started doing the media work, I remember doing my first match of the day, which weirdly, it was match of day 2. And it was QPR against Man United at Old Trafford.
Right.
And I was still going into the club doing rehab. Right. So I'm obviously like, and they got battered something like 4-5-0. And this is when Rio was there. So I'm doing my analysis and I'm going, he's not getting tight enough. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. And then obviously on the Monday, I'm going into training. And I'm bumping into Harry in the corridor. And Harry was like, oh, I saw your match of the day. And I was like, yeah. And he went, can't disagree with anything you said, to be fair. And then I went into the dressing room and all the lads kind of like created like a circle around me. And I was like, here we go, what's going to go on here? And every single one of them just went, what's it like on match of the day? Like, what's it like? Yeah. So they, you know what it's like as a player. You get to that point at your end where you're like thinking about the next thing. And I just got a good response from it, basically. And I think from a confidence point of view and like my mental health, it really helped. That's so good. I just kind of stuck with it.
Yeah, well, you're brilliant at it, JG.
Thank you.
Like,
you're brilliant.
And you ended up, like, we worked together, obviously.
Yeah.
Brilliant. But you know, like the one show, you transcended. You know, you was the guy, wouldn't you? Do you know what I mean?
I don't think there's anybody that's done it really. I think that like obviously Wrighty had like Ian Wright's Friday night show. I think at one point, but I don't think there's ever been a footballer that has gone on, say, like a daytime, evening, live television slot and presented in an entertainment space.
And how did you find that stepping into that world compared to a football dressing room? Because
I'd
sometimes message you be there like, with like Tom Cruise and you'll be
Yeah. That
It's
side
true
of it,
though, man.
it is mad.
It's
It is
crazy,
mad.
innit?
It was crazy. I think that side of it was strange, if I'm totally honest with you. I think that what you realise when you go into kind of television is, you know, the football world is just very different because we are naturally competitive. We're naturally, and also I've always been the type of person that's very much like, if I'm not doing something right, just tell me.
Tell me, I want to hear you.
Because it's like that in training, isn't it? If I'm not playing, I go knock on the manager's door. What am I not doing?
So I can improve
Correct
it.
You're going out too much. You're not working out enough. You're not in the gym enough. Right, I'm going to do all those things, and then I want to be playing. It's simple. Television's not like that. Television, they just talk behind your back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You are say, is that all right?
Yeah,
is it?
And then everyone will say,
if it ain't, just tell me.
Correct.
If it ain't, just tell me.
Try correct me so I can improve.
No. Everybody in television will just lie to your face. And I work with so many people. When I was like a main presenter on the show, we would have, sometimes if Alex Jones weren't working because she was having children at the time, I was working with various different kind of like female presenters, and we'd come off air and they'd go, oh, did you like her, JJ? I'd be like, yeah, she's really hot. It's her first time or whatever. She's done really well. And then I'd just see them talking crap about them. Like going, she's not coming back. And I think, why don't you just...
positive. You're being positive and then they're just being sneaky.
Well, it was more to do with, I'm thinking, tell them. Tell them what they didn't do well then, and then they can improve. And I just hated that side of it.
Well, why do you think the culture is like that? Do you think it's insecurity around people's jobs, or do you...
That's a big part. Yeah? I think there's a lot of like... I always used to say on the show that I always felt really fortunate. And it's why I never took any crap from people who came on the show. Because every now and again, you get the odd comedian who'll come on who'd try and be a bit of a smart ass or whatever. But in my head, I was like, I lived my dream. My dream was to play football. My dream was not to present on the one show.
I've done that.
I've lived my dream. So if you think I'm going to sit here and take crap from you, that's not happening. I'm going to give it to you. Do you know what I mean? But I think in the television world, you underestimate how little amount of these spaces are available, and what people are doing to try and get those spaces, and people are literally like, you know, beg, steal and borrowing and creating scenarios just to get that seat. So when they get it, they're like cling on to it. And my mindset weren't really like that. My mindset was
crabs in a bucket kind of
mentality. I was doing the one show because I was just like, well, I want to be able to present live television so that when things come along like hosting the FIFA World Cup draw, I'm prepared for it. I'm ready for it.
Well
because,
practiced.
Yeah, in those, there's nothing like hosting like live television in really difficult moments that prepares you. So it was like a training ground for me. That was my mentality with it. But it was just, you know, I'm speaking to like Dolly Parton and stuff. This is mad. This is mad. It's actually mad. Yeah.
So what moment, like, was there any moments when you're like obviously Dolly Parton, of course, you're like, do you know what I mean? Just trying to keep the eye line with for me.
Honestly, yeah.
But like, is there any moments you're like, wow, what's going on here?
There was one time like I almost fell out with Jennifer Aniston. That was strange.
What? Fell out, yeah?
It was weird. She was just rude.
Really?
Yeah. It was on
Rachel, yeah?
Yeah, it was on a Zoom. It was on a Zoom. That's what I was thinking.
That's disappointing.
Bro,
Come
trust
on,
me.
Rachel.
So there's like her and like Reese Witherspoon were on about the morning show.
Right, yeah.
But they're on Zoom. And you get like a list of questions like before, and I'm always trying to like adjust them based on how I feel they're talking to me. And you'll see one, you think I'll swerve that because they're like in a good mood or whatever. Yeah. And I asked her something about being a morning person or something like that, and she just like snapped back at me, and I was just a bit like, all right, Rach, you know what I mean? Chill out, will you?
Really?
And it was just like it kept coming, and
she obviously doesn't want to be there.
I don't know what it was. I just think that like what you underestimate again is we are one interview in a run of 20, and you might be the last one,
and they might be having a bad day.
Yeah,
don't know.
Yeah, they're humans, and I think you just forget that sometimes. But I remember thinking, oh man, Rachel don't like me, man. I'm devastated. Yeah, but honestly, like everybody that came on, like Tom Hanks came on, and he was just unreal. Really? He came on a couple of times. Didn't like George Clooney's quite easily the coolest person I've ever met.
Really? What's cool about him?
It's just like his voice, the way he sits, the way he dresses, just everything about him. You're just like, I get it. I get it.
Big man like George.
I get it.
Hey, that's my middle name, you know.
And that ended
up
up
Michael George Cole, bro. You know what I mean, George? Man, I'm a George, bro. Yeah.
But that ended up being the funniest part of the show in the end. Was just like meeting all of these kind of like stars and getting to like speak to them afterwards and stuff like that and how they were, and there's loads that kind of like stick out in the mind, but that was it was
so you've done all of this and it's amazing. What a journey, because now you've evolved, because I always say that like humans, we'll never stay in one place. We always evolve into the next stage, and you've lived your dream, as we were just talking about with football. You've done that, captained, do you know what I mean, and well respected in the game. Then you move on to presenting and broadcasting and doing all of that stuff that we're just talking about now. Now you've had a misdemeanor. We won't delve into that too much. But how's that made you evolve? How have you evolved again now? How are you feeling how's the future looking?
It's a unique thing.
Because we're just talking about how crabs in the bucket. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And now you know the dark side of it fully.
Yeah, definitely. I think.
So how's that going to change? Because I don't know if you want to talk about it or not.
I will do. Yeah, definitely. I think that look, there's a couple of elements to it. I think one of the big things was what a lot of people probably didn't see, because everybody looked at my life through a lens of like social media essentially, and you kind of go,
basically,
JJ's having a great time. He's talking to all these stars and this, that, and the other. But I wasn't enjoying, I'd say, probably like the last 3 years of work. And a lot of it was to do with like missing out on a lot of the things the kids were doing. Because I was working pretty much every single day, including weekends and stuff as well. And then when I took Formula E into that, you know, I would literally fly to Brazil. I'd work in Brazil for like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'd land back in England on Monday, and I go straight to do the one show, and then do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on the one show. I'd do Europa League on TNT on a Thursday, and it was just like this for years. And it just became. It's not like the work wasn't fun, but I just didn't even know who I was anymore. Like it just consumed me. So I started to really fall out of love with it, and so my mind was drifting into kind of what I wanted to do. So yeah, obviously in terms of how it changed me, the reality is, when you lose everything, you know, that you've built. So the agency that helped me kind of get to where I was supposed to get to,
at the time,
they dropped me.
Thanks.
Which was absolute like madness to me at the time as to why. Then it's a weird scenario. I've got this like analogy in my mind of what it was like, and it's like, it's almost like being not like at a mountaintop, but almost like almost like a mountain, but like with a crevice in it, right? And it's like you fall and you hit the first ledge, which was like maybe the agency, and you think that's it, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you've lost this job, fall again, and the phone calls just keep coming with just like losses and losses and losses, and then you add on top of that, now me and my wife are getting divorced. I think you get stripped back completely to like your raw form, which is quite empowering in a weird way, because you have to, really look inwards as to kind of like that part of your journey, which was great, but actually now analysing, what do I actually want to do? What's actually going to make me happy in my life kind of moving forward? Because as much as everybody thought I was happy, I wasn't. So then the self-destruction type things start essentially. So it's been quite a eye-opening experience. I wouldn't recommend it for people, but at the same time, there's been some really key components of being able to. I get to see everyone for who they are now, which is really nice, because I never had that before. Everyone's your best mate when you're when I'm still earning my agency 20%. Everyone's your best mate. When it all goes to crap and you really need people, you figure out who's who. It's really simple because I've spoken to you numerous times, Joey. You've been a massively supportive component to. Just a phone call here and there, but then actively trying to help as well, which was massive.
Yeah, Coley's got a heart of gold.
Yeah, which was great as well. And that element to it has been great. In terms of the the reason why I got sacked, essentially, I mean, you go through history with regards to what I done. People don't get sacked for that. No. People don't get sacked for two adults consensually texting each other. No. But I personally feel that the BBC had their own agenda. They knew that they were in a serious problem because of how they handled Hugh Edwards' situation and people historically at the BBC, how they handled everything prior to me. And it was just a great opportunity for them to go, let's make an example of the fact that we at the BBC don't tolerate X, Y, and Z. So we're going to use Jermaine, who's a big enough name, to showcase that. Mad. And I just had to swallow it because essentially I did do something wrong. So I have a wife. I shouldn't be talking to women in the first place. But you make mistakes in life. I'm a human being. And, I had the ability to hold up my hand and kind of go, you know what? I was in the wrong. Yeah. I will take whatever lashings and beatings you want to give me. Yeah. But I just think it went too far. Personally, it was unnecessary.
It's just too much.
Yeah, but
I've seen it and I'm thinking, mate, you could have... There's worse things that's been out there, and that's people that's done, and you've not even touched the sides to that.
No, but you have to remember that they have an agenda, though, Colton. So the agenda is we need to push this narrative because we've got this huge stuff going on over here. But if we focus enough attention on this, it's here. They'll forget about all this big stuff. Yeah, you're right. So it's just like a really contrived thing that the media do. Yeah. So the press get on board with it. The channels get on board with it. My agency probably got on board with it, and they're all look,
and sponsors and all that sort of stuff.
They all get on board, and even now when you speak to I mean, we were talking about it the other day, today, what was that show? The 1% thing. Yeah. I mean, I was watching it last night and I was like, there's literally about 60 people involved in football on this show. Yeah. And I didn't even get a call. Do you know what I mean?
I didn't get a call either, mate.
I didn't get a call either.
I was sat on the sofa thinking the same thing, mate.
I felt left out too.
Actually,
Cody, did you get a call?
Did I get a call?
You got a call? We got a call.
Did I get one?
Cody got a call.
Oh, you never told me I got one.
Did I get one?
Did you tell me?
Yeah.
He didn't tell me. He always says he tells us.
There's no fee involved.
It's charity.
I did do that. I did when I saw 50 footballers on there. I was thinking they ain't paid them that much. No, you can't get that many people in a room and pay them that much. But no. Yeah. So I think in the media, what you notice is that they're in this bubble that is it's not the real world. And I've been able to live with real people for the last kind of year, whether it's kind of going down to the golf range and speak to people, school runs, mixing with the dads and all that. And it's been a huge reward because you realise that it's not that bad. They're looking at you going, Jermaine, everyone's done this. They're just, yes, you've done wrong, but you haven't killed anybody.
Get back on the ladder,
just keep going. And I think that element of it has been really nice, just speaking to real people, because the media, like I said, you step into a media kind of outlet, and everyone's they don't want to look at you. I went and did a game at Newcastle, and bearing in mind at TNT.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were there for that one or not. I don't know who they played, but I was working for another broadcaster, and half of our colleagues are
Yeah,
And I'm like,
that fear.
That only happens when someone's
with...
done something wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You feel bad because that person's just been basically lynched and you've been a part of that. So they're not going to look at you like,
that's what I'm saying,
and come and shake your hand and say like I feel like they've not done something wrong because they've been part of that process.
But they all want to keep their jobs as well, and they're all probably been told if you mix with him, it's like come on, you know me as a person. I've been with you for 10 years working.
Nonsense, mate.
Have you changed in a way from it or grown from it? Because when you hear you, I know you, but I don't know you know that well. But when I look at you, I think you seem really well. You seem good.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But I think it may have been really hard for you, but it seems like you've really grown from it. It does happen in life. People grow from.
That's why, and it's hard for people to understand, but it kind of has been a good experience as well as a bad one. Like what I put my family through, I hate. My kids were getting followed to school, and like pictures of us, like they camped outside my house for like a week. It was like that side of it was hell. But then the other side of it has allowed me to kind of like grow and evolve as a person, and actually, just understand everything a little bit more. I think when you're in it and it's go, everything's great, and it's like it's a really fake world. Really fake world.
So fake.
Yeah.
You know
and
it's
I love that you know that now.
Such a fake world.
I love that you know that.
Yeah. And then when you kind of gravitate back to, like, I went back to Nottingham loads. I was with my people, my mum, my sister, my friends. And it just, and don't get me wrong, I must have read about 20 self-help books and did the work and this, that and the other. I was just searching for answers at that particular time. But I think you eventually land in a place where I am now, where I'm still feel like I'm evolving and growing. But I am happy,
The thing is that for you now, I think you're going to come back into a space and things are going to be on your terms.
Correct,
now.
You're
gonna everything has to be on your terms because you know what this world is.
Correct, I've seen it.
And so now anything you have for the future and plans you've got for the future, it's got to be on your terms, and that's the way I'm living my life as well.
Yeah, now. Control was when I first kind of like went right. What do you want to do? Control was my big thing. Yeah. So no one's ever going to control my life again. Do you know what I mean? So whether I go back into broadcasting, whether it's for TNT or whether I go somewhere else and get back involved in television, it will all be on my terms as to kind of how much I want to do, when I want to do it. And obviously that allowed me then to start developing my own stuff as well, which is my bag anyway, because I've filmed 5 documentaries,
you're unbelievable, man.
Yeah, I've done all these social issues documentaries. I've been on TV for God knows how long. I've gained enough experience to be able to kind of like run my own stuff.
I'd love to do a documentary of you.
Yeah? We should do one.
What should we do?
I've got a few ideas.
Have you?
Yeah, I've got a few ideas, but we'll keep them as ideas.
Yeah, we've got loads of ideas.
We've got some ideas.
Anyway. You can draft me into one of the shows.
Look, we are running out of time, but quickly before we go, you launched a new podcast with Derek Chisora.
I am,
who seems like a great lad. He is. I'd love a night out of him, actually.
Oh, mate. We can set that up. We can set that up. Don't worry about
that. How's that going?
Yeah, honestly, it's been great. I think, again, kind of just taps into that control element. So I set up my own production company, which I'd been wanting to do for years.
Brilliant.
And me and Derek have been good mates for about 10 years. And I just thought that, look, I know the image that I had in the media, which is what was eating me alive a little bit, was this like pristine, corporate, perfect, family, life, wife, kids, and it's not sustainable. Like
that's not you that do that. It's just what people.
That's what they do. Yeah, correct. So they put you in that box, but I'm like, that's not me. And then you're on the one show and it gets even more. Yeah. So like in my mind, I knew I wanted to do a podcast, and I was thinking about it with Derek for ages because I know 2 sides to Derek. Derek's rogue, number one, he is, but he's also got this other side where guy loves being at home, loves his kids more than anything like we all do, loves his missus, like he's got, and he just knows how to sell fights. That's the bottom line with Derek. If Derek's got to throw a freaking table at someone's head to sell a fight, he's throwing it at your head. He don't care. But I just was like, right, I know that I can steer the ship of a podcast where I can maintain the structure and so on, but I know he's going to be coming out with some madness.
With the skills that you've got, that you've learned, you're using it for us.
That's brilliant.
And that was it. So I was like, I didn't want another kind of like polished host, essentially. I was like, I can do that. I need like a red flag in the room. I need someone who's just going to say the stuff
off the cuff
that anybody's thinking. You know what I mean? A bit like your role here, to be honest with you.
I
watch your stuff. That's what you do.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
That's what you do.
I see some wild stuff, and I think you gotta be, and I believe it too. I believe my wild stuff.
The best thing you said on TV when the geezer scored the toe punt in the Europa League, the Conference League, and I'm looking at you and it's gone, and we're dissecting it professionally. He's gone, well, what he's done there, Jules, is he's hyperextended the toe. He's done what?
Don't go gadget toe.
Never
Don't go gadget toe.
underestimate a toe.
Yeah, that was it. Never underestimate the toe.
Never underestimate the hyperextended toe.
You can't. I don't think you can train that stuff.
No.
So yeah, we've called
personality,
it.
man. It's just personality.
Yeah. So it's called Let Me Tell You Something. Yeah. And it's not kind of specific to sport. Kind of the framework for it is you tell me your kind of like your lessons in life. Your wins, your losses, the lessons you've learned, the legacy you've left behind. And then we just go on a tangent and talk about everything. But it's loads of fun. We've filmed 10 eps and it's going to be launching June the 8th.
I can't wait for it.
So yeah.
I can't wait for it.
It's going to be on.
You're going to invite us on?
Oh, mate. Well, Joey's already been on.
Oh, you've been on already?
Joey came on, but I'd love to have you two on.
Yeah, man. We'll come on. We come as a duo.
If you want to do the duo or you want to do it individually, I'd love to have you both on, man, because you both got incredible stories.
Yeah.
And this is what it's about. This is what it's about.
You
you want to be supporting each other in the journey. Like, you don't ever want to be like, this is mine. Do you know what I mean? Like, as long as you push it out and put it into the world, and
we've
keep
spent
everyone
so much of our lives together. Yeah. Really. And I know, like you said, like you three are obviously really tight now, but like I've dipped into kind of parts of your lives throughout your careers. We've all had moments where, like,
mate, you're in now. We drag you right in now.
So, we've got some stories to tell.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all we got time for. That was brilliant, Jay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you having me, lads.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much. Do it again.
You've been listening to The Dressing Room with Our Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.